do it to check. Okay, so I'm going to 1. Yeah. Check, check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 check, check, check. 1 2 check, check. 1 2 1 2. Wait a second. Check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. 1 2 test. 1 2 check, 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 check. Test. 1 2 test. 1 check, check. 1 2 test. 1 check, check. Check, check. 1 2 test, test, test. 1 2 check. In the room, it was really low, so now it's good. Check, check, check. 1 2 test, test, check.
It sounds a bit echoey though for me.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's good. That's good enough for me though.
Just 1 2 check, 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 check. Just 1 2 check, check. Just 1 check, check. 1 test. 1 2 check, check. Test. 1 2 check, check. Test. 1 2 check, check.
Yeah,
Test. Test. 1 2. Perfect.
Can you just go through the since that one's boosted? Can you go check the YouTube? Like, do I have the YouTube in right now for me?
Oh, it's off, but now you have it.
Yeah, put it on.
Check, check.
Yeah,
1 2
the
test.
YouTube higher.
Check, check. Test. 1 2 1
I
2.
can't hear the YouTube. You want me to do it? Oh no. I really need this for him.
Maybe it's because the volume is really low there.
But can't you boost it up on my bus?
It's all the way.
It's all the way, eh?
Yeah, I'll do it from.
Alright, that's it. sabe si ha visto mi mujer, ha visto mi mujer por la calle. ¿Dónde está mi mujer? En la calle, por acá, por ella y por allá, por ella. Ha visto mi mujer en la calle, en el club, en la mesa.
Hours a day without moving around, that's what they call segregation. There's people living there right now. Did you open a door today under your own power? Did anybody watch you while you were taking a shower? Maybe you're feeling tired, so you move your arms out to stretch while this one's your toilet and this hand's your desk, and just to check if you're still alive, did you put your hand to your chest because you're down in the hole without any mental stimulation?
Sounds good. Check, check. Test 1, 2. Test, test. Check 1, 2. You hear that? Yeah. Check, check. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Test, test.
That's extreme.
Check, check.
Population.
No worries.
Hug you when they suffer. Maybe a kiss on the cheek. Now imagine nothing touching you but handcuffs for week after week is your back to the wall because you can't stand anyone behind. Someone string themselves up next to you.
Check, check. To the streaming. Okay, do you want me to...
Place to cry unless
bring
you
it
want to look
up.
weak.
The video, I'm gonna put it
You can't even
pretty
sleep
much
if
all.
we just call them.
Okay. How's that? Check 1, 2. Yeah, I guess. Okay.
After they left, did anyone tell you to take your clothes off and bend is your
Okay, sounds good.
humiliation just a daily act? Did you send a text on your phone and get a text back? Something so simple, like human contact. Did you smile today? Maybe you laughed. Did you smell fresh air or touch a blade of grass? Now look at the second hand on your watch and think how slow time can pass. Did you go to your mother's funeral or your child's first day of class? Did you have to talk to your children on a phone behind glass, smell your clothes? Did you wash and change them all week? Or maybe you're 18, out on a range, too scared to come out till everyone's asleep. Were the lights on all night when you lay down in your bed? Did you have to smell somebody else's body waste in the toilet at your head? I'm not telling you the horrors. I'm just telling you the day-to-day. And I know you're just a human being. But now strip that humanity away, and since you're only human, I'm sure you've made mistakes. But that's the thing about the rest of us. It seems that we get breaks in this poem's a couple of minutes, and then you get to walk away. But if you're sentenced on a range, well, then you have to stay until you dream about walking through the walls and you wake up still inside it all, and there's someone screaming and banging just across the hall, and if you try to take your life, you'll have to push a button just to call. And they'll put you in a gown in a cell and watch you day and night, and you won't get any help. So it's better just to lie. And then maybe it starts to feel normal, and that's the most frightening thing to know.
these batteries are full.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they always said replace them because they seem to be okay, but then it went down fast.
Oh yeah. Well then, don't take the chance.
test 1 2 check 1 2 test check check test 1 2.
right now it's a.
I have no memory. Yes.
Okay. Give me a thumbs up.
Okay.
And wait until I give you a thumbs up to say hello.
Territory has spoken. Bingo. The land has spoken.
Okay, can I ask everybody to take their seats, please?
Order in the court. I don't know where Kim is.
Sean Case.
Oh, nice to meet you, Claudette Commander.
Wow. It's wonderful to see all of you here. Thank you so much for coming. Welcome to the A Word, Reclaiming Advocacy, a conference hosted by the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies and the Elizabeth Fry Society of Ottawa. I am Diana Majuri, the president of CAEFS and a member of the board of the Elizabeth Fry Society of Ottawa, and honored to be both. I start by acknowledging that we hold this conference on unceded Algonquin territory, and I invite Claudette Commander as an Algonquin elder to open the conference for us. Ms. Commander graduated from law school here at the University of Ottawa. In fact, I had the honor of witnessing her cross the stage at the NAC in her ceremonial regalia for her law school graduation. A proud Algonquin woman she was and is. She is a highly regarded activist and a sage advisor on First Nations and Aboriginal issues and social justice issues.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. That was very, very beautiful. It warms my heart. Hello? 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 Do I really need a microphone? That is what my grandfather told me in 1990 when I was up on Parliament Hill to support my Mohawk brothers and sisters. I did not need a microphone. And he heard me all the way from the Civic Hospital. True. Sorry about that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought here for a second. I'm having one of my menopausal moments. But it warms my heart certainly to be here, and I welcome each and every one of you. Kani Michkijigun Kinu Nidishnakaz Kitaganzi Bidonjaba Pijaje Goma Nishnabe. Bonjour toutes mes amies. Mon nom en anglais ou français c'est Claudette Commander. Je suis une femme algonquine de la Première Nation de Kitagan-Zibi. Et j'ai dit bienvenue ici à la terre des Algonquins, and I'm very proud to welcome each and every one of you, brothers and sisters, regardless of what nation, what race, and what creed you come from. Very proud to welcome you here to the unsurrendered, unceded, ancestral territory of the nation that I belong to, the Algonquin people. Our territory has been here since time immemorial, with our people who have been born, raised here, and are buried here. And it is our responsibility to ensure that the land will always be here forevermore for our children and our descendants. My English name is Claudette Commander. My spirit name, who I really am as an Anishinaabe, is Kani Michkijigun Kinu. Translated in English, it means dancing sky eagle. But we all know that when we translate from an original language, we lose the essence of the meaning. My government name is 073-007-9202. And I'm sure many of you know why I'm saying this. But I am who I am. Kani Michkijigun Kinu, Claudette Commander. I welcome you with open arms. And I pray and I ask that my words are spoken passionately and that you will listen compassionately. When I look at the colors of this conference and the colors of the organization that they hold, purple. In our teachings, purple, it represents the color of spirit, the color of heart, the color of love. And what an appropriate color to host this conference and the work that you do. Because the work that you do indeed is love, is spirit, and is heart. Thank you for what you do for our women, our men, and our communities. I will ask the Creator to bless us. You do not have to stand. And I ask that you say your words in the way that you're most comfortable. In the way that you're comfortable in asking Creator to bless you and to give thanks. I humble myself before the Creator and I say these words. Gishiminado. Kichimigwa jonje nongum. Das pinigen kokamisag. Das pinigen mishomsag. Das pinigen ni genwen daganag. Migwej jojo aki. Migwej kokamist dipegizis mishomis kizis. Migwej jonje away sisag. Nibishan mishkiki. Migwej. Migwej manedu makwa. Wapshki mayingan. Migwej kinu. Gishiminado. Kichimigwej jonje nongum. Ni buksendam ke abach kijigun. Ni buksendam minu pamadzuin. Ashish kichimigwej gishimnado. Onje gizagi win. Creator, we give you thanks for this beautiful day. We thank you, Creator, for the spirits. We thank you for our grandmothers and our grandfathers. And we welcome the ancestors to come in this room and to protect the people. We give you thanks, Mother Earth, our grandfather, the Sun, and our Creator. We ask that Mother Earth continues to bless you, all of the people, and that our grandmother, the Moon, will guide you. And I pray that you walk well in the footsteps of your ancestors, and that you hold them very dear to your heart, and you do so for today's children and tomorrow's children. We thank the Creator for His love, and we ask that He blesses each and every one of you today and tomorrow, and that you will see many more tomorrows. And we will come together with one mind, one heart, and one spirit. And I thank you very much, and I wish you really well. Chimigwej, merci beaucoup toutes mes amis. A young guamazin ni wichki way, a young guamazin and Anishinaabe. Miigwej, thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudette. Next time I will try to learn your real name, but thank you. We hugely appreciate your wise and passionate words. We have a few welcomes and words from people in our government, people who play a very central role with respect to the issues that we'll be talking about today. We are honored to have them with us this morning. I will say a few words about the conference, but first we will hear from the Honorable Patricia Hadou, as she has a plane to catch very shortly. Ms. Hadou is the Federal Minister of the Status of Women, or Minister of Liberation, as attendees at the recent Persons Award ceremony wistfully or perhaps optimistically came to refer to her. Ms. Hadou is from Thunder Bay. She knows the issues that are the subject of this conference and of the work we do at CAEFS, because she has worked on those same issues in the Thunder Bay community: mental health, addictions, violence against women, homelessness. It is wonderful to have a woman with that background in charge of the status of women. She has much work to do.
Well, thank you very much for that invitation. And in fact, I do have much work to do. And I also just want to shout out to people from Thunder Bay. I see two awesome activists from Thunder Bay who are here, Erin Bellavance and Mary Veltri. And if you get a chance to talk to these phenomenal women, please do, because in fact, they are staunch foundations of activism in our community. So I just want to acknowledge them in our audience. Bonjour, je suis ravie d'être parmi vous ce matin. And before I begin, I too would like to recognize that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. And let me just start by saying how much I like the title of this conference, because indeed in my past work, it's felt like advocacy was an unspeakable word. In fact, I fought for the basic rights of shelter and food for those amongst us who are most unseen, the folks who live at the margins and are frequently excluded from even the most basic and essential of human needs. And in that fight, I was often asked, and often by legislators, to explain why these folks deserved a hand up. And when I explained, sometimes patiently and sometimes with a very thinly veiled feeling of anger, many times I received a blank stare. And I am convinced that this response came from the predominant North American myth of individual effort as the most determinant factor of success. This myth allows us to implicitly blame those that are oppressed for their misfortune, and that my act of advocacy in the capacity of ally was just not enough. And so advocacy, in its purest form, is about seeking equality using the tools of persuasion, persistence, and indeed insistence. Many of the greatest social advances in our history have occurred when people stood up and spoke truth to power. And let me just say, it's not in my notes, but this flip from, well, I wrote most of this, so just so you know. It also kind of freaks out the officials when I write speeches like this. But let me just say that I have to tell you that one of the most uncomfortable places I've ever been is moving from a grassroots activist to being the government. And I look at Elder Commanda because she was part of that very early journey where we traveled across the country for the pre-inquiry consultations for the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's Inquiry. And I received the centuries of anger on behalf of the Crown. And I have to tell you, it was a very humbling moment, but something that I hope that I will take and continue to use as I am an ally now within the government. Women have the vote today because the suffragists fought for it. Protections for Indigenous rights were improved because activists vigorously fought for change. Same-sex marriage is legal today because gay rights advocates championed the issue. And the work of activism and advocacy is not easy. It's often thankless and grueling and lonely, and I might add, underpaid. Activists often face personal risk in their efforts, and I've been watching, even in terms of elected officials, the narrative in cyber media, for example, the minute you start to speak the truth about anything. Many activists have expressed to me how discouraging it is to see how slow it can be to change systems and structures that are incredibly resistant to change. But it's because of the efforts of people like all of you that we live in the Canada that we know today. And so I thank you very much for your efforts. But on this arc of change, we have a very long way to go, particularly when it comes to gender equality. Despite the advances that we've made, we rarely discuss that our culture was founded on a patriarchal system, and patriarchy continues to influence every aspect of our society, including the way that we look at women and men, the way that we socialize our children, and the assumptions that we make about gender in Canada. In fact, when I use the word patriarchy, most recently at a gender equality conference in Copenhagen, an international conference, people spontaneously explode into applause. And that's because we never say the word. Isn't that interesting? One of the most insidious challenges that we face is the myth that gender equality already exists and that feminist advocacy is no longer necessary. Many young women have been socialized to think that barriers do not exist based on their gender. But women and girls continue to face significant and deeply systemic barriers: the gender wage gap, underrepresentation in leadership roles, and extremely high rates of violence, to name a few. And of course, the barriers that women and girls face create a much greater risk of a life of exclusion and poverty, two conditions that you, as advocates for women who are engaged with the penitentiary system, are well acquainted with. Dans notre histoire, c'est souvent le secteur bénévole qui a défié le statut que pour encourager le changement. And as Minister of Status of Women, I look forward with you to working with you to amplify your efforts. I think of myself as an amplifier in government. Before I took on this role, I was the executive director of a homeless shelter. Actually, Mary Veltri was on the board that hired me. I recognize that organizations like yours have a lot to offer, if only you're welcomed at the table where solutions are made. And now, as minister, I am very proud to represent a government that welcomes you to the table. We have vowed to be open and to listen to diverse voices. And we're committed to making evidence-based decisions. Can I say that again? Evidence-based decisions. That's how I feel about that too. That are informed by expertise and perspectives of the people that they most affect. Our decision to reinstate the mandatory long-form census was an early commitment that we made immediately. Consultation with community and stakeholders is another. As our government embarks on a number of important legislative and program reviews, we know that working with Canadians, with all of you, to elicit your views is critical, not only for good policy, but to develop that trust that has so been eroded over the last decade. Le gouvernement du Canada mène en ce moment même plusieurs consultations. Last month, my colleague, the Minister of Employment, Workplace Development and Labor, launched consultations about how to improve work-life balance for Canadians through flexible work arrangements. This, in addition to consultations on improving employment insurance benefits, legislation on persons with disabilities, and childcare, will all improve the legislation that we come up with. And I, too, am preparing for extensive consultations that will guide the government's work to develop a comprehensive federal strategy to end gender-based violence. As a first step, I'm engaging with experts and advocates and grassroots organizations and peoples whose lives have been affected by violence. We've made it a priority to consult with diverse groups of people, including women, young women, Indigenous groups, members of the LGBT communities, and any other people that all of you think I need to speak with. Consultations will include roundtables with non-governmental organizations, academics and experts, and meetings with provincial and territorial and international governments. Enfin, je voudrais vous parler brièvement du programme de promotion de la femme de la condition féminine Canada. For many years, this program has been working closely with community organizations to advance gender equality in Canada. And we've done this primarily by funding projects at the grassroots level that address barriers to women's participation and equality in Canadian society. This program is now undergoing its regularly scheduled 5-year review. And as part of this process, we'll be talking with organizations to determine how we can better support you and your work and achieve shared goals. Our government recognizes sorry, I couldn't resist, that advocacy is a core function of many of these groups, and we're looking at ways to support that function with it. Yes, we are restoring your ability to speak truth to power within the terms and conditions of the Women's Program. As non-governmental organizations, you are essential partners in the governance of our country. You help shape the policies and the programs that serve Canadians, and you help hold us, the government, to account for our commitments. And finally, and maybe most importantly, you mobilize support for progress by making the case to Canadians, by engaging their hearts and their minds. And this is how we're going to move ahead as a country. It is very important work, and we all benefit when you succeed. J'ai hâte de voir les nombreuses avancées que nous réalisons sûrement dans l'année à venir grâce à nos efforts communs. Merci, thank you, and in the language of Ojibwe people in Northern Ontario, miigwech.
Thank you so much. You can be assured you'll be seeing a lot more of a lot of us. Thank you. So the last thing that you need, probably as you get on a plane, is more things, but a token of our appreciation.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. What a great start. Very energizing. So This is CAEFS' annual conference. I tried to find out how many annual conferences there have been, but we don't actually know the exact number, but it's over 25. So we've been at this a long time, having conferences and talking about these issues. And we'll come back to that long time theme, I expect, a number of times over the day. We have a fabulous lineup of speakers and a fabulous set of sessions focusing on advocacy. So I'm going to pick up on a theme from the minister. We titled the conference The A Word, Reclaiming Advocacy, because we want to boldly and proudly proclaim ourselves as advocates. Advocates for equality, advocates for justice. For a long time, it seemed like forever, our federal government treated advocacy as a dirty word, something not to be funded, not to be encouraged, not to be listened to, or at least not advocacy on social justice issues, which is the only advocacy that they saw as advocacy and disallowed. And while we continued to advocate and be advocates, we felt at risk. We were at risk for doing so. The thesaurus section for advocacy euphemisms was worn thin in our funding rewrites of applications. But today, we celebrate and honor the importance and hard work of advocacy and of those who advocate for social justice and equality. Sean Casey will now be bringing us greetings from the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, Jody Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Wilson-Raybould is a member of the Wee-Way-Kay Nation, a lawyer, an advocate, and a former regional chief of the BC Assembly of First Nations. She has an extremely impressive background that will stand her in good stead for the hard work that is ahead of her. Sean Casey is the parliamentary secretary to the minister and himself the member of parliament for Charlottetown. Mr. Casey had a distinguished legal career and then a distinguished career in business before he was elected as an MP in 2011, so to now be having a distinguished political career. Mr. Casey.
Well, thank you very much, Diana. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and thank you, Elder Commanda, for bringing greetings and such an inspiring opening. Unlike Minister Haidu, I'm not in the business of freaking out officials. I think that's something that's reserved for full-fledged cabinet ministers. So, with your indulgence, I will stick fairly closely to the text that was provided to me by those officials. C'est pour moi un grand honneur de m'adresser à vous au nom de la ministre Jody Wilson-Raybould et de participer à ce programme en compagnie de présentateurs aussi estimés. Je tiens à vous féliciter de votre dévouement à réclamer que justice soit faite pour ceux qui ne sont pas en mesure de le faire par eux-mêmes. You share a desire to create a justice system that is relevant to Canadians and that reflects their values. And the Government of Canada is eager to engage with you and your peers through venues such as this conference. Indeed, our government wants to approach its relationships with all Canadians by redefining openness and transparency. This idea lies at the core of our Prime Minister's vision and what our government wants to accomplish. Canada's continued success absolutely depends on including multiple voices as we reevaluate our approach to important legislative matters. These include marijuana legalization and regulation, ensuring that everyone can live according to their gender identity as they choose, and medical assistance in dying. Bien que ce dernier enjeu soit le plus pressant en ce moment, nous avons fait de la réconciliation avec les peuples autochtones un autre enjeu prioritaire du premier plan. As we approach the beginning of the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, we will have the opportunity to honor the memories of those we have lost, help protect future generations, and begin to rebuild the nation-to-nation relationship that lies at the heart of Canada. We have the opportunity to reset this relationship while recognizing and celebrating the diversity of each group and finding the best balance. As you may know, the Prime Minister has also instructed Minister Wilson-Raybould to conduct a review of our criminal justice system so that it remains relevant to Canadian society and consistent with the values of all Canadians, a justice system that will make them proud. The review will focus on addressing the current system's effects on the most vulnerable and marginalized segments of our population, not just Indigenous peoples, but also those with mental health and addiction issues. Many of these issues will require longer-term approaches. For instance, rethinking how our social support systems relate to one another so that the criminal justice system no longer continues to be the default of failures elsewhere. Notre système de justice pénale doit s'adapter au monde en évolution rapide et doit être pertinent pour les Canadiens. Le présent examen est donc une occasion de veiller à ce que le système suive le rythme des changements technologiques et sociétaux. The review will be, and I know Minister Haidu likes these words, evidence-based and information-led. We need to strengthen our capacity to know what is happening within the criminal justice system, and we need to have the right data to make decisions that can meaningfully impact the lives of Canadians. À titre de secrétaire parlementaire, j'ai vraiment hâte de prendre part à ce processus. De plus, la ministre et moi sommes impatients que vous et d'autres intervenants vous joigniez au système de justice et mettiez à profit votre expertise et votre passion pour cet examen. En cherchant différentes perspectives et en valorisant notre incroyable diversité, nous contribuerons à créer un système plus fort. This work will not be easy, but anything worthwhile rarely is. The work will need to continue through the long term and will require a high degree of consensus. We can and will improve outcomes for our nation by fundamentally embracing Canada's diversity in new and different ways. And in doing so, we strengthen ourselves, we strengthen our communities, and we strengthen Canada. I'll conclude by saying thank you again for your dedication to advocacy and by extending my best wishes for a productive and enlightening conference. Lorsque les gens partagent un but commun et une même vision et travaillent ensemble, de grandes choses peuvent se produire. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Those are important words, and we'll be at your side, at your back, and in front of you on all of these issues.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. There she is. Bryony Baxter is the Executive Director of the Elizabeth Fry Society of Ottawa, where I am on the board. Words fail me in describing Bryony. She is amazing. Completely, totally, absolutely amazing. She came to us... She came to us in 2008 from being a school vice principal, a strong feminist, but with no background in working with criminalized women. The speed at which she learned about and became expert in running the agency and working with the criminal justice system was dizzying. And she was, from the start, incisively compassionate in her direct work with criminalized women. She is a tireless and unrelenting and very effective advocate. In fact, she is tireless and unrelenting and very effective in everything she does. It is exhausting to even contemplate what she gets done and done superbly in a single day. Brian.
Actually, I am a little bit tired. I'm here to just talk to you about the Masks Project, and I want to start by saying to you that this is not our idea. I want to honor and thank our sister agency, IFRI Saskatchewan, Sue Delaney and all of her team for the idea, so I want to honor that. Je regrette, je parle français un petit peu seulement, so I'm going to ask my my colleague, Marie-Josée Marion, to come up to assist me in that regard. The Masks Project is where we, I say we, it was actually staff of IFRI Ottawa and volunteers of IFRI Ottawa designed plaster masks of faces, which we then took into the Ottawa Carleton Detention Centre. And the women prisoners in the Ottawa Carleton Detention Centre decorated however they wanted to. And they then wrote something, a paragraph or a page, that answered the question, and it could be a poem, it could be anything they wanted, that answered the question, what does this mask represent to you? And the objective of this was for them, we would have loved to bring those women out of the prison to the conference, to have them here. We couldn't do that, sadly. So we thought, we want to have their voices represented at this conference here today, and this was the way we could do that. And so throughout the day, you're going to see these masks. For example, this one. And they're gorgeous. And you're going to hear from those voices, and these are women who today, as we sit here, are sitting in the Ottawa Carleton Detention Centre, and I've spent 2 days in 9 interviews in the past 2 days describing those conditions, so some of you may have heard those interviews. They're sitting in those conditions in the Ottawa Carleton Detention Centre. We want those voices here represented. You're going to hear from them today.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je vais essayer de faire la traduction le plus bien possible. Donc, nous avons décidé de faire cette idée d'aller avoir la voix des femmes qui sont incarcérées en ce moment. Donc, qu'est-ce que nous avons décidé, c'est en tant que membres du personnel et aussi des bénévoles, nous avons fabriqué les masques en plâtre. Donc, ensuite, nous avons apporté ces masques au centre de détention Ottawa-Carleton. Et avec des bénévoles et aussi des membres de personnel, nous avons les femmes ont décoré les masques comme ils voulaient. Donc, ils ont décoré les masques avec ce que nous pouvons avoir accepté au centre de détention. Et puis, ils ont voulu avoir absolument, on les a donné la liberté de décorer les masques comme ils voulaient. Donc, ici, c'est vraiment les masques qui représentent les femmes. Nous avons demandé aussi s'ils pouvaient écrire une petite note qui pouvait représenter qu'est-ce que les marques représentent pour eux autres. Ça pouvait être un poème, ça pouvait être une ligne, ça pouvait être un mot. Donc, nous, on voulait vraiment que ça vienne de les femmes elles-mêmes qui veulent vraiment nous démontrer qu'est-ce que ces marques représentent pour eux. Donc, les masques sont toutes uniques, sont super beaux. Les femmes ont eu un plaisir immense à faire ces masques. Et puis, comme vous allez voir, on voulait avoir vraiment la voix des femmes qui sont incarcérées en ce moment ici. Parce qu'ils ne peuvent pas être ici. En ce moment, ils sont au centre de détention et on voulait vraiment qu'on peut avoir leur voix ici. Et une façon de pouvoir les représenter, c'était par les masques. Merci beaucoup.
So the first mask was created by Tilly, and these are her words, unedited. My mask represents the Aboriginal people who struggle with addictions, mental illness, poverty, and many more unfortunate events that life throws our way. My mask is a warrior mask, green for the earth, blue for the water, the yellow for the sun, and the red lips for the love we need to give and receive.
This note is written by Paipa. My mask represents how I feel inside. Tears, depressed, compared to how I feel when IFRI comes in. Hearts, warmth, love, kind. Thank you, IFRI. Thank you for everything. Donc, ce masque représente à ce que je ressens à l'intérieur. Les larmes, la dépression, à comparer à ce que je ressens lorsque la Société Elizabeth Fry vient nous voir, c'est-à-dire l'amour, la tendresse et l'affection. Merci la Société Elizabeth Fry, merci pour tout.
Whoa, they're beautiful, and powerful. Thank you, Bryony. Thank you. Okay, words failed me for Bryony, and now I have to introduce Kim Pate, the Executive Director of the Canadian Association for Elizabeth Fry Societies. Luckily, I expect everyone here knows Kim, and anyone who knows Kim is in awe of her. She has been in this field for 35 years, and she still cares deeply to her core about the issues and the people, the women inside and outside prisons. And she is so knowledgeable, so wise, so strategic, so damned smart, and at the same time, so loving and so compassionate. She is Kim Pate, winner of innumerable awards and honors, and down to earth and humble, and very much her own remarkable woman.
Thank you very much, Diana. Anyway. It's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to see all your faces. Wow, we were out of... I can find chairs for you guys at the back. So there's chairs in places. Put your hands up if you've got chairs so people can have seats. That's great. There's one there. There's some down here. Great. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I want to call you Elder Commander, but I've known you so long it's hard not to call you Claudette, but thank you very much. Thank you, Sean. I told my dad that someone from PEI was going to be here. He thought that would make the conference much better right to start with. So, and I want to start by acknowledging the traditional territory on which we have the privilege of living and being, and having today been welcomed by you. It's a privilege and an honor to be in this unceded territory. And for those of you who don't know, just a little political moment, the hill is unceded territory too, and it's all the grass in front is supposed to be for demonstration, and the fact that it's being chained off should not stop us. But that's just a a history moment. But for the 35 years that I've had the privilege and responsibility of walking in, but most importantly being able to walk out of prisons, first for youth, then for men, and for almost 25 years now, prisons for women and girls, it has not been lost on me the impact of colonization. The fact that we're now faced with, in the federal prisons, more than a third of the women serving federal sentences are Indigenous women. The fact that they're overrepresented in terms of their classification, they're overclassified. The fact that they're less likely to get out on conditional release. And when they do, they face the very same barriers that we're hearing about in terms of from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, in the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Inquiry. And then they enter back into the community. And what is always amazing to me is, in light of all of that, so many of them go on to thrive, and many of you are here today. And I want to thank all of you who have the lived experience, who have taught me for years how to do my job. And so we're moving into a session that with someone who I'm going to introduce in a minute, who when I first met her, I used to have dreams. I don't know if you know this. I don't think I've ever told you, Louise. I used to have dreams that I'd arrive at the commission without my clothes on, and then I'd be really rightfully embarrassed for what I wouldn't be able to do and say. But you would just calmly say, "Oh, I've got some clothes that might fit you." and I think, so. That's sort of. That'll give you some of the humanity of how I know Louise Arbour, but I'll save that for a minute. I want to, before the Honourable Madam Justice Louise Arbour comes to join us and we have a bit of a conversation about advocacy. I want to play a video that I had the privilege of seeing for the first time last week when I was meeting with a bunch of judges in Nova Scotia. And Elle Jones, who's the Poet Laureate in Halifax, had been asked to put together a message for the judges. We were talking about what it's like for people once they go to prison. And she, with a number of men and women who have been inside, put together this in what is one of the most succinct, blunt, and clear messages that I think we could have. And so I know that those of you who know me know I'm a techno-twit, but we have technical people here, and they know that I'm a techno-twit. My daughter, those of you who know Madison, who's now 17, said to me, "Don't touch any computers or video equipment, and don't be lame." So when she hears about the undress comment, you know, she'll have some, okay.
I hope you don't have to spend too long today sitting down. Now, imagine 23 hours a day without moving around. That's what they call segregation. There's people living there right now. Did you open a door today under your own power? Did anybody watch you while you were taking a shower? Maybe you're feeling tired, so you move your arms out to stretch while this one's your toilet and this hand's your desk, and just to check if you're still alive, did you put your hand to your chest because you're down in the hole without any mental stimulation? Did you talk to your colleagues today? Did you have human conversations? Or did you start to slice up your arm just to feel stimulation? Okay, maybe that's extreme. Let's bring this back to population. Did someone hug you when they saw you? Maybe a kiss on the cheek. Now imagine nothing touching you but handcuffs for week after week. Is your back to the wall because you can't stand anyone behind? Did someone string themselves up next to you? Did you hear them die? And have to shove your emotions down because prison's not the place to cry unless you want to look weak? Did you have things so terrible happen to you that you can't even sleep, but we just call them doing time? Just what happens when you offend. Did you have a good weekend? Did you visit with family and friends? After they left, did anyone tell you to take your clothes off and bend? Is your body your own? Is humiliation just a daily act? Did you send a text on your phone and get a text back? Something so simple, like human contact. Did you smile today? Maybe you laughed. Did you smell fresh air or touch a blade of grass? Now look at the second hand on your watch and think how slow time can pass. Did you go to your mother's funeral or your child's first day of class? Did you have to talk to your children on a phone behind glass, smell your clothes? Did you wash and change them all week? Or maybe you're 18, out on a range, too scared to come out till everyone's asleep. Were the lights on all night when you lay down in your bed? Did you have to smell somebody else's body waste in the toilet at your head? I'm not telling you the horrors. I'm just telling you the day-to-day. And I know you're just a human being. But now strip that humanity away, and since you're only human, I'm sure you've made mistakes. But that's the thing about the rest of us. It seems that we get breaks in this poem's a couple of minutes, and then you get to walk away. But if you're sentenced on a range, well, then you have to stay until you dream about walking through the walls and you wake up still inside it all, and there's someone screaming and banging just across the hall, and if you try to take your life, you'll have to push a button just to call. And they'll put you in a gown in a cell and watch you day and night, and you won't get any help. So it's better just to lie. And then maybe it starts to feel normal, and that's the most frightening thing to know, because now even if you can get out, you're not sure how that's going to go. And you haven't touched a door in so long, or just shit while you're alone. And your family won't understand when you jump at every sound, and you can't sleep in bed with the one you love because you're scared you'll wake up with your hands around their neck. And your heart's beating in your chest so hard you have to take your hand to check, and maybe you start to think it's easier to go back to a cell between the toilet and the desk. What it's like for people doing time in prison, I can't begin to tell. And I know you're human beings who just try to do your duty well. And we can read the judgments, but we'll never smell the smell or feel ourselves go numb or wait for release dates that don't ever seem to come. All I know is that you can hear this poem. Then you don't have to stay. You can say, you're only human. Now strip that humanity away.
Whoa. So those of you who are watching on the live stream, all of you here, if you don't know Elle Jones, then you now know a little bit about Elle Jones, and she is a fabulous, well-known in the Maritimes certainly, particularly in Halifax, and well-respected, and we very much appreciate her agreeing to have this contribution be part of our conference. You can see why we thought it was important for judges to see as well. So speaking of judges, I also want to thank, as I did Elder Command, all the special guests who are here. It's very nice to have ministers here. It's been a while since any members of the government have wanted to meet with us, so it was really, and to even actually come and want to speak with us is even more fun. But when I first started doing this work with Elizabeth Fry, I actually started out thinking there wasn't a whole lot of difference between men and women. And it only took a couple of months of being in the job to realize how wrong I was. I had worked with men for a number of, almost 10 years at the time that I started this job, and I had no idea the difference. And I struggled with how to bring voice to the women. And some of you know that one of the turning points for me was the day that I went in after the emergency response team had stripped and shackled women at the Prison for Women in Kingston. And after I was finished meeting with all of the women and meeting with the administration, and I was trying to raise the issues, and when I was told that I had not seen things that I saw with my own eyes, I hadn't seen someone fully shackled. Perhaps it was a reflection from the bar, as I was told. And when I persisted, I was told that I shouldn't be so silly to be conned by the women. I remember walking out, and I've never had this experience before or since, mercifully, but I know many women who have. And I felt like I was moving somewhere out of myself, and I thought, I either leave here, and why would they say that to someone who, not that, it's any great shakes, but I had a law degree, and I had a job, and I could walk out of the jail, and I could talk to media. And I thought, if they feel that they can tell me that I've been conned and tell me I didn't see what I saw, then they must believe that nobody else will ever believe it. And if the video had not been released later, they may have been right. But on that day, I thought, I don't know exactly how to do this in this context. I don't know how you come up against a system that that has all of the resources and a full government department as lawyers to assist them in that process. But I better figure out how to do it. And very, very wonderfully, the correctional investigator had been going with us and had been going in and seeing some of the same things we were doing and had done a special report. And they had provided that to the Minister of Herb Gray, who was then the Solicitor General, now would be called Minister of Public Safety, but then was Solicitor General of Canada and Minister of that department. And he and Alan Rock, who was then the Minister of Justice, appointed an amazing woman to head a commission of inquiry because they realized they had two government departments within the Solicitor General giving them two diametrically opposed versions of what had happened at the prison for women. And when Madam Justice Louise Arbour walked in, it reminded me of two things. One, I thought, this is someone who I already had a ton of respect and awe for. I had had disagreements about some of the things we'd done, but she was very gracious immediately. And the grace was one thing, the intelligence was another, but the humanity and the integrity and the steel determination. I have a friend who says, you know, harden up, Kim, drink some concrete. And I think of that kind of steel determination when I saw her come into a system that had been used to having a completely closed door and controlling all messages that went out. And I saw her with grace, determination, compassion, deal with every single person, whether it was a person working in the front line as a correctional officer, whether it was a prisoner in segregation, whether it was me, Yahoo, wearing my button that I wasn't even supposed to be wearing in there. Do you remember my button? My button, for those, all of you know the Serenity Prayer. You know, so some of you know I have family members who have had challenges, so they like the Serenity Prayer. I never liked that Serenity Prayer, but then someone gave me a button, and the button said, God grant me the authority to change the things I cannot accept. So I wanted, you know, just in case it wasn't obvious what I was, and I was, you know, it wasn't clear, I wore that button, and I could have been turfed out of the hearing room. If I was in a courtroom, many judges would have turfed me out with that. And I didn't get turfed out. But that wasn't the most important message. The other message was that every single person who came into that Commission of Inquiry hearing room was treated with respect, whether they were being brought from a segregation cell or maximum security unit. They came in without shackles. They came out without a guard right beside them, and they came in able to stand tall and walk in with as much equality as was possible in a very unequal situation. And for years, women would talk about that experience or the experience of watching Gail Horry, some of you are old enough like me to know that name, a woman who's serving a life sentence, who's now in her 70s, amazingly, who walked in with Madam Justice Louise Arbour through the front doors of the prison for women. She had last been taken out on a stretcher, having had almost died of hunger, on a hunger strike to try and get home to be close to her husband who had had a heart attack and she was fearful was going to die. She walked through those front doors and went with Louise, as she was encouraged to call her, to the segregation cells and introduced women to Madam Justice Louise Arbour. And that alone sent two messages to the women, that they were valued and important. And what I saw in the changes in staff was also a recognition that to treat someone with humanity was not in any way to bow to any less integral a position as a staff member than what your job is in terms of protecting public safety or however you interpret it. So we saw a massive change for albeit it changed, but for a period of time, that the change of atmosphere within the prison for women was palpable. They even didn't mind me coming in for a little while. Just joking. But that, why do I raise those examples? Well, you can read the bio, and I mean, who here doesn't know who Louise Arbour is? Right? Everybody knows the public, but if you've never had the privilege of working in that kind of proximity with someone who has incredible authority and incredible power in that context, but the most amazing humanity and integrity, and it was what taught me. And I'm still learning. I haven't learned the grace part that well, I know. I'm still learning. But it really has been, it is the high watermark for me in how to work with heart, with kindness, with integrity, without bending to the pressures that can come to actually be cowed by authority or resources or privilege or power. And so I continue to be eternally grateful for the message of the model and the instruction that Louise Arbour has provided to me personally and to our organization. She was, oftentimes when I'm about to go just over the top, I think of, sometimes it's just stop right where you are. And it was never said to me, because that wouldn't be how it would be presented. It was just a little, okay, I've got the message, Kim, and I'd think, okay, now to move on. Some of you are probably thinking, are you kidding? You have not learned that, Kim Pate. But I'm still working on it. So I want to thank you for always being a beacon of not only hope and integrity, intelligence, brilliance, but just inspiring all of us to continue to do the best that we can and be the best that we can in whatever sphere we are, whether we're in prison in a cell, whether we're working with prisoners, whether in whatever capacity, or whether we are leading the country or walking into a war zone as you have done. Because in all of those ways, how we operate is also a model and sends a message. So thank you very much for your amazing, amazing journey and your amazing leadership to all of us. So, Madam Justice Louise Arbour.
Should we speak from there?
Yes. Yeah. We're going to have a bit of a conversation about advocacy. Yeah, why don't you sit there? You need a thing.
Thank you. So we're going to have a chit-chat. Huh? We've been, a couple of times this morning, Kim and I have exchanged text messages, and it went more or less like this. You'll do the talking. And then I would, no, you'll do the talking. So now we're going to see how this is going to work out. I'm really delighted to be here with you. If I fall asleep mid my own sentence, it's because I am actually still in transit on my way back from Hong Kong, and I'll be home this afternoon. But I was really determined not to miss that. But if I start speaking sort of Chinese halfway through, you have to understand.
One of our board members said she'll translate.
All right. Well, it's going to be pretty gibberish, I'm afraid. But, what I want to say at the outset is it was quite extraordinary to hear Kim refer to the early days or the launching of the Commission of Inquiry into, as it was called, certain events at the Prison for Women. And I just can't believe, you should see her copy of the report. It looks like my old cookbooks from the 1950s. And I have to say, I don't have one. Actually, well, I do, but it's packed somewhere because I've been moving ever since. So my copy of the report, I had to download it every time I want to look at something. It's in my iPad, but I'm really quite impressed. In fact, I'd like to go and see all the passages that she's highlighted. But it was very surprising for me to hear that Kim was, when she started participating in the inquiry, in fact, was instrumental in having this inquiry launched, that she was a bit in awe of the process or felt foreign to the process. I will tell you a little story about my first day, having been appointed a commissioner to conduct this inquiry. I had never done a public inquiry before. I was at the time a judge in the Ontario Court of Appeal, and my background was in criminal law. But as most people who work in the field of criminal law, I essentially didn't know anything about corrections. Corrections is the part that's not in the system, or at least it was in those days. It's after conviction, so all the grand principles of human rights and dignity, that's finished. So that's what I discovered, amongst many other things, in the context of doing this inquiry. So I was approached by the then Solicitor General, Mr. Gray, First, he asked me if I'd be willing to do this inquiry. I said yes. He said, I would like you to do the whole inquiry and report within 3 months in both official languages. I said, I don't think so. Considering it takes about 6 weeks to translate, it didn't seem to leave a lot of time to actually dig into some of these issues. So we negotiated the terms, and I told them, I need a year, but if you give me a year, we'll do it within a year. It's got to stay in public opinion. It's going to stay relevant. We'll do it within a year. So this was all agreed. And then I turned around and I thought, now what? What am I supposed to do? And so I asked a couple of my colleagues who had done that. They said, well, the first thing you need to do is you have to appoint commission counsel. Good. So I approached a very prominent Toronto lawyer, Tricia Jackson, and asked her if she wanted to be my counsel. And I told her right from the beginning, since you don't know anything about criminal law, you're just a very good lawyer, I will appoint a criminal lawyer also from Quebec who will bring some of the substance, but I trust you to run this thing. Good, she agreed. Then what? So now there's 2 of us looking at each other. Now what do we do? So we had a clever idea over a glass of wine. Why don't we go to the prison? That sounded like not a bad way to start. So we took the train from Toronto. We got to P4W, and Tricia, yeah, for those who don't know her, and you're all too young to remember the beautiful Katharine Hepburn, that's what she looked like. Tall, very commanding. I told her you have to wear flat shoes every time you're in my presence. So we get to the prison, and she wants to be very assertive, and she wants to show that, you know, she's my counsel, but she's really the boss, and she commands the situation. So we get to the station, we take a taxi, we arrive at P4W. She approached, looking totally in charge. She takes the handle, she pulls, she looks at me, she said, it's locked. I thought this is going to be a really long inquiry. This woman, she really doesn't get it. Anyway, but it also set the tone for a year of, frankly, of heartbreaks, but also of a lot of humor, good fun, and long-term friendships. The best thing that ever came for me personally from doing this inquiry is knowing Kim. Just a fantastic person, and I'm so thrilled, and then she'll do all the talking from now on. No, that's not true. I'll say a few more things. The other thing I want to say at the outset is, in my now long experience in life, and maybe to keep my general sense of optimism, I've now reconciled myself with the general proposition that, contrary to what I thought when I was young, progress is not linear, it is cyclical. If I didn't believe that, I'd give up. I used to think that when you started on something, going in the right direction, it never ended, and we would have a much better world and of great liberalism and inclusiveness, and then it all disappeared. But I realized that it comes back, and I really hope that both domestically and in the work I've done since then internationally, I hope that we're just about to be on the upswing, and it's going to take an enormous amount of advocacy, actually, to make sure that we get out of that ditch. And if I didn't believe that, as I said, I would have given up. I didn't work on the issues that are reflected in that report consistently over the past 20 years, but I did in many respects. For instance, when I was the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, one of the things I did when I visited numerous countries is, in my official program, I never made the request ahead of time, but as soon as I arrived in a country, usually with an agenda to look at freedom of expression, women's rights, children's rights, torture, all the range of human rights issues. As soon as I arrived, invariably I said, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I would like to visit a prison, and preferably right now. It didn't always work, but I believe that this, and in this report I had recommended that judges in Canada should do that regularly. I have no idea if this ever took place. And as I said, so many of the things that I recommended in this report, I believed would be profoundly transformative particularly of the environment for the incarceration of women, but a lot of the issues, such as segregation, would have had an impact way beyond that. I sort of kept an eye on things. I lived outside the country for many years, so I haven't followed all the developments, and that's why I think Kim is there to bring an air of reality to this conversation. But in the context of preparing for meeting with you today, I read the 2015 report of the correctional investigators. Well, thank God I believe that things are cyclical and we may get on the upswing, because it certainly didn't look like the picture that I envisage where we would be 20 years after we produce this document. And I have to wonder what has happened. And it's certainly not for lack of advocacy, but can you imagine where we would be if you hadn't been there in the meantime? I mean, it's even difficult to imagine. As I said, I just came back from China. I was there for about 10 days talking to various groups, lawyers, judges, human rights activists, and so on, both in mainland China and in Hong Kong. And when you're abroad, you have a tendency, I think, to romanticize the situation at home. I talked all the time about the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and what a great society we live in. So today, I think, brings me back to a reality which suggests that we shouldn't be too smug. There are lots of areas in which I think we have to be a little more humble than the way we often project ourselves abroad. You know, in all the remarks I made in China, I always started, particularly in mainland China, I gave several talks on the rights of the accused in a criminal justice process. And I always started by reminding them of a passage in the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says, it is essential if people are not to be driven as a last resort to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected under the rule of law. And when I think of the affronts to the rule of law and the infringement of fundamental rights that certainly occurred when we did this report and seem to continue to occur in prisons and penitentiaries in this country, I think we would be wise to be reminded that the law, including inside prisons, operates essentially by consensus and compliance, not by coercion. There's a limit to how you can force people to comply with laws that are profoundly unjust or that are unjustly applied. So I think it's a message that we could bring home as well. I just want to flag some of the issues that I hope you'll have an opportunity to discuss in the course of the day substantively, and then I'll say a few things about advocacy. The substantive issues that were raised and the recommendations that were made in that report, some of them were very far-reaching, and the principal one, I can honestly confess today that I had very little hope that it would be put into effect, and on that I think I was proven right, which was to bring a general principle of judicial supervision of the legal environment inside a prison. I think to have exclusively administrative oversight, despite, I think, the fantastic role that is done by the correctional investigator and by civil society actors, they are certain things that I felt call for judicial oversight. And maybe the most radical proposition that I put forward, but still hoping that it would eventually take hold, and maybe its time will come, is the following principle. Parliament sets out the perimeters of a sentence. Unfortunately, too many, in my opinion, setting out too many mandatory minimum. I think that's a great contributor to overcrowding and to a lot of the problems we currently see in prisons. But Parliament sets up the parameters for a sentence. Judges, when they impose a sentence, essentially, when it's a sentence of incarceration, the only part that they actually deal with is the duration. They don't say anything about the circumstances in which the sentence will be served, because this is provided for by law. And in fact, all the parameters of deprivation of liberty in the context of criminal punishment, everything has to be provided by law because there's no other possible justification for depriving a person of her liberty against her will. There's no medical reason, no humanitarian reason, no charitable reason. The only reason is that the law provides it, and therefore the legal requirements are absolutely critical. So when the judge imposes the sentence, he or she sets out how long it's going to take. But there's a hidden assumption that the law will be applied and that the terms and conditions under which the sentence will be served will be those provided for by law. If there's a serious deviation of those terms, for instance, by increasing the hardship of the circumstances of deprivation of liberty, in my opinion, it changes the sentence. And in that case, there should be an opportunity to go back to the sentencing judge or a judge of equivalent jurisdiction to revisit whether the duration should be changed, because the terms and conditions have been profoundly modified. When I talk about judicial supervision, that's one of the methods of control of behavior of correction officer, of the state, essentially, in the administration of a sentence that I thought was an important one. The oversight of segregation, I understand, frankly, I can't believe that 20 years later, we are still having to have studies and debates as to whether any form of solitary confinement should ever be appropriate. And as you may have seen, this was 20 years ago that we wrote this report, and it was seen as extremely radical to propose limits on the duration of isolation. And in retrospect, I think we should have gone further, not that it obviously would have made any difference, but I hope that the time is ripe for taking on that issue. It's going to be obviously litigated in the courts, and that brings me to questions of advocacy. But not everything can be won in the courts. I think it has to be won in the court of public opinion as well. So let me just say a few things about advocacy, and then maybe I'll turn to Kim and we'll see if we need to come back to some issues. I've done myself some advocacy, particularly in the last 5 years. I ran an NGO, an organization based in Europe that works on the prevention, the resolution of deadly conflict, of armed conflict, through essentially field-based research, policy analysis, and what we used to call high-level advocacy. There are many techniques of advocacy. Litigation is one of them. It's one form of highly specialized advocacy, which, of course, if it succeeds, brings compelling results. And obviously, this is always something that we should have in mind at times to force that policy be in accordance with fundamental rights, particularly constitutional rights. But litigation is only one form of advocacy. There are many other forms. And I think in the field of incarceration for men, women, in general, it's one of these issues in which it is extremely difficult to generate the kind of public opinion mobilization that moves issues, particularly in the political realm. It's very difficult. It's an issue, as are many fundamental human rights issues, that is met by either hostility or indifference in the general public. But I think we should not give up on the necessity to educate, to inform, and to bring into people, to shake the kind of culture of fear that has been so dominant in the past decade, and to regenerate. And I don't want to say a culture of compassion, but I think a culture of essentially of respect. Respect for people in whatever predicament they find themselves, and frankly, advocacy for strategies that work, as opposed to strategies that fulfill ideological stereotypes that make the person feel better, but achieve absolutely none of the desired consequences. So my general sense is that it's absolutely critical to work in the mobilization of public opinion, without which we get from politicians sometimes nods and promises that will never seriously materialize unless there's a sense that the public is really supporting an issue. I will turn to Kim and just close with a little remark that I heard recently. You know, groups like EFRI and others are essentially often referred to as single-issue lobbies, right? Well, when you have an issue and you care very profoundly about it, you have to realize we're out in a market where there are lots of others, and many with very valuable causes. Every time we're deeply engaged in one cause, sometimes we feel badly that we're not equally devoting our time or energy to a lot of really good issues. But the key, I think, is to remember that it's busy and it's loud out there, and we have to be part of that chaos and that voice pulling, I think, public opinion and politicians in the right direction. Somebody remarked, I'm sure you've heard that one before, if you're not at the table, you risk being on the menu.
Thank you very much. Well, we certainly want to be at the table and not on the menu. So you mentioned the report, and those of you who haven't seen the report, part of the reason you haven't seen it is the only print that was ever done was the print that you did at the Commission of Inquiry. And even though it was the single most requested, according to the Deputy Minister at the time, and actually 2 years after, it was the most requested report ever from the Ministry of the Solicitor General. It was only ever produced once. It's on our website. It's on various websites. For a time, it was not available electronically, so some of us took the time of scanning it entirely and putting it on, but it now is available electronically. And the reason mine is so dog-eared, and you're welcome to look through it, is it, to me, has been the high watermark. We've had other reports, and with the exception of segregation, so I'm going to pick up there, with the exception of segregation, and I have some questions for you about that, it has been and remains the high watermark. And we, similarly to you, see as one of the key issues correctional interference with a sentence as a way to bring back, as a mechanism which we continue to advocate should be employed. And it probably won't surprise you that when I train judges, I tell them they can do it. And they ask me, by what mechanism? And I said, just make it up. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm somewhat joking, but what I have said is, you're not surprised by that response. I used to just say you had the authority to do things, and yeah, but no. So, in all seriousness, what we encourage judges to do is actually to retain jurisdiction and demand that the sentence be reviewed to ensure that it's being administered. And there isn't really a precedent to do it for a prison sentence, but there certainly is in cases of probation, in terms of suspended sentences, that sort of thing. And so we've encouraged judges to think about those sorts of creative options as a way to push for this kind of provision to be in place. And I'm certainly interested in your comments on that. In terms of segregation, I have posited a theory that part of the reason you decided to put a 30-day suggested limit was because there actually was no limit at all. There still remains no limit in law on administrative segregation. But as we have done this work, the segregation units have changed and the conditions of confinement overall have changed in the period of the ensuing 20 years since this report. And in fact, we've seen a hardening up of all of the prison conditions in most areas. We have a situation where when I go into prisons and our regional advocacy teams, and we do the human, you don't even know that you were part of inspiring this. I'll give you a copy. There you go. We now do training sessions, and some of the law students who have been in the prison law course, and those of you who have been can wave your hands. And so people, prison law students at Dalhousie University, University of Ottawa, and the University of Saskatchewan have been involved in working with our regional advocates and working with prisoners, working with Native Women's Association and Disabled Women's Network of Canada, develop human rights manuals because, as you remember, during the inquiry, every time somebody was asked where the rules for the prison were, they gave different answers. And the first time we saw the rules posted in the prison was after the then warden testified. And we all jokingly said, we're going to run over there and I bet you they'll be posted. And sure enough, there was a new bulletin board the next day and there they were posted. And I say that because in my experience also, the people working within the prison have, especially the last decade, felt increasingly impotent to make change. And many of you have heard me talk publicly and privately about the fact that I never envisioned when I started doing this work 35 years ago that as many requests would be coming from people inside to advocate, to bring a court case, to bring a human right action, to challenge things. And I'm not going to ask any of you who are here to own any of that because obviously that's a challenging position to be in. But as many requests for us to take action now come from people who are working inside the system as those who are imprisoned inside the system. And that is a huge change from where we were 30 years ago or 25 years ago. But the other, the question that I'd like to talk a bit about, we have taken a position as an organization, as I think you know, that we should not have any segregation, particularly when we talk about women, most of whom are Indigenous women and women with mental health issues. When we walk into the segregation area, it is a management approach that is fundamentally based often on goodwill, people wanting to provide supervision, to make sure people aren't hurting themselves, make sure that they're safe. Sometimes not, but oftentimes those are some of the reasons given. And we think that, in fact, allowing the continuation of the use of segregation interferes with the ability to really develop incredibly dynamic and positive interventions that could and should be possible. We would say you could probably do it with men, but I am rightfully challenged by those working with men. You haven't done that for 25 years, Kim. I think you could probably do some different things too. And so I'm just wondering if now you were asked to do it, do you have any sense of whether you would be imposing those restrictions? We know that the UN Special Rapporteur, Juan Mendez, in 2011 came up with a recommendation of 15 days. My response is if 15 days, anything more than 15 days is torture, what is less than 15 days going to be? We've argued it's cruel and unusual punishment to be separated in any way, and that to only have contact with correctional officers, even well-meaning, positive, kind, compassionate correctional officers, is not a substitute for the kind of interactions we want people to have so that they can integrate into the community. So,
yes. In fact, I have no recollection of where this particular time frame came from, what kind of reference we had.
As you said, because of the because of punitive seg being 30 days, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Well, in fact, we have to remember in this particular incident, the women that were involved in these certain events that were under investigation, this was essentially the template from which we then extrapolated policies. Had been some of them in segregation for months and months and months, from about April to the end of the year, with as a sole justification that their criminal cases, their pending criminal cases had not been disposed of. So maybe the 30 days seemed like already a pretty severe restriction on the kind of abuse that was before us. It also probably came from a notion at the time that I have no recollection that we debated the principle of advocating for no segregation under any circumstances. There was probably a concession made that there had to be some circumstances where people had to be sort of pulled out, time out, pulled away from the community. As we stand today, and certainly after everything I've seen, studies that have dealt with the effect of prolonged segregation, but even of relatively minimal amount of isolation from all forms of human contact, I would agree that it's preferable to advocate for no isolation. Now, the question is, you have to be ready, I think, to meet the comeback. Well, what are you going to do? You need resources. If it means that a person who otherwise might need to be withdrawn from the general population is not going to be isolated, well, she's going to have to be dealt with in some other fashion, and that's going to require resources. And I think the answer to that is yes, that's true. In fact, I assume we wouldn't want to advocate for other forms of abandonment, that is maybe not in isolation, but with none of the support that is necessary when a person is in a state of crisis with considerable distress and so on. So yes, if you were to abolish recourse to segregation, I think this would require an influx of resources, human resources in the system. And how could that be paid for? I think it could be paid for by the reduction on the length of sentences that would then lead to a decrowding of the populations. And I say that, and on this point, I would, like you, Kim, at this stage, I would confine this proposal at least on an experimental basis for the environment of women. And we've said that in that report. The fact that there are considerably fewer women than men, the profile of women who are incarcerated is vastly different than the profile of men. We said in this report, the government should view this environment as a unique environment to launch progressive, imaginative reforms because it's a laboratory where the costs are going to be minimal. The chances of making grave errors are very small compared to launching something in the general male population. So I think advocating for progressive, imaginative reform, including some that may look pretty radical, like abolishing segregation altogether. And if we could get rid of mandatory minimum sentences, I think an argument could be made that there's... And I stress that while on the bench, I have ruled that not all mandatory minimum sentences are unconstitutional, which doesn't mean that I think they're a good idea. I think they're not a good idea, but in some cases, within the way the law has developed, the judges cannot strike down necessarily the mandatory minimum. But as a matter of policy for the government, I believe that judicial discretion this is the area in which only a judge in a particular case can find the exact right balance between the severity of the offense and the circumstances of the offender to come to a sentence that is just and appropriate. And having said that, I think there's been an inflation coming in part from mandatory minimum. It tends to inflate everything else. There's, to my knowledge, no demonstrated benefit in the extra few years. If it's an exercise in rehabilitation, if we put the proper resources, it could be done in a shorter time frame. And if it's an exercise in punishment, well, then it's so arbitrary. Why 7 years better than 5 is, I see no point. And again, to generate resources, I think if we could uncrowd the prisons, and that would free up, I think, the actual space, physical and otherwise, and the resources to be able to compensate for the fact that if not segregation, then what, yeah. I suppose.
Right. Well, thank you for that. And so my theory has gone out the window. I thought it was because it was punitive segregation. It just, but so now I will not, I've never said it publicly, and so now I never will, because I was wrong.
So, maybe it was,
I don't know. But, the other thing that's happened, and I'm really pleased you talked about, it was a very important recognition to say that women's corrections could be the flagship for the Correctional Service of Canada, instead of the add woman and stir, correctional afterthought, too few to count. How many other adages were there for women within the federal prison system? And you talked about the chance for success of progressive corrections being very high in women's corrections. And we've seen over the ensuing 20 years really a loss of that. And there was a real investment by the Task Force on Federally Sentenced Women and the report Creating Choices to look at that. And during the time of the commission, I remember hearing from many people within corrections the strong hope that things were going to be different. And some things are different. And for some women, for a period of time, things have improved. But for many, the situation, particularly over the past decade or two, has been more limited. And I'd like to pick up on the point you raised about ways to invest. If we brought the numbers down, when you did the report in 1994, or did the report and issued it April 1st, 1996, there were 320 women serving federal sentences. The last time I checked, we were in excess of 600. Sometimes we've creeped up to almost 800. And at the same time, we've seen an increase in the number of staff. But the role of staff, and you'll remember the night in question at the prison for women, I think there were 5 staff on that night, and there were about 100 women in cells. The staffing ratio now is more than 1-to-1 in the federal prisons for women. The cost to keep one woman in prison in the general population, the last figure I have, and those of you who are here who know better, if I'm wrong, please shout out what the correct figure is, but the last I saw was $217,000 per year. And we have argued that the cost then for those who are in maximum security or segregation or being transferred across the country has gone upwards of $500,000 or more. And for people like Ashley Smith, the estimate that I've heard is more than $2 million for 11 and a half months in custody. And so one of the challenges we have been making is to really have those resources applied, not just have the numbers reduced, but have those resources used in the creative ways that the current legislation allows. So Section 29 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act allows us to move people out of prisons for health reasons. Usually it's physical health reasons. If I had a heart attack, most people wouldn't assume that in the prison they could deal with that. But if I have a mental health issue, there is increasingly a view that we can train staff to deal with that, which I think is unfair to the prisoners and unfair to staff, and has led to far too many horrible tragedies. In addition, we have sections 81 and 84. And 84 has been used to conditionally release people into the community, particularly Indigenous women and men. But Section 81 hasn't been. And Section 81 allows prisoners, particularly Indigenous prisoners, to serve their time in the community, their prison term in the community. It's being interpreted as requiring institutions. But I'm curious if you've had some thoughts about how we could be utilizing not only the existing powers that judges have, but to encourage we're encouraging communities, Indigenous communities, to be asking for these Section 81 agreements. Because if we could then transfer some of those resources, and obviously it's not as simple as just saying, take $217,000 and follow that woman, but why isn't it? The minute there is a desire to increase security, as the brother of Canoe James, a woman who died in the Regional Psychiatric Center, said just a month before last at the inquest, I couldn't have put it more succinctly. He said, when they wanted to put her in restraints or in segregation, they acted immediately, and there was no question as to how much it would cost. When she needed health care or mental health care, there was all questions about how long it would take, whether they would intervene, and whether she would have those resources. And it was a jarring moment for me because, of course, we know that, but when you hear a family member say it that clearly, you have to think, why can't we make those decisions as fast when it's to reduce security as we make them to increase security? And I don't know if you have any ideas on what... I'm asking you to give me my walking papers, I guess, a bit, too.
Yeah. Well... You'll get what you pay for. Unfortunately, not much. I'm not familiar enough with existing mechanisms, but I think whether the mechanisms are in place or whether we should argue for putting in place these kinds of mechanisms, as I said, the strategy has to be to reduce, to decrowd the prison, so reduce the length of sentences, advocate for alternatives to incarceration in every possible case. And again, I think it's a question of perception and public opinion, in terms of whether somebody who poses no risk to the community but has committed an offense of a certain level of gravity should, as a matter of principle, be incarcerated, when we realize not only how much it costs in financial terms, but how it deprives the system of the ability to do better with the ones who have to be there, for whom there's no alternative. So again, I think early release, all the mechanisms to get fewer people in custody, and for those in custody to have the best possible environment, particularly to deal with two issues. One I'm sure that we'll come to, but certainly mental health, which was a huge part of this document, and obviously is still an issue. And then the special treatment required for Aboriginal women. Again, when I looked at the report of the correctional investigator, it's just appalling that all the increase, or first of all, as I see in the 2015 report, there's been a 50% increase in the number of women incarcerated, while during the same period of time, only 10% of men. And amongst women, it's, again, disproportionately Aboriginal women who are incarcerated. So, at the time of this report 20 years ago, it was just at the launch of the Healing Lodge. I hope that there have been other more appropriate forms of intervention, but obviously, again, freeing up resources from within the system before we can ask governments to spend more, especially considering the ratio of staff and so on. I don't know how much more can be spent, but lots of ways of freeing up resources from within the system to have these more imaginative, more helpful procedures.
Right. Great. So, and just to pick up on that, some of the things we are trying to urge is using Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations number 30 in particular, which calls for decarceration strategies, using the mechanisms that currently exist within the legislation, and encouraging and supporting recommendations made by groups like the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the Correctional Investigator, the Ontario Human Rights Commission, for the kinds of oversight and the improvement of things like the grievance mechanisms. Because as you rightly quoted in your report, and as you remember from the process, if you don't have an effective mechanism for prisoners to raise their concerns, you actually promote the likelihood of them doing that in illegitimate ways. And we've seen women who at the time of the Commission of Inquiry were seen in fairly negative light move on to be able to use those leadership skills in more pro-social ways, if I could put it that way, who at the time, their leadership, the leadership that they were provided with an opportunity to exercise tended to be in a not very positive way when they've been given opportunities to lead in other ways, as we've seen in our own organization. Every one of our regional advocacy teams, and just to get you up to date, when I used to go wander around the prison and once a month, we now have teams of women who go into the prison, do a walk through the institution. Those teams consist, almost every single one has someone who's legally trained. Some of them have been through the prison law course. We have a woman who, on most of them we have, I think all of them right now, we have someone who has already also had the lived experience of imprisonment. And we also have usually someone from the community, often one of our executive directors. That work, those teams go into the federal prisons, walk through the institutions, meet with the women, meet with the administration, and document those issues, and also try to shore up the women's efforts. And right now, we're in the midst of developing peer advocacy teams within the prisons so that they can actually also assist in the advocacy. So that whole issue of how do you actually raise concerns, and I think you're concerned that there are court cases going on, but they're often, by the time the court case happens, the remedy that is sought often is really not going to be effective in terms of changing what happens in the institution. And a good example is the segregation cases that are happening right now. Already changes to the law and policy are being made, and those of us who go into the prison know that you may change the law and policy, but if you have no ability to access someone, you have a right to a lawyer. Oh, that's nice. I don't even have crayon to put in the request form to get access to. So the issue of laws and policies not remedying, I think, is a very important message. And so I appreciate those challenges, and I'm wondering if you can think of any other things. I know that I'm not asking you to. I said you can give us our walking papers. I'm not asking you, but what do you see as crucial these days in promoting the type of recommendations that you made for a progressive corrections agenda being part of the public discourse, or the public, being in the public interest? And we've tried to do that by some of the things you're talking about, encouraging people to see the human and social cost as well as the financial cost of the track we're on. But you know, we are close to it, and so if there are things that you think that are we could more effectively be doing, we'd be happy to hear those too.
Yeah, as I said, I think it's difficult to get space for these kinds of issues in public opinion. I think the general topic is met at the outset, usually by, as I said, either hostility or indifference, as opposed to people being solicited to be better educated about climate change or just all kinds of other issues. There's a general sense of either not caring all that much or trusting that, well, these people are dealt with accordingly, and in any event, they got what they deserved. So it's a very uphill battle, but I think it's we have to find every opportunity to reach out, to speak out. I think these events, coroners' inquests, are moments where we can capitalize to mobilize around one particular demonstrated injustice to then extrapolate, I think, the larger ones that are normally more difficult to advocate from. But I think in terms of advocacy, there's a big difference between advocacy for what I would call legal change of rules, change of policies. That's one thing. The more difficult things is to advocate for compliance. Because it's much more, sometimes it's more difficult to document. It's factual. The law is there. I mean, in this report, it's just appalling when I looked at it again, the system of grievances and complaints that you have to file in 3 copies, and it goes to the food chain. And it's never answered either at all or appropriately. So when you look at the law or the policy, you can't fault it. It's all there. As you said, you have the right to a lawyer and you have the right to file a complaint. But first of all, to change a culture, which is essentially a culture of non-compliance with fundamental rights. So you can enact 1 million rules, but if there's no buy-in to the idea that this is a good idea, that people have a right, they don't have to earn the right is theirs as a matter of law. So it's very difficult. And it's only organizations like yours that can do that, because it has to be very hands-on. You have to be able to document factually and to either demonstrate that it is systemic. There are not a lot of opportunities. You know, it took a year to be able to demonstrate the extent of the systematic non-compliance with fundamental rights, right to counsel, right to an appropriate system of complaints and grievances, which was demonstrably completely dysfunctional at the time. That's a lot harder. That's where you need people who are inside the system, can document, can speak out. It's harder than the kind of advocacy for new policies, new rules, which you could do on a more sort of theoretical, more academic, and more political footing.
Great. Well, thank you. And I notice we're supposed to be winding up now and getting ready to go to a short break before we go to the next panel. But I want to thank you very much. I know that you are much in demand, and you are an incredible advocate. And the fact that you flew all the way from China to be here with us is.
I was going home.
Yeah. Okay. I like it better. I like it better. You flew all the way from China to be here with us, don't you? Yeah. So, yeah. But I do appreciate on your way home and when you're jet lagged, and we were texting in virtually the middle of the night last night, and I very much appreciate. And I want to thank you once again for being such a beacon of hope for so many years, for so many people, and maybe not more importantly, that's not fair, equally importantly, to demonstrating always how you can fundamentally insist on compliance with the law and the rule of law, and in investing in people in the way that you do. So thank you very much for that. Thank you.
here.
Right outside. Okay, right in.
Is he coming in now? We're
Yeah,
ready
yeah.
now. We're just getting set up.
Has to just that too. Oh, you figured it out. The other one, if you need it, is just the same thing.
That's going to be Kim. Where's my tech guy? Oh, there he is.
Videos and all things. Just like.
Hi, we have met. I'm Diana Majuri.
Good to see you, Diana.
Allison Dewar's partner.
Yes.
And I've had many meetings with you, or a few meetings with you with Brian.
How are you? Good to see you here.
Oh, we're just about to start. Great. Okay, we're going to start up again. Okay, thank you so much. We're about, okay. Oh, here he is. So, we are thrilled to have federal support, as you saw earlier this morning, but for a long time we've had provincial support, so we're very grateful for that. So right now we have with us Yasser Naqvi, Ontario Minister of Community and Safety and Correctional Services and Government House Leader, and also bathroom guarder. So thank you for helping us with access to the men's bathroom. He is my MPP, so I feel very lucky, from Ottawa Centre, and also a graduate from this law school, so they're doing great things here. He is an amazing MP. I have to say, almost every event I attend, he's there. So he is everywhere, supporting and participating in his community, and he has been a huge supporter of Elizabeth Fry, Ottawa, and we are most grateful for that. Mr. Naqvi has been much in the news these past days, responding to the task force recommendations for OCDC, so you've been hearing a lot about that. We are really pleased that he has made serious commitments to fix the deplorable prison conditions and look at the systemic issues the report raises. He too has much work to do, and we have hope of major improvements.
Thank you very much. If I'm at all the events that you're at, that means I'm talking to all the right people. So thank you for that, and I feel a bit of pressure standing before this incredible panel that you are here to listen to. I just want to first start by congratulating the Elizabeth Fry Society of Canada on their 65th anniversary. It's what a remarkable achievement. You should be very, very proud. I have heard stories from the festivities 2 nights ago, and my apologies that I wasn't able to be there. But I just want to congratulate you all and giving me a moment to just a few words. And I'm going to try to limit myself to speak of advocacy, the issues that you are discussing in this conference. I'll start with a very blunt statement, which is that if there's ever any politician comes before you, or if you encounter them in a meeting and tells you that advocacy or activism does not work, they're lying to you. It's just that because you're telling them something uncomfortable and they don't want to hear it. That's right. Right? Politicians, like myself, should always be reaching out to advocates and activists. You are a very important part of the democratic process that we are part of, and how policies and legislations are made. Your role may not be listed somewhere formally in the Constitution or in the convention, but we know in practice, advocates and activists have a very important role to play. And for me, one of the most important things has been is try to achieve the lived experience perspective through advocates and activists. because you have that incredible opportunity to be there in the front lines, working, and in your case, working with one of the most marginalized people in our society that most of us in my position would not have any interaction with. And if we don't engage with you proactively, if we don't solicit your advice and your opinion, then we're missing that very important perspective in policy making, in legislation making. So it is important, the work you do. The approach varies. I think we all know that. Sometimes approach could be very amicable, and sometimes it could be adversarial. And that, I guess, depends on a lot on individuals, but also the circumstances or the issues or what stage of the matter you're dealing with. My experience has been whenever I have proactively reached out to advocates and activists to seek their advice, it has been very amicable, and it has been really focused on solutions. It has been really focused on evidence, and it's really been focused on outcomes. It's when you don't return phone calls or walk away from meetings, that's when it becomes adversarial, right? Because then you may have been put in a position that you may have to seek other means, other ways to get attention. So I'm of the view that when you're dealing with complex issues, be it social or economic, doesn't matter, that you reach out to activists, you reach out to advocates, and do rely on that experience and do try to get their advice. When I get advice from my ombudsman or from my human rights commissioner who's right here, my response to the media is not to deflect or defend, is to welcome. So I'm glad that she's spoken on this issue, because we need that perspective. I'm glad. I may have an answer in terms of we haven't looked into this or we don't have that information, but I'm not going to shy away from something that she's saying that the government should be doing. She has a very important role to play. She brings expertise. There's a reason she's there. She's been appointed in that role. Sorry, Renu, I'm picking on you, but trying to make a point. And if you don't welcome that advice, as much as it may be uncomfortable, then I think you're not, again, bringing that full perspective. I've been in my endeavors here in Ottawa, in my local capacity as a member of provincial parliament, and in my role most currently as the Minister of Community Safety and Correctional Services. I don't know who told me I was getting an easy job. Have benefited a lot in terms of working with community advocates in really sort of telling me the truth. And in many instances, and I'm going to single out my friend Bernie Baxter, who we became friends before even I was in this role, allowed me to have that informal conversation where she can pick up the phone and call me, and I can pick up the phone and call her and ask for advice and solicit thoughts. And from relatively small issues like the red bag program, which many of you don't know, is a program where police escorts and inmates' personal possessions, especially their medication, to the court, and if they're discharged from the court, then they have their meds with them. It was a pilot program that was started in Ottawa thanks to EFRI Ottawa, and then it was just discontinued, no explanation. And I would have not, when I became the minister, I would have learned about it, unless Barani said, Yasser, you got to look into this. And we were able to work together and find a way to not only resume that program, but make a commitment that we'll actually have that available across the province. But that's just one small example of an advocate and activist in your community. Kim has come stood next to me. She's telling me that my time is done. So I just want to again thank you and congratulate you and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, subtlety is not my strong point. Sorry. You want me over there? What I was thinking? Okay. I've been asked to do 2 announcements just before I introduce this panel. The Aboriginal Women Crisis of Inequality panel is going to be in this room after lunch. It shows a different room, but it will be in this room, so just so you know. And also, Sunny just passed me that she's tweeting. I have a Twitter account, but I don't know much how to use it. Those of you who know me know why. And it's, I always get in trouble for saying hashtag, right, not number sign. CAEFS, reclaiming advocacy, if you want to tell everybody and tweet. So please tweet away. This twit will not be tweeting, but I will. So we now have, we're now joined by some people who I have come to see as not only colleagues but friends, and we invited them because in their professional capacities, it's not just because they're nice people, but they are nice people too, but in their professional capacities, they have taken leadership positions on sometimes difficult issues at times when the overwhelming push from within the departments or from the government or from wherever they're getting their walking papers may be giving them pushes to do something else. And in spite of that, they have taken strong positions, important positions, positions with integrity. Sometimes not exactly the positions that we want them to take, sometimes they do. And when they do, we applaud them for that. So even when they don't take them, we encourage them to still have remedial courses with us and continue on. But you can read their bios and so we're going to go in the order that they are listed in the program. So Kim Pate is not remembering what order that is, but they so kindly sat in that order. Oh, no, they didn't. Never mind. Okay, forget it. Never mind. So we're going to go in the order that they're listed. So Howard will speak first as a correctional investigator. Howard and I have known each other for, well, back the time when I mentioned when I first started 35 years ago. He and I were both little itty-bitty minions in the John Howard machine. And then we have, next will be, well, it won't be Mary Claude, but next to him is Mary Claude Landry, and she'll be speaking last on this panel. But Mary Claude was the chair of the independent chairs in Quebec before she took on Chief Commissioner, and in both of those roles she has taken key positions. Mary Campbell is at the end of the table, and many of you know she is the retired Director General, one of the busiest retirees I know, and has certainly not shrunken from telling us all what we should be doing at different points in time. And next to Mary is Kevin Page, who, as the former parliamentary budget officer, took a very strong and principled position about not only the financial cost, but the human cost of some of the legislative reforms that were being brought in. And that alone was an incredible contribution to the advocacy work of many of us. And then last, but certainly not least, is Renu Mandani, who I've had the privilege I've been her client. And so those of you who are lawyers and I come looking for pro bono, don't talk to Renu because she'll tell you what a difficult client I am. Most recently, in addition to incredible work that Renu has done both as a lawyer representing women and men in the system and young people, and then with the Human Rights Centre at the University of Toronto, where she did a very important report that we're using in things like the inquest into the death of Canoe James. She now, as the Commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission, has taken a position, the first in the country, to talk about the elimination of segregation, which I think is a wonderful position. So I'll pass it first to you, Howard.
Thanks, Kim. I'm going to stand up, I think, so I'll do that. And so now people can, well, I'm just going to look over here, though. So, so many things to say, and now I think I have 3 minutes left to say it. So, prison sucks. Any questions? Kim and I have known each other, she said, for a long time, and I had to follow her to Ottawa because my education was not yet complete. And then I also just put away my BlackBerry because I know Mary Campbell is going to be sending me a message any time now telling me what I should be saying. So you're going to hear a lot. It's a very, first of all, I have to say advocacy, for most of the last decade, you couldn't have if you were going to have a meeting about advocacy, you could have it in a phone booth. And it's nice to see that we're out of the phone booth, and I want to really congratulate CAEFS and Ottawa EFRI for pulling this off, and then for the audacious social experiment that's about to unfold, because we all just agreed that since we only had 3 minutes and now I have 2, meant that we had to trim the other 47 minutes out of our prepared comments, because I think there's a lot to be said about all this, and there just haven't been that many opportunities to do it. So I hope this is just going to be part of an ongoing discussion. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that a couple of the senior investigators from my office are here, Shannon and Amanda. So yes, please. Thank you. They will correct the record. So for about anything that I'm about to say that won't be absolutely, true, go and see them, and they'll straighten it out. So you all know, I think, about my office. The Office of the Correctional Investigator and Independent Ombudsman set up, but now by statute, to provide oversight into the operations of the Correctional Service of Canada, report publicly into Parliament. Yes, I'm talking this fast on purpose. The office has been around since 1973. But one of the things that I often do is I take time to explain that my office is not an advocacy office. So for us, the A word is really accountability more than advocacy. As an ombudsman, I'm supposed to be neutral and independent. We don't take sides. We follow the facts, at least we try to. Doesn't mean that we operate without a perspective, because clearly we do. And that perspective is on the rule of law. You heard Madam Justice Arbour talk about that. But we're not necessarily an advocacy body. And so sometimes there's a challenge in walking that fine line between being a neutral, independent ombudsman and wanting to make sure that the right thing happens, at least the right thing is identified through the work that we do. And the lenses that we use are fairness, legality, compliance, and we try again to always do that from the standpoint of being independent and apart from the Correctional Service or the Government of Canada. Now, it's true that I only have the power to recommend. And for some people, that's been identified as a weakness, that we don't have enforcement power. We have the power to identify problems, to recommend solutions, but after that, it's largely up to the Correctional Service of Canada and the government to take the ball and run with it. Now, we try to create the conditions so that there will be agreement with the recommendations. And so we can talk a little bit about that, the way that we try to move our recommendations forward is often through public discourse, through lots of public engagement. It's something that sometimes I have called in the past outside-in marketing. Engage the public in informed discussions about issues, and then that finds its way back into the kind of advocacy that Minister Nackby was talking about. Those people who play important roles in the community coming back to government and either requesting politely or demanding firmly, and sometimes a combination of the two, the appropriate changes. It can also lead to other forms of advocacy that can be more adversarial. Not that our work is adversarial. In fact, the statute renders me legally incompetent, which is great. That means that I can't be compelled to be an expert witness, can't be brought into court, et cetera, et cetera. I love this. I wish I had the same sort of legal protection at home, but I have 4 kids, all adults now, and I raised them to question authority. I just didn't think it would be mine. That's another story. But sometimes, you get the you see the impact of our work through other kinds of advocacy. I noticed this morning in the newspaper, report in the Vancouver Sun, there's a class action lawsuit against some use of force incidents at Kent Penitentiary a couple of years ago. Kent is a maximum security pen out in the Pacific region. And this incident had all been documented through an investigation that we did and recommendations made and the response from the service posted on our website several years ago, but largely based on that work, a class action lawsuit's now been certified on behalf of the inmates that were affected by that use of force. So sometimes our work then finds its way into the courtroom, and that's a legitimate use of the work. There will always be, I think, a good professional tension between a body like mine and the agency that it oversees, in this case, the Correctional Service of Canada. I can tell you that the best work is done right at what we call the coal face. When Amanda and Shannon go into an institution, they're greeted warmly, mostly. They're greeted warmly. And, you know, the law requires full access. But, you know, we don't often have to rely on that. It's a recognition on the part of the Correctional Service of Canada that we are in the same legislation as them, we're in the same government portfolio as them. I think that it's a mature organization. You know, CSC is not an evil empire. It's not, you know, it's not run by people who are trying to do harm. It's run by people who are trying to do good, and oversight is part of that process. And so the best work happens right there. That's when most of the issues are resolved. The most troubling and enduring issues are the ones that make it to my desk and then involve meetings with myself and the commissioner or myself and the minister, or end up in our annual report. And so the tension sometimes grows a little bit, but most of the work happens right at the institution. Kim, why are you standing so close to me all of a sudden? Okay. I've always been afraid of her. I just want you to know that. I've never said that in public before. It's not true. It's not true. Okay, I just lost my place. So no, you're not. I'm going to just, you know, pull out right now. Accountability, as we know, is not always easy. It makes for some tough uphill slogging. Sometimes you get into this situation where when you're making demands for accountability and you find that you're repeating yourself over and over and over again, you feel a little bit lost. I can tell you that, you know, nothing in this business changes quickly. And sometimes when you think you've made progress, it's pretty easy to see some backsliding. So you do see themes emerge and reemerge, and I think Madam Justice was talking about being a circular and iterative process, and I'd certainly support that. One specific comment, you know, about part of the earlier discussion this morning about correctional interference with a sentence. You know that that's now been actually entrenched in law. A couple of years ago, Bill C-10 changed the wording in the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to direct the correctional authority, the CSC, to now manage or supervise a sentence in accordance with the nature and gravity of the offense. This is an intrusion into into correctional operations and a distortion of the previous principles that were enunciated in the legislation. And I say that not as a provocation to Mary, but because I think it's true, and it troubles me that we've come through a time when people thought there was a certain amount of elasticity to those kinds of principles, and I think that you know, you can only stretch that elastic so much before you break it. Anyway, we're going to have a great discussion. I am very much looking forward to what my colleagues at the panel will be saying. And I hope that we'll have a chance for some questions and answers as well. And I had some other really, really good stuff to say, but I know I am clearly out of time, so I appreciate the opportunity to share these few remarks with you.
How do you follow Howard or Kim or the minister? I'm very humbled to be here. Honestly, I say that with all sincerity. You know, I am truly a bean counter. I honestly work with a calculator on my desk and have for just about ever. But I did work in an environment where the task of the environment was to hold. Well, these, you know, I ended up with a job called the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and it was brought forward through something called the Accountability Act. And so I had this, you know, role of providing analysis to Parliament that, you know, members of Parliament could actually use to hold the government to account. So I felt like it felt like the front line, so to speak, of accountability. But honestly, it really feels like we were numbers people, and we knew that we were doing, like, we could do our part, but we knew eventually if we're costing changes to the remand system or conditional sentencing or fighter planes or changes to old age security, we knew like we had to stick within a certain chalk lines, and eventually you would hand it over and there'd be people like Kim or Howard and others that would actually take it and broaden the discussion. But you know, just again, like so in the context of the work that we did as the Parliamentary Budget Officer, in the context of accountability and advocacy, from our point of view, just providing basically analysis, like literally just numbers. And you know, one of the last, I was talking to my niece last night, and you know, I was just thinking about my dad this morning. My dad passed about 10 years ago, and almost to the day. And you know, and he was suffering with cancer. And I remember one of the last things my dad said to me, and as I left, you know, my niece's wedding, you know, about 10-year anniversary, was, you know, he says he was looking at the nurses, and he had all this cancer in his system. He said, Kev, you know, these nurses, like, they do God's work. That's what he said. And you know, honestly, and you know, I feel truly humbled to be in this room. You do God's work, and I really, honestly, thank you for doing that. So really, I just have 3 messages, again, because what can I possibly tell you about what you do and in the context of advocacy or accountability? But number one, I think, and this is kind of permeated through our team, we always felt like when we had this, we're creating a new office, that there was a higher purpose. I mean, number two, like we would constantly talk about, like, what is our job here? When we took on different projects, let's know our job. Let's work within, you know, what we're supposed to be good at. Let's be good at what we're supposed to be good at. And I think, you know, number 3, let's walk the talk. So I just want to just very briefly, just on those 3 points, the higher purpose. Like, again, I'm a hockey coach, baseball coach, still coach baseball, you know, and for this one team for 18 years. These are little kids with challenges. And for me and for the kids and for, I think for the parents, I think you get beyond, it's not always about winning or losing. It actually is about how you play the game. And accountability, we know when we study this stuff. I work at this university. I didn't go to law school here, but, you know, and but I do teach in the economics department. Like, we know just from looking at, you know, when we pick up the newspapers in the morning that, you know, countries succeed when they have legislatures that can hold the governments to account. And so that is a really important function for the, you know, the strength of democracies. And we know that when we know just from that literature, when they don't do it, that bad things happen, and we start becoming corrupt, or our political leaders, people that have power, don't pay attention to advocates. So we know, even if, so when we take on these positions, no matter what position it is, even if you're like me, all you have is the power of a calculator, that, you know, there's a role that you have to play. And so in our job, you know, literally that higher purpose was to kind of bring the power of the purse back to the individual MP. So it doesn't just rest in the Prime Minister's office. So the Prime Minister couldn't say, like he did on the Truth in Sentencing Act, I'm not going to give you any financial information, but vote on it anyways. And we said, no, you're not. We're going to give you financial information. And he said the same thing on conditional sentencing. So we came forward. We knew that those were key moments for our Parliamentary Budget Office. Like, you needed to give this information to MPs, to members of Parliament, so they can do their job. And the beauty of the job, not the winning and losing part, but the discourse, the debate, the accountability, that was the beauty of the job. That's like watching kids round first sliding into second, or raising their hands, high-fiving stuff. So that was the beauty for us of how you play the game, and it's extremely important. You know, again, if you do not have the power to hold governments to account. So when I teach public finance or economics here, and then the public finance course, I teach a budgeting course, like we start off, I put the Trudeau meter right in front of them. Like, we're teaching the budget process. Okay, what are the 200+ commitments that this government has made? Which ones have they moved forward on? Which ones are outstanding? Which ones? And so they learned that we need to track that. We need to keep the governments honest in that sense. So number one is this higher purpose. And I don't have to tell you anything about that. You could tell me loads about higher purpose, but it was just important for that advocacy role. Those were the, you know, what we were here for. Number 2, know your job description, Parliament versus being an advocate. Again, you know, like Howard, you're Parliamentary Budget Officer, you provide analysis on the economy, boring things, analysis on nation finances, boring things, analysis on costing, boring things. But then when we step back, we always knew this stuff would have power. Not only because we were dealing with money, but every issue we dealt with. So when we knew, like, we costed the war in Afghanistan, our very first project, we knew that there were 25, almost 30,000 soldiers that went there. Many of them were going to come back with, you know, with disability, post-traumatic stress, wounded. We knew we had to set aside money. So with the same thing, when we cost the Truth in Sentencing Act, we knew we were going to put more people into prisons that, you know, people like Minister Nakvi are going to have to deal with, because the remand system is going to start clogging up the system. So we knew, even though we're only putting numbers in front of these people, we were hoping, and it did happen because Kim would step up, Howard would step up, and then the debate would start. But we knew that we didn't have any power, like basically as bean counters effectively, to actually hold anybody to account. Just we had to do our jobs really well. That was the job of the individual MP. But one of the first things, even before we released our first product, I went to see a government house leader. And the government house leader said, Kevin, no one's going to read your stuff. No one's going to read it. And he said, maybe 2 or 3 people, he would say, 1 senator, a couple of people in the House. And we were saying, well, like nobody really cares about the power of the purse. Nobody cares about when we're changing laws, how much it costs and what the impacts would be. That's effectively what he was telling me. So he was it's kind of like the work that you do. And I think I'm a bit like you folks. The more people try to put you down, the more I say, no, you're not. Right? Which is, I think, exactly what you do, right? In a much more important realm. But we knew that we had no power to hold anybody to account. We just give them the analysis. And we picked the analysis very carefully. Like we knew, like on the Truth in Sentencing Act, we had to do that work. We had really no expertise. So we would reach out to Kim or to Howard and other people. How do you do this? Like, how do you cost these sorts of, these systems? And then, but we found people would be willing to help. So again, you needed to know that job description. What are you responsible for? What does Parliament do? What do you do? And lastly, walk the talk. So if we wanted the government to be like actually more accountable, more transparent, more analytical, more evidence-based, we had to really do that in spades. Like again, at best we had a team of 12 people. We had to work in a different way. So we would publish stuff. We had to, we would make sure our work was timely, that it was there for when people were reading, doing these, first, second, third readings, these legislation. We made sure that the work was authoritative. We'd have people like Kim or Howard sign off on the work and other people to make sure that, this work actually has, is meaningful. And actually we didn't hide. So once we put the work out and the media starts asking questions, people putting pressure on you, we were there to answer the questions. And if we were wrong, we would tell people we're wrong, we would correct our analysis quickly. So again, if we were trying to push analysis, which is our advocacy, push transparency and accountability, we had to be more transparent. We had to publish everything we do. We had to put our names on the papers. We had to get our papers peer reviewed. We had to put them on the website. We had to release them in the way that we felt, again, that we were serving this broader purpose. But again, I don't have to tell you anything about that. You people already know what you do. You people are already doing the higher purpose. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now that Howard started the whole standing up thing, I do tell you what to do quite a bit, I realize. Have you filled out that survey yet? I told you about it last night.
At 11:27.
Well, it wasn't midnight. It's hard sometimes for me to explain what I do now because, sometimes I think, I'm retired and I need a retirement from my retirement. And sometimes I call myself an advocate or an activist, and I think the best description really is just shit disturber at large. That's the one I'm going with. And I do a lot of, there's this sort of informal email thing I have, and no one's been asked to come off it yet, and one person asked to be added. So there's a lot of discussion among the retired community, which overlaps a lot with people here, and it is extremely lively. When I think about accountability of government, I think there are 2 streams, and I do think there's value in keeping the 2 streams in mind. One is government in the political sense, but one is government in the bureaucratic sense. Accountability of political government, of course, you've got elections every 4 years, but that's a pretty blunt instrument, although I must say it worked out pretty well this last time. The Liberals actually made very few specific criminal justice commitments, but they made several that were of broad application that are extremely important, and I hope you're paying attention to them. One, which I personally call Kevin's Revenge, they have promised to do a full public costing for every government bill. Full public costing, Kevin's Revenge. And I mean, that does show the impact you can have without realizing you think it's all for naught, because the Conservative government tried to shut him. I saw it from the inside. What they did to Kevin was unreal, but you have triumphed. They also committed to, you know, the Conservatives used omnibus bills as a devious tactic. And this government has committed to at least no inappropriate omnibus bills. You always have to be careful when you hear inappropriate or appropriate. That's a weasel word in government. Access to information. I'm now experiencing that from the different side. You pay your $5 fee and then you wait. If you saw the CBC yesterday, it took CSC 4 years to respond to an ATIP request. That's a little over the 30 days that's allowed. Pushing it a little. So they got reamed out by the Information Commissioner. But the other thing that I fear sometimes departments do is, you know, you pay your $5, but then they'll come back to you at some point and say, oh, it's going to cost $800 to answer your request. And I do fear sometimes that's used to discourage you, because a lot of people don't have that kind of money and they just give up. In force right now, that additional fee no longer exists. There is no fee beyond the $5 initial fee, and you need to know that as of right now. And then this government made, obviously, as people have talked about, some extremely important charter and human rights compliance commitments. Briefly, how do you do advocacy with the political level? And I used to encourage people to write letters to the minister, and I'm now having to rethink that. This government receives so much mail. I couldn't believe it when I heard it a couple of weeks ago. In 1 month alone, the Minister of Justice received 19,000 pieces of correspondence, okay? I asked her whether she'd, you know, been able to look at a couple of letters that had gone, and no, she's not seeing any of this. 19,000 letters in 1 month, okay? So I think we have to sort of think about how to supplement that with, you know, a CC to the Chief of Staff or whatever. E-petitions. You know how if you wanted to do a petition, you had to stand out on the corner with your clipboard? Do you realize there are e-petitions for Parliament now? And if you go on the parliamentary website, it's all there, very straightforward. So if you've got an issue, say, oh, I don't know, ending segregation in prison, you need to have an MP to sponsor it. And I must say, Elizabeth May seems quite willing to sponsor petitions. And then you need 500 signatures, like electronic signatures. It's posted, and then people can just sign electronically. And once you get 500 signatures and you've met all the rules, your petition will be presented to the House of Commons. And then the government has 45 days to respond. Like, that seems like a pretty good tool. And I don't think a lot of people know about it. The other one, quickly, as a way of enforcing accountability and promoting advocacy, is, I beg you, those of you who live in Ottawa, please attend parliamentary committees on the criminal justice issues. I get very lonely there. They're free, so bonus, you're in Ottawa, it's free. And these are the people who are working on our issues. There are 3 committees, 2 of the House of Commons and 1 in the Senate. And you can just sit as an observer anytime you want. The beauty of it is you get to see, you know, just government in action and how they handle themselves. But also, before the session starts or at the break or at the end of it, there is nothing stopping you from going up to a member of the committee and politely saying, gee, I really appreciated your question on human rights. That's an important issue. Like, don't be shy. I mean, I do this all the time. Maybe they're tired of talking to me. I was at Howard's appearance just the other day to support Howard, but then I realized I could do a bit of business. And Howard was good. Don't get me wrong. That was reason enough to be there. But, you know, if you attend the committee, you know, go up to Senator Runciman. He chairs the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. You just go up and say, you know, boy, are you going to be looking at the issue of X, Y, or Z anytime?
And they like to be complimented, obviously, they're human beings, but please go to these committee appearances, especially when Howard's there. Advocacy and accountability, the bureaucracy. Boy, in some ways that's an even tougher one. The agencies have internal accountability mechanisms, and ultimately, of course, anyone doing time can go to court. That's a bit like saying, yeah, and I can go to the moon tonight. Yeah, you all know how difficult it is for someone doing time to go to court. It's just, I was in the room once when a political aide, we were talking about something, and he was a decent guy, and something controversial, and he said, oh, well, if inmates don't like it, they can always go to court. And I nearly bit his head off, I have to say. You just stop that right now. Most people doing time, first of all, they don't have a telephone if they're inside. They don't know who to call. No lawyer takes their calls. They don't have $10,000 as, a fee up front. Like, come on, give me a break. What options are available? Well, I think with the bureaucracy, you do have to use what you can. Use those mechanisms internally. Court actions, I think when organizations, CAEFS has one going on right now, so does John Howard on the issue of segregation. To the extent that an organization can get into court, that's way better than expecting a particular inmate to get into court. Gaining support from other opinion leaders, I think, is really crucial to influence the bureaucracy. Speaking of Senator Runciman, and he and I agree on nothing, okay? Like, absolutely nothing. I don't think we could even order lunch. But we have a respectful relationship. He lets me testify at committee. And he actually, do you know this, before Easter, he issued a press release. You familiar with this press release? I've never seen such a thing in 40 years. He issued a press release calling for Commissioner Don Head to be fired. And he listed all the reasons why he thought that should happen. Now, look, that's pretty gutsy for a senator to do, whether you agree with him or not. So, he used his position to make a public statement. And I guess I would just really encourage everyone in this room to take whatever action you can. In a sense, I'm just an ordinary citizen now. You've got to be relentless. The bureaucracy will just try to push you away. Their first answer is always going to be no. You know that. You've experienced it. It's always no the first time around. And coordinated, and I think you were hearing this morning, the more we can reinforce each other's messages, the better. It doesn't mean we have to agree on everything, but the more that people do hear the consistent message, then the more the person hearing it is going to attach credibility to it. And, Kevin referred to taking action. You can't just talk. And there are some groups that really do like to talk about these issues. And I say, God bless you, but you've got to also do something. And everyone here, if each person in this room wrote one short email or letter a week to a politician or to a senior bureaucrat, it doesn't have to be long, and it's better if it's not long. A minister's not going to read something that's more than about 5 lines. The more that you do that, it doesn't take a whole lot of time or energy. Or if you pass on concerns to people who are in a position to kind of push some of these messages, I just really, really encourage you. Each individual can make a difference in this business. And you can't do this 24/7. I'm not going to tell you what to do for the weekend. It's okay. But I think we've got a government now that is committed. They want to do the right thing. I think they're struggling a bit with how to go about doing the right thing and the assistance that you can provide. And particularly, I think they are open in a way that the last government never was to hearing from people with the lived experience. And that is absolutely crucial. As I refer to the farm or agribusiness, there is a survey that has just been launched yesterday. I believe it's on the CSC website. The Liberals committed to reopening some of the farms. So if you complete the survey, you will just strengthen their resolve, and there are plenty of boxes where you can add your own comments. Sometimes they get a little snarky towards the end, like just get on with it. But I would really, there's a particular issue. If everyone in this room does that survey, that would be fantastic. That's advocacy, and that's accountability too. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm also going to try and be brief. First of all, thank you so much for welcoming me today, and it's really an honor to be here. I'm going to try and bring a provincial perspective to the discussions we've had, because that's where most of the work of the Ontario Human Rights Commission is happening. So first of all, yesterday I actually toured the Ottawa Carleton Detention Centre. I went on a 3-hour tour. Because like many people, I was very concerned about reports of overcrowding, lockdowns, and use of segregation. What was interesting is my conversation throughout with the superintendent as well as senior ministry officials revealed that senior management are equally frustrated with systemic issues in our jails and the over-reliance on segregation. They pointed to aging infrastructure that favors static security over direct supervision, a lack of alternatives to segregation. They were talking about wanting to create step-down units but not having the space to do that, insufficient beds in treatment centers and no beds for provincially sentenced women at places like the St. Lawrence Centre, and also the increasing number of prisoners on remand. So on the tour, I had to witness firsthand this aging infrastructure, the lack of programs or supports for prisoners, and really, in short, the legacy of conservative era cuts to our correctional system. So when I introduced myself to one of the female prisoners, she said to me, "Human rights? Do we have human rights in here?" So more broadly, though every time I visit a prison, I'm really struck by the invisibility of prisoners to the rest of our society. So that's why I wanted to visit the OCDC, but also just to communicate to prisoners and superintendents, the public, that the Ontario Human Rights Commission is watching. We do care what's happening inside facilities. So when talking about prison, I really think that independent, impartial, and effective oversight is really the first step towards accountability. However, unlike the federal system, in Ontario, we don't even have a Howard Sapiers. Whether or not ours would be funny is another... But we don't have anybody who regularly reports on the state of jails and receives complaints directly from prisoners. So by far, the most common way that prisoners are incarcerated in Ontario seek redress is through complaints to the provincial ombudsman. So in 2014-15, the ombudsman received nearly 4,000 complaints about correctional facilities. And you know, this month I'm going to be meeting with our new ombudsman, Mr. Paul Dubé, and we're going to talk about how we can work together to address systemic human rights issues in provincial jails. I know that he needs to be a key ally. He's one of the only people who has direct contact on a regular basis with prisoners, and that's information we need in order to work on these issues. So I think one of the major differences, I want to talk a little bit about the differences between the federal and provincial systems. And one of the big differences is that Ontario only houses people serving sentences of less than 2 years, those who've been denied bail and are awaiting trial, as well as immigration detainees. So there's a big difference in the nature of the population at the provincial level versus the federal level. So according to StatsCan, last year, on average, there were 7,785 people incarcerated in Ontario jails, and I just told you 4,000 of them, or 4,000 complaints were launched to the Ombudsman. Okay, of those 7,785, 62% were on remand. So this is significant since many of these people are presumed innocent and the majority aren't actually charged with violent crimes. So when you consider the legacy of colonialism, cuts to mental health services in the community, systemic discrimination in law enforcement, mandatory minimum sentences, lower rates of conditional release, and limited access to health services and programming, it's not a surprise that complex systemic human rights abuses abound in the provincial correctional system. So in terms of the Ontario Human Rights Commission, we've tried to use several strategies to hold governments accountable for the human rights of prisoners. For example, we intervened in a case of a woman named Christina Jean. And before talking about this case, I really want to acknowledge Ms. Jean's bravery. I've worked with a lot of prisoners over the years, mostly through Kim referring them to me, but I know the very real pressure they face on a day-to-day basis not to pursue their rights through legal action. So when a brave person does come forward, it lends a human face to systemic problems, and it exposes the otherwise really invisible reality of jail life to the public and to legal scrutiny. So Ms. John was that person. She filed an application with the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario. She alleged that she was placed in segregation for over 210 days at the Ottawa Carleton Detention Centre because of her gender and her mental health disabilities. The Ontario Human Rights Commission intervened in Ms. John's case. She was represented by Paul Champ, who's sitting here today, and Christina Johnson beside him. And in 2013, we reached a historic settlement that saw the Ministry of Community Safety and Correctional Services commit to improving the treatment of prisoners, especially women with mental health disabilities. So this led to major policy changes, including mental health screening for all prisoners upon admission, and prohibition on the use of segregation for any prisoner with mental health disabilities, barring undue hardship. So these are important steps to make sure that another person doesn't actually have to go to court. But unfortunately, the story hasn't ended there. We're still working to make sure the government actually follows the terms of this settlement. So we were recently in court again at the tribunal for a breach of settlement proceeding, where we learned that the jails weren't meeting the requirement to provide prisoners with information on their rights prior to admission to segregation. And I still have very serious concerns about the extent of reliance on segregation in Ontario jails. So what we know is, and some of the media reported this a month or two ago, was that from April to August 2015, there were more than 1,000 admissions into segregation at one prison in Ontario. In the same 5-month period, the Ottawa Carleton Detention Centre, where Ms. Jean was housed, saw more than 550 admissions into segregation. So it would appear that at least some of these prisoners had mental health disabilities. So we're thinking about how to address the disconnect between policy changes that are very positive and that came out of the settlement and the reality on the ground, and to use the words of Madame Justice Louise Arbour, to ensure compliance. So in the end, I wrote to Minister Nakvi, I don't know if he's still here, to request disaggregated data on segregation admission rates across Ontario's 26 correctional facilities. And I've asked him to specifically tell me how many of those people are women, how many of them have mental health disabilities, how many of them are Indigenous, racialized. And he has written me back and told me that he is going to get that data, even if it means hand counting the data. So obviously our concern goes beyond just high numbers. We're really concerned about the disparate impact that segregation has on vulnerable people. So the limited data we do have indicates that segregation is overused and causing very particular harm to people, particular people, Black people, First Nations, Métis and Inuit people, women, and people with mental health disabilities, and especially those who have those multiple intersecting identities. So that's why the Ontario Human Rights Commission is committed to expanding its advocacy in the area of corrections. And as Kim noted, we took the rare step earlier this year of calling on the Government of Ontario to show bold leadership by publicly committing to eliminating segregation across all its institutions. So we were able to do this actually because Minister Naqvi has publicly called a review of segregation, and that's a big deal. So I really congratulate him for taking an important step on a very hard file that often doesn't have a lot of political payout at the end of the day. So. So in our submission, we called for committing to end, but in the interim, we also asked for an end to segregation of people with mental health disabilities and interim measures like external oversight, strict time limits, and other measures to really reduce the harm of this practice. So while we will continue to use our litigation and inquiry powers to hold government accountable, I think it's fair to say that long-lasting solutions will need to see our politicians as allies and not as our opponents. So we need leadership like that Minister Naqvi showed and sustained public debate. I think the time is right in Ontario, at least, to end segregation without the need for protracted and expensive litigation. So I want to touch on a few more points and then I will hand it over. Another strategy that we're working on sort of outside of the tribunal is to work with government in partnership to see positive change. So most notably, we've been working with the ministry and it's created a new policy on transgender prisoners, which is closely linked to the Human Rights Commission's policy on gender identity and gender expression. And in January 2015, we shared the stage with Minister Naqvi in unveiling a policy that we hope will respect the rights of trans people in a very challenging environment, and that this policy can be used as a model across other jurisdictions and even by police. So, litigation, inquiries, human rights organizational change, they're all different approaches that the Ontario Human Rights Commission is taking to hold governments accountable. But I really want to close by noting that we're never going to truly address systemic discrimination and human rights abuses in our prisons and jails if we don't address the factors that lead to imprisonment in the first place. So, we're very concerned about over-policing, overcharging, over-incarceration, and eventually over-representation of racialized and Indigenous people and people with mental health disabilities. And we're working actively to eliminate racial profiling and systemic discrimination in law enforcement, and I hope you will also be our partners in that work. So as a first step, we recently made submissions to Ontario's government on its review of the Police Services Act, what they're calling a strategy for a safer Ontario. Our recommendations have been endorsed already by 20 community groups and called the blueprint for modern policing that places human rights and non-discrimination at the center. So I hope you'll consider adding your voice to this conversation about policing in law enforcement as well as that about corrections. So I think it's fair to say we're at a unique point in our shared history. There's a lot of energy even in this room. Just 10 years ago, when I was a lowly little junior lawyer working with Kim, the conversations we're having today would have taken place on the fringes. Today, they're at the center of public discourse. So let's not let this unique moment, and it is a unique moment, pass us by without sustained advocacy that ends up in real change for the prisoners who have a day-to-day experience. It's sort of, I have to say, it's a bit ironic that we're all here, we're talking about people who can't participate in this conversation. So let's take that responsibility really seriously. Thank you.
Bonjour à tout le monde. I'm so excited to take part of this discussion today. Thank you very much, Kim, for inviting me, inviting the Canadian Human Rights Commission. The human rights of people Canada's prisons are an important issue for the Commission, and believe me, for me personally. Prior my appointment as the Chief Commissioner of the Canadian Human Rights Commission, I was in private practice for 25 years, and I serve as a senior independent chairperson of the Quebec Region's Disciplinary Tribunal for Federal Institutions. This position really opened my eyes. I was profoundly impacted by story after story of injustice and suffering. As the Chief Commissioner of the Canadian Human Rights Commission, I have made my priority to help people in vulnerable circumstances. Part of the Commission's new approach involves changing the way we work so that inmates have better access to basic human rights protection we provide. As Canada's national human rights institution, the Commission is mandated by Parliament to hold the Government of Canada to account on matters related to human rights. But we cannot do it alone. We need you. We must work together to overcome that human rights advocate David Matas calls the enemies that undermine our fight for human rights. There are 4 of them: indifference, absolutism, hypocrisy, and a sense of helplessness. These are huge challenges. Overcoming these challenges, we take the concerted and coordinated effort of hundreds of organizations and individuals. There is an expression we have been using lately at the Commission: advocacy through coalition. This phrase encapsulates exactly what I am talking about. To create change in Canada, to have our voices heard, to have an impact, we must act together. Together, we're going to achieve a lot more. In many cases, when people in prisons are being treated unfairly, Canadians are unaware that it's happening. Most people in Canada don't know that, as we speak, people with mental illness continue to be held in solitary confinement. They may know the story of Ashley Smith because of the disturbing video footage that was shared by the media. Many believe this was an isolated incident, not the tragic result of a web of systemic policies and practices, many of which continue to be in place today. Ashley Smith's death was preventable. It must never be allowed, never, to happen again. This is a pressing human rights issue. Correctional Services Canada uses solitary confinement to manage inmates with mental illness, some of the most vulnerable people in our country. Mental illness is a disability. Canada's human rights laws and Corrections and Conditional Release Act give people with mental health issues the right to receive correctional services that responds to their unique needs. The sentence someone serves is punishment enough. Incarceration should not harm or endanger an inmate's health or their life. There is no therapeutic benefit to putting someone with mental illness in solitary confinement. In fact, there is abundant evidence that solitary confinement makes things worse. It can result in a permanent psychological damage. The Commission has received a number of complaints from prisoners with mental illness who were placed in solitary confinement for a prolonged period of time. We believe that solitary confinement should only be used at the least resort and for very, very brief time. It should never be used for an inmate with serious or acute mental health issues. It should never be used for women who are pregnant or breastfeeding. It should never be used for women who are postpartum or have had miscarriage or terminated a pregnancy. That is why the Commission continues to intervene in cases involving solitary confinement. And it is why we will continue to speak out against the use of solitary confinement. In closing, the health of our democracy is measured by our ability to ensure that every single person's basic human rights are respected. This includes our prisoner. We are all accomplices of injustice if we remain silent and indifferent. Gandhi said, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. I am confident that if Canadians were more aware of the human rights violations taking place in our prisons, there will be far greater pressure on government to ensure that everyone's basic human rights are respected. Put simply, public awareness of injustice brings about public pressure for change. The use of solitary confinement is also a matter of public safety. Most inmates will return to our communities. It is in everyone's best interest that they are as healthy and as whole as they can be. It is incumbent to all of us to speak out, and to act on their behalf. The more people we have standing with us, the louder our voice will be. Thank you very much. Merci. Miigwech.
Thank you to all of you, and thank you especially Marie-Claude for delivering in not your first language and very ably. And I wanted to get your notes, but I thought it'd be unfair because you're already speaking in English to actually, after everyone where it said end segregation for women, I was going to take off all those other clauses and just change your speaking notes, but I thought that would be kind of unfair. Come the revolution, we'll all be on the same side. So now's a wonderful opportunity. We will be actually hearing from, those of you who know our organization know we will have not the women in prison, because that would be challenging, although we haven't given up on that, and next conference, stay tuned. But we will be hearing from women, and there are many women, some of whom do and do not want to identify as having lived experience in our organization, and some will be presenting this afternoon as well. So I want to thank you for that and suggesting some things. And Mary, you're right, we should do that petition, so we'll be sending a few emails to a few politicians, so that's great. But I wanted to have an opportunity for the audience to join in the discussion a bit. And do any of you first have comments back and forth about the points that were discussed on by your panel members, your co-panelists? Nope. Okay, here we go. Anybody got a question? If not, I always do, of course. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. God, what'd they say? When your office first opened, Howard, it wasn't paid by the same bosses that you get paid for now. So it's like you're running around trying to put fires out in penitentiaries, and you run back to Ottawa, and the people that we're fighting against inside is the same people that pays your paycheck. So in reality, Ronnie Stewart and guys like that was there before you, before the office got discarded. Like, I have agreed with some of your thoughts and ideas, but when you're dealing with a guy like Harper, you might just well talk to the wall and that sort of stuff. So it's, your hands are tied, I think, compared to what the office used to be. But maybe Trudeau will make a difference. Anyways.
Here's where I figure out the logistical quirk in our thing. We don't have the microphones all coordinated, so.
Okay, we figured it. We got it. Thanks.
If they're not techno-twits.
Yeah, on. Thank you. It's far from perfect. It's absolutely far from perfect. The fact is, the office was first set up as a permanent commission of inquiry under the Inquiries Act back in after the debate in Parliament in '72 that led to the office being created in '73, and it stayed that way until 1992. And it was two really important things happened: the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Correctional Law Review, and then the CCRA. Which somebody at this table actually had a fair bit of influence on, Mary, was created, and Part 3 of that legislation enshrined the office in a statute. And while I absolutely agree with you that there are limitations and challenges, I would say that I think the office has been strengthened as a result of being put into that statute. The independence is now guaranteed in law. The role is very clearly defined. The mandate that I have as correctional investigator is considered internationally to be at a very high standard. The answerability is implied throughout the statute in terms of reporting the requirement of the correctional service to respond, and it invests in the person who is the correctional investigator the authority to go back to Parliament if the response is not considered to be an appropriate or a fulsome response. That sounds awfully bureaucratic. The reality is I think the office is a strong office. The last decade has been trying in terms of putting priority where we wanted to see priority being put. But, you know, the office is still here, and I think we just have to work harder to overcome those challenges.
I was not disagreeing with any of your thoughts and ideas because I keep a pretty close eye on news, TV, newspapers, the whole shot.
Oh, sorry, we've got another question.
Oh.
So great, thank you.
I have a question about what sort of suggestions you would give if you got rid of solitary confinement, because I have a friend right now who's in OCDC, and then he was transferred to Lindsay. He's terrified. He's been threatened. And he voluntarily went to solitary because he's worried for his safety. So what other alternatives would you suggest?
I'm also happy to jump in on this one.
Kim first.
And not to minimize, there are safety issues, but the safety issues from our perspective are created by the ways that prisons are set up. I don't know your friend. So he should, sorry to interrupt, he's Indigenous, he has mental health issues, he shouldn't even be in prison would be my first comment. And so... So he has a law school degree from this university, and he's still there. So there are lawyers here. I would encourage you, those of you, what's your name, sorry? Michelle, to, why don't you meet just out front of this door when you're done, and we should talk to, because that sounds like a case where someone should be out. And I think that is a common question, is what do you do if you don't have seg? And we know that those individuals who are in segregation or who are in prison, when they come out, we don't create seg cells in the community for them. And we have to develop dynamic ways, human ways of interacting with people and providing supports, not so that they're then more fearful. And when I hear, I've heard from many women over the years, I went to prison and it's the first time I felt safe. What an indictment of our communities. That's my response to that. And so it's not acceptable to just say we use segregation or we use jail for those options, particularly for women. It is, and it's part of the reason we've structured the conference a bit this way to start out, is we want to encourage everybody to think about that advocacy role in whatever sphere you're working, living, being, because and why we start with acknowledging Indigenous peoples too is there weren't jails here when we came. There weren't situations where we've created a failed experiment, and we need to talk about how we actually move in a new path, and that's part of why we wanted to have some of these discussions. I know there's a question here, and then... Okay, this is slightly...
My name is Jocelyn Ayatel. I'm from Wabies Village, a community of hearts. My mother and my grandmother were the recipients of the Indian Residential School Apology in the House of Commons in 2008. And I just wanted to speak to the fact of this, as you noted, a failed experiment. We speak to the intergenerational child warfare genocide, the war conflicts of Indian Residential School. 60 Scoop, Indian Day School, and this current war conflict of the Millennium Scoop. That we have institutions that are affecting our men and our women, our adults, our youth, and the ongoing Indian Residential School that has been perfected. And so when we tell the story that the Indian Residential School is a thing of the past, it is far from truth. And I would ask that everyone speak to the truth that it is still happening today, that our children with special needs have served more time than the priests and nuns who murdered our people, who raped our people, who conducted biomedical nutritional experimentations, the electric chair torture that my family were subjected to at St. Anne's Residential School, and that these individuals have never served a day in jail. And so when we speak about equality, I don't know equality. I've never known equality. I have never known justice. I have never known the truth that you speak to is not my truth. When you use words like reconciliation, I know that it is a lie. As an Indigenous woman, I can affirm that it is a lie. One of the things I kept hearing today was insist on the compliance with the rule of law. We're talking about colonial rule of law. We have yet to implement and respect natural law, Indigenous law, and I'm not speaking to Aboriginal law that is colonial based. I'm speaking to Inino o Nashawewan, which is inherent in our languages. What about the treaties? That you're to be here on a treaty-to-treaty basis, a friendship, peace, and respect. 523 years, and we've been subjected to holistic genocide on Turtle Island. We've been subjected to colonialism and our own wounded people replicating colonialism. And this is what I wish to have change. We haven't spoken about our youth, our modern day Indian Residential School. And when we talk about human rights and accessing your agency, it's not in compliance with Inino o Nashawewan, our circle way of being and living. We need you to uphold our indigeneity, our rights to to holistic indigeneity. Genocide, crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression, war crimes have taken place on Turtle Island for 523 years. And it's going to stop. I want all of that to be abolished on Turtle Island. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. I can't think of a more appropriate way to end this session, but to be reminded of the things we need to be constantly vigilant when we're talking about movement forward and how little movement has happened, particularly for our Indigenous people. So thank you very much for that. Before we end this panel, I do want to just remind people of a couple of things. In addition to the spoken pieces that you're hearing, I just want to remind you that we're also looking always for new ways of expressing the work and the advocacy and the importance of getting these messages out. And I thank you for adding to the word, but also there are many women inside who added through the masks, and I encourage you, as we start the workshops, we'll be having a mask and a story presented. We have poets and artists, authors, spoken word. Jeanette is out with her book, and Jeanette experienced massive human rights violations when she was incarcerated. We also, I encourage you to come back after lunch. We have a fabulous catering group of Indigenous women who have set up this, and men, who have set up amazing catering services, and we've had the privilege of having their food the last couple of days, and I can tell you that it's absolutely delicious. And so I know you'll all be wanting to get at that, and thanks to Claudette and her family and team for ensuring we had access to that. When you come back, if you could come back at 1 o'clock promptly, Amanda Riome, who's a local Métis artist, singer-songwriter, will be performing Red Dress, and some of you know the song, some of you may not, but well worth watching, so come back in, and then we'll be going to the workshops from there. As well, if you haven't bid on the silent auction, please come up and see what's available. These items are donated by our Elizabeth Fry Societies from across the country. There are 24. Sometimes there are women inside who have made the gifts, and all of the money from the silent auction goes into a bursary fund for criminalized and imprisoned women. So every penny that's raised through the silent auction will benefit and further the education, because I can't resist but saying in 1992, when they stopped federal funding post-secondary education, many of us tried to start to shore that up as little as we were able. So thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to all of you for your comments, and have a great lunch. Okay. That's okay. That's all right. I like it like this. Okay. I couldn't get it out at first, and anyway, so just before I'll do that. Yes. Is that what that means? Okay, I'll do it. Sure. Good luck. Sorry, I'm really bad, but I'll try. So just before Amanda does her amazing song, and thank you very much, Amanda Riome, for joining us. Fabulous. I should have told you to bring your CDs so you could sell some, but if you send us some, or people, what's your website? AmandaRiome.com. AmandaRiome.com. That's easy enough. So order incredible music. So I should order some more. I should have ordered some more for everybody here. But thank you very much for joining us. After Amanda sings, just a reminder that advocacy from lived experience will be in this room. No, that just got changed. Okay, I'm not sure what this is now. That we've got two groups in one room now. So. Never mind. We'll just go with what's on here because that's right. But in the second session, Aboriginal women, crisis of inequality will be in this room. Yeah, and brain injuries will be in 1150. And police failure and violence against women will be in 1150 instead. Okay? Sorry if you didn't follow. In the afternoon at 2:30, Aboriginal women, crisis of inequality will be in this room. And police failure and violence against women will be in 1150. Okay? Great. So, without any further ado, and Kim shutting up. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Amanda, and thank you for reminding us. Those of you who were at the conference last year know that we had, Jamie was there, and we had the red dress redress exhibit, and many of us hang the red dress outside of our homes on October 4th to draw attention to the ongoing legacy of missing and murdered Indigenous women. So thank you very, very much.
Thanks for having me.
So we'll now move into the workshops. If you're not planning to be in this workshop, and some of you are not because I know you're presenting in another one, then we'll move to the appropriate workshop tables or rooms. And just a reminder, at the very end, after the two workshops, come back here. Fabulous, fabulous presentations at the end.
Yeah, they're teeny tiny. That's me. You're there. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I've now got it. Okay, so we're going to start the session off with an introduction of another of the masks.
So this mask was made by Chantal. That would be, thank you. And this is what she wrote. This mask represents me when I'm struggling out there, no life, living day to day, needing my next fix and feeling my worst. Living in the fast lane with nothing to gain, never knowing what's next. Is this just all a big test? Walking the same strip, yeah, me in my own high trip, happening to make a little money, maybe meet myself a little honey. The streets, the beats, the bros, the hoes, the crack, the smack, simply trying to survive. This is a real, true fact. There is always hope, and I know anything is possible. Simply turn towards the light.
Thank you. Beautiful. Okay, so my panelists, or at least most of them, were not keen on the title for this session. They thought nobody would come to hear academics as advocates. But I think it's sort of radical to entitle a session Academics as Advocates, because generally it's seen as a contradiction in terms. Academics are supposed to be neutral and objective, and most academics understand themselves as such. But feminist academics and activists have long since exploded that myth, and these four women are brilliant proofs of the importance of the advocacy-academic combination. Their bios are in your packages, and we have very limited time, so I'm not going to introduce them. I'm just going to turn you over to them right away. Starting with Deb, right? Is that? Oh no, Cheryl.
Oh,
you were going first.
okay. Do you want to just put it in there?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just. Okay, you're close enough. You can. There we go. All right. We're obviously the next A word. All right. We had advocacy this morning, and then Howard Sapers introduced accountability. Now we're yay the academics. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the reaction. And I'm the lone and apparently faceless criminologist. Did anybody notice in the speaker biographies here? There's picture, 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 and then me. There's no picture at all, and it's just this blurb at the very end. That's me down there, just the wordy person. I don't know how one advocates for one picture here, but now, people often have very little idea what criminologists actually do, particularly as it relates to advocacy. And indeed, we're not one of the traditionally known social science disciplines. Are you a psychologist? No, I'm not. Are you a sociologist? No, I'm not. Do you do poli-sci? No, not really, etc. Nor are we lawyers or law professors, although I'm surrounded by them. And much to the surprise of many of our incoming students, we're also not CSIs. Okay, so why did you come to criminology? Because I want to be on TV solving crime, all right? Not I say either. So now, obviously, there's significant variation in what criminologists do, but the bulk of my research has been in within the field of criminal justice policy. My focus has been primarily in bringing empirical evidence to bear on criminal justice policy and practice. Indeed, my colleagues often refer to me as the numbers person, which I confess is probably more flattering than what my students call me, which is the dreaded statistics professor. All right? But I promise I won't bring numbers today. Now, my principal role in terms of advocacy is to paint at least a partial picture for people of what is, can I say, actually happening in various criminal justice arenas. And that's not to say that I hold the truth, although that is what I tell my daughter, okay? But simply that simply, can I say, potentially a less politically motivated description of what may be going on within the criminal justice system. In my undergraduate course, under the prior government, I used to make it a game of once a month I would come in and say, okay, is the crime rate going up or down? Because depending on the month, the Harper government would have a different response to that. It would be, crime rates are going through the roof, there's panic, we need to do something, and they have the solution. We're going to introduce a slew of mandatory minimum penalties, all right? And that is what's going to keep us safe. Okay, you come in the next month and you say, all right, what's happening with crime rates? And what has the Harper government gone to say? Crime rates, they're going down. See, it's evidence that this government is keeping us safer. And we would do this once a month, and quite frankly, listening to what was being said, you would think the crime rate is going up and then down and then up and down and up and down. When in fact, if you look at our crime rates, it is a steady, rather dramatic drop since the early 1990s. So technically, if anybody's responsible for crime rates going down and theoretically keeping us safer, it wouldn't have been the government starting in 2006, rather the government at the early 1990s. All right, so there, within that context, I've examined a number of different criminal justice policies and practices. So I thought I'd just give you an idea of what a criminologist may do and how it might be helpful in terms of advocacy. Now, perhaps the best illustration of what I mean when I say that we try and paint a picture of what's happening is a study that I conducted with a colleague on court delay. Right? If you listen to the primary criminal court decision makers, so judges, crowns, even defense counsel from time to time, what they will tell you is yes, there is a lot of court delay right now. It's taking longer and longer to have cases processed. And the reason they give is that there's court backlog, okay, which can obviously be remedied by additional resources, which is what they typically ask for. All right? When we requested evidence to the fact that there is court backlog, we were sent to the Ontario Court of Justice website, and they have a section there where they have their statistics. Now, the statistics are very complete. They're actually really well done. But if you open up the statistics site, you get the first page. So it's a PDF, it's a page. It has 16 columns, 28 rows on data in every single spot. So that's about 400 pieces of data on a particular page. There are 68 pages. All right, and that's just for 1 year, which makes it really difficult to get any sense of what's happening. So what we do is simply take numbers from these pages, and that's exactly what we did. We constructed a table, which is number of cases resolved each year. All right, and then we took another, which is number of days it took to resolve them, number of appearances it took to resolve them in terms of averages or medians, and we also looked at the trial rate. All right, what did we see? In the last 4 years, the number of cases that are being resolved in court, all right, which is a reflection of how many cases are being brought to court, has been dropping dramatically in the last 4 years. All right, so there's fewer and fewer cases that they need to process. As well, looking at the trial rate, there are fewer and fewer cases that are having trials. All right, a drop in about 20% over 4 years. It's huge. All right, so what we have is fewer cases to process. They are not intense in the sense of a trial, which has additional appearances, much longer time, often. But what do we see in terms of the number of appearances it's taking to process these fewer cases? The number of appearances is going up and up and up again. All right? What's happening? All right? They're claiming it's court backlog, but they have extra time. I mean, they have many fewer cases, and they have much fewer trials. But what seems to be happening is, as my student said, they're processing the hell out of these cases, aren't they? Which is, in fact, getting close to the truth. She's getting near my shoulder.
I'm doing it, Kim.
An example. All right, do I have time for one more example?
Fast.
Okay, fast. Another thing we look at are assumptions that are being made in the criminal justice system. All right, going back to the prior government, you saw an introduction of a great number of mandatory minimum sanctions, a great number in terms of how many we had prior. All right? The justification for these was very frequently given as general deterrence. All right? We need to make the sanctions considerably harsher, and potential offenders will be deterred, discouraged from committing these offenses. All right? What we did is we went and looked at the literature that's evaluated the effectiveness of general deterrence. There is a huge literature on this subject now. Is she doing something? Yeah.
No, laughing at the concept.
Oh, okay. And what did we find? We have 40 years of evidence. All right? The finding is consistent across 40 years, 10 different countries, different offenses, different types of mandatory MMS. Thanks you. Mandatory minimums. And what does it show? General deterrence. Okay, marginal general deterrence by raising the sanction, the severity of the sanction, does not deter. All right? This is somewhat problematic. When we brought this evidence forward to Parliament, the opposition, okay, I'm going faster, and the opposition demanded from the Conservative Party, show us evidence that it does work. They came up with one article, which was by Kessler and Levitt. You would know Levitt from Freakonomics, Stephen Levin. All right, we took a look at that article, which proposes that general deterrence works. Interestingly, when they're showing the effect of Proposition 8, which is a sentence enhancement that they had in California, they presented data for all the even numbers of years. Okay? So 1980, 1982, 1984, 1986, and sure enough, it shows a decline in crime rates. It looks like it works. All right? Only the even numbers? We went back, used the same data source, and put in the odd numbers as well. The effect disappeared. All right? Now, you would think, yay! And which was presented in parliamentary committee. And what did the Conservatives say? Well, it wasn't, oh, well, we were wrong. It doesn't matter. We don't govern in terms of statistics. We govern in terms of what is good for victims. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry to be the
Not at all.
Am I next?
I think so.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone who's here and the organizers and my co-panelists. It's a real pleasure to be here. I used to be on the board of CAEFS, and I was on the local board in Manitoba, Elizabeth Fry, for a number of years. And so it's always wonderful to be able to come back to this community, because the work is so amazing that folks are doing. I'm right now at the University of Manitoba. I'm actually, at the end of this month, moving back to BC, where I grew up. I'm going to be at University of British Columbia as chair in feminist legal studies, and I'm quite excited about that return home. But I'm just saying that because I've been in Manitoba for 15 years, and so the time that I've been in Manitoba, when I came in 2002, and I'm not going to get the numbers exactly right, but basically there was approximately 78 women in custody in provincial detention in Manitoba. As of 2012, 10 years later, there was it's about 280. I can't remember the numbers, but Cheryl, it's something like a 300% increase in the women in provincial detention in Manitoba. That is remarkable, outrageous, something that we should all be asking questions about. And as an academic, I do talk to my students about this. I'm teaching people who are future lawyers, crown attorneys, defense lawyers, and asking them what is our role in all of that. And I think that we in the legal community bear an important role. And so when I hear you're talking about delay and everything, there's lots of things that are cultural in the legal system, and I say cultural in the sense of a legal culture that develops around practices and consenting to people being detained in custody and all kinds of stuff. The vast majority of those people in Manitoba are Indigenous people. The impact of colonialism is felt every day and is absolutely something that we all need to be quite outraged about and think about what our role is in relation to that. The piece that Kim actually asked me to talk about for today is about women in wrongful conviction. And so just about some work that I've done as an academic thinking about women in wrongful conviction. And there's, I think, a relationship to advocacy, because how I got started in thinking about that was by talking to Kim about cases, and like so much of the work that I do, and I've co-written pieces with Kim, and she's been a huge mentor and inspiration to me in the work that I do. And, you know, was talking to Kim about a case about a decade ago in Manitoba where an Indigenous woman was being sentenced for manslaughter, and it was a question of Kim being involved in contributing to a GLADU report, so a sentencing report to contextualize her situation as an Indigenous woman and what would be an appropriate sentence in relation to her. And as Kim got to Manitoba and started asking questions of this woman, she actually met with her, Kim said to me, I don't think that woman actually committed that crime. Like, she pled guilty to it. And this was just the first, like, sort of me thinking about how we often don't catch, and there's more to that story, but I don't have time to talk about it, but the reality of women and wrongful conviction, when you start to ask questions about it, for one, you don't tend to see women in much of the literature around wrongful conviction. Most of the high-profile cases involve men, although we know in Canada we've had a number of now documented wrongful convictions involving women. Tammy Marquardt, for example, and other women who were victims of Charles Smith's, wrong testimony and the complicity and the whole systemic issues around. It wasn't Charles Smith as just a bad apple. It was a system that allowed a pathologist to be an expert witness in numerous cases that ultimately convicted women and men wrongfully of killing children. And in a number of those cases, a very high, I can't remember if it's, this piece is one that I co-wrote with Emma Cunliffe, who is now going to be my colleague at UBC. And she's done a lot of work, and if you're not familiar with her work, it's terrific. And she does work in particular around how we think about expert testimony, how discriminatory assumptions and biases in the system will allow wrongful convictions and will facilitate wrongful convictions. And so, and she found that in the Charles Smith cases, and this is well known now, that a number of those people pled guilty, right? And who are now very clearly factually innocent. Like the child was not killed, there was not a homicide. The child died by accident or other means. And so, when you look at the literature around wrongful convictions, there's lots of sort of common causes that are cited, and those who are studying law might know about this. Things like faulty eyewitness testimony, forced confessions, jailhouse informants, some of these kinds of things. And women are victims of those kinds of injustices in terms of wrongful convictions, but there's also other ways in which women, racialized women in particular, there are other ways in which they're wrongfully convicted. And this involves, for example, guilty pleas, and not just in a forced confession with a classic Law and Order type, coercive police interrogation, but in terms of women admitting to a crime and taking responsibility for it, due to all kinds of factors in relation to their responsibility for children, in relation to not wanting their kids to testify, in relation to any number of things, right? And so, and that features a little bit in some of the literature, but it's very, very limited. And so Emma and I started asking, what changes when you
center women in your inquiries on wrongful convictions, and you ask different kinds of questions. And one of the big things that you do is you look a lot at guilty pleas. And you look a lot at the extent to which our system is built on guilty pleas. Like, so we were talking at lunch, Joanna and Janet and I, around teaching criminal law in law school. And those of you who've gone to law school, you would have taken first-year criminal law. And I bet, well, maybe you did, but most places in the country, you're not going to do virtually anything on sentencing. You're going to spend most of your time talking, and I have taught criminal law, and so, but on, mens rea, actus reus, proof, guilt, all that stuff. And those are important concepts for us to understand as lawyers, but we don't talk about the fact that the vast majority of cases are going to be sentencing cases or speaking to bail matters. Like, that's what you're going to be doing as a criminal lawyer, and that's where we need to be thinking about what's going on and how do we advocate, and how do we avoid wrongful convictions. And the other thing about looking and centering women in thinking about wrongful convictions is that the work that I do and folks do here in thinking about the experience of criminalized women generally is that you actually start to see there's not a lot of, it's not like the wrongfully convicted women are totally different women from the rightfully convicted or the women who are criminalized otherwise for, within the bounds of what our law says, right? So there's actually it's not like these are aberrant, unusual cases that we just need to figure out the magic trick to catching those few cases and we'll be fine in our criminal justice system. Is you actually really, it becomes a real indictment of the system at a much deeper level. And I'm someone who does that a lot in my work. Is I want to think about particularly our role as lawyers, and for me as a legal academic in training lawyers. And so when I teach criminal law or sentencing, I really try to think about how I can present, and I've used Cheryl's paper, this amazing paper on how sentencing severity does not, it's just not borne out in the literature, and so I make sure all my students who are going to go be Crown attorneys have read that article, and they have to face that, and they have to, if they're going to stand up in court and say that, they should be careful, right? Or they should be thoughtful about that. Is my sort of advice to them. And so anyway, I won't say more, but I can talk more in the question time, assuming we have some, around women and wrongful convictions and any other kind of advocacy stuff. But I do also want to hear from my other co-panelists, so thank you.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. Is it on? Can you hear? Yeah. No. I think you can point it down too. There, it's on. I think this is on now, yes. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name is Janet Mosher, and I teach at Osgoode Hall Law School, and Joanna Birnbaum and I are going to co-present. So we've planned this out roughly, but we're going to improvise as well. So
you know I won't follow it at all.
won't follow the plan. Oh dear. But we've been co-teaching for several months, so I think we'll make this work. What we wanted to really focus on are some ideas connected to advocacy and what we mean by advocacy. And really what we're going to draw from to talk about that is a new program that Joanna and I started in January together with the Barbara Schleifer Commemorative Clinic in Toronto. Some of you will know about that clinic, a fabulous organization that really is grounded in a vision of the work that it does that derives from anti-oppression principles, and they walk the talk. There is a holistic service provided, so there are legal services for women who've experienced violence, there's counseling, there's housing support, income support, and the clinic also, and interpretation services. And the clinic also is very, very much engaged in systemic advocacy and law reform work, policy reform. So the motivation for this, creating this new program, which is called Feminist Advocacy, so really trying to get students to understand what do we mean by feminist advocacy. and located in the context of providing representation for women who've been charged with domestic violence offenses. And that came from a place of frustration, annoyance, and anger. Some of you will know that over a long period of time, student clinics in particular, starting with the University of Ottawa, who've adopted policies to provide representation to women who've been women who've experienced domestic violence, and in more recent years, women who've been charged with domestic violence offenses, have come under attack by members of the bar, and in particular the criminal defense bar, with an accusation often that they don't know what the fundamentals of being a lawyer are all about. So we really wanted to challenge the idea of what the fundamentals of being a lawyer are all about. And in particular, we're very aware that in many of the law school classrooms that our students inhabit day in and day out, they're taught either explicitly or often implicitly a particular vision of what it means to be a lawyer, and particular ideas and visions about law. It is colonial law for sure. Hopefully that's going to start to change with the calls to action from the TRC that would make the teaching of Indigenous law mandatory. But they're taught that law is objective, it is neutral, that it is equally applied, and that advocacy is about being what's often described as a neutral partisan, or it's like a technician. You're the person who just pulls the levers of the legal system to make them work for your client, with very little, if any, attention to the kinds of systemic harms that the law creates, especially for marginalized individuals and communities. So I guess the way we think about academics as advocates is as advocates who are activists, and that we really vision about law, about legal practice, and about advocacy. So as part of this course, we had many wonderful feminist lawyers, judges, and justices of the peace participate. And we asked them all, what does it mean to be a feminist advocate? And they gave us a number of answers, which I think really helped to inform our ideas about what does it mean then to teach feminist advocacy. So Joanna's going to talk a little bit about what we learned from those responses. What is it to be a feminist advocate? And then we'll talk a bit about research and community-university partnerships.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different ways to teach students or to engage the question in a legal pedagogy. What does it mean to be an advocate? What does it mean to be a feminist legal advocate? And we decided in this course that we would teach the praxis through clinical work at the clinic, but that we really wanted to spend a lot of time with the students on self-reflection. What is it? Answering the question internally, connecting it to the praxis. What does it mean to practice as a feminist legal advocate? And as Janet said, we then asked every visitor that we drew into the project what their answer to that question was, and we got a variety of answers. But they can be grouped thematically. A lot of the responses was being very conscious of power. Attention to one's own power as lawyer. As Janet said, the idea that being a legal advocate means that you come in sailing in and you know what's best, which, as we all know in this room, is not effective, meaningful advocacy for disenfranchised individuals and groups. Being very attentive to context and multiplicities of contexts. And listening to voice and having respect for voice. So not that the lawyer speaks, but as Kim said when she started the day, that understanding and listening to the lived experience of the women that she worked with taught her how to do her job. That said, another common theme that came up with the women that we brought into the course was how hard it is to respect that when you're then advocating within the boxes of the law. So for example, one immigration feminist legal advocate said that it's a daily struggle for her to practice feminist legal advocacy, or to practice as an immigration and refugee lawyer from a feminist perspective. And the example that she gave is, well, if I respect the voice of my client and give her the space to tell her story in the way that reflects her experiences, that identifies what she thinks are the important aspects of her story, then she risks not succeeding when she makes a refugee claim at the Immigration and Refugee Board on the basis of her experiences of gender-based violence. And how do you reconcile the truth and power of the individual's experience with the legal system that doesn't want to hear it, can't hear it, will only hear it if that story is told in a way that then violates the experience of that individual? On the positive side of this, at least, everyone did honor the reality that the clients teach us how to tell their story and how to convey their strength. I think maybe that was among the most important themes. Another theme is that practicing as a feminist legal advocate is an engagement in resisting power, and both by trying to provide access to justice in whatever minimal form that might mean for clients, and then resisting the power of the state. And for law students, it's not for all law students, but for many, many of them, it is a rude awakening, especially in first or second year law school, to learn the extreme limits of law. You know, students come to law school thinking, I'm going to change the world, which we hope everyone will do, but that systemic litigation, test case litigation, isn't the be-all and end-all, and that there's very significant limits to legal advocacy. And that sometimes the best that we can do is give our clients the information that they need to make the best decision, since they're experts in their own experience as to whether or not to engage legal systems.
And maybe I would just add to that, I think certainly a depressing moment in the course was tracking a history of feminist reform over the last 20 years and seeing that, I guess, two primary lessons, I think, that we might pull from looking at that history and that we talked about in the course. One is that at some level, many of the changes that many feminists, not all, had advocated over time for reforms to the criminal justice system, things like mandatory charging policies or no-drop prosecutorial policies, had come to pass. And some would say, well, look at those feminist successes. But they're not successes when one looks more deeply, and in particular at the experience of racialized women, Indigenous women, low-income women. It's very, very clear that those reforms haven't worked, and not only that the general deterrence theory on which they are premised fails, so does the specific deterrence theory, but also that those reforms fail to account for the realities of women's lives, including their poverty, for example, their vulnerability, for example. So it's a lesson in some ways, failed feminist advocacy, and we can learn from those failures, I think. And the other depressing component was to the extent, for example, that one could see reforms, for example, in other areas of law, family law is one example, and specific requirements for judges to take into account domestic violence, is they've got feminist lawyers, experienced lawyers in the room telling them that we rarely raise this in a disputed custody case because judges are not going to believe it, and it's going to be used against the woman. You can see similar kind of failures to understand the realities of women's lives in the immigration context, the child welfare context, etc. So another kind of a depressing moment.
That'll link to, I think, what you're saying next, which is that some of the kind of immediate drivers for the decision in this course to focus on women charged with domestic violence offenses was maybe fourfold. I've added a fourth, having listened to Deborah's talk. So the first is that what we were hearing increasingly at the Barbara Schleifer Clinic, from what we were seeing at the clinic and then also from other frontline service providers, is that there was a real upswing, at least in Toronto and surrounding areas, of frontline service people seeing women charged with domestic violence offenses. So increasing charging and increasing needs of the women, alongside decreasing access to legal aid or to legal representation. Secondly, the accountability, right? We've been hearing this morning all about empirical evidence and an evidence base. So we tried to find out, Jen and I, a bit about, okay, so what are the rates? What are the statistics? What are the rates of women being charged? Those stats aren't kept, never mind in a disaggregated way, like on the basis of race or youth or indigeneity. They're simply not kept. So that, and Janet's going to talk a bit about that. Third, looking at the eligibility criteria for legal aid for domestic violence offenses and recognizing that women who are charged, if it's a first offense, Crowns don't tend to seek a term of incarceration, which you'd think is a good thing. But ironically, the consequence of that is that they can't get legal aid even if they're financially eligible. So whereas men on the Crown vetting and screening form, which is the initial form, there may be a couple days jail is what they're seeking, then you have better chance of getting legal aid. And finally, although we hadn't framed it this way, women charged with domestic violence offenses are a subset, I would say, of wrongful conviction cases, because women plea out almost immediately because they want to get home, they want to get to their kids, or they think they're going to reconcile, and frequently don't appreciate the very significant consequences of the criminal conviction.
Yes, so just a little bit about research. So I think Joanna's comments point to the need for research, and I think perhaps to our surprise, we organized a consultation as we were thinking about putting this course together with a number of frontline service providers, and although they identified a need for additional kinds of services and supports for women who'd been charged, they actually said their priority need was for more research. And that's because they felt that they were stymied in their ability to be able to do the law reform and systemic advocacy that they wanted to do without research. And so a little bit about research then. The women that we spoke with at the time, of course, had identified a number of issues. We mapped out 13 research projects, and we're starting to move forward on some of them. Some of the research questions that they had, we could probably answer by pulling together some existing research, and so being able to partner with academics or others who have access to that research is important. So many of us at academics have free access to lots of the published literature that you might not have. So making those kind of connections can be important. But to the extent that answering some of the questions require new empirical research projects, they were very clear that the kind of research they wanted to participate in was community-based, participatory action research projects, which is a particular kind of research methodology. And maybe I'll just say a few words about this, and we'll have time for questions. So we heard lots this morning from a couple of ministers about evidence-based. And I think of your story, Cheryl. Sometimes that evidence-based language is used to curtail the funding of community-based organizations. That is, there's an insistence that community-based organizations provide an evidentiary foundation for the services that they want to provide to women or others. But governments routinely ignore evidence, including 40 years worth of evidence, if it's not if it doesn't suit their political ideologies. And so there's often, I think, a tremendous unevenness. I worry sometimes, too, about the claim or the assertions, the demands for evidence is also really based on a particular idea related to it's a sort of empiricism or positivism. And that particular kind of research, maybe the numbers are valued, but lots of other kind of research is discounted. So lots of community-based participatory action research that may be driven by women with lived experience is sometimes dismissed as that's simply anecdotal, and that's really not the kind of evidence that we want. So I think as we move into this terrain about what constitutes base, or a good evidence base. There are some issues we need to be aware of. And then I'll just make a quick plug for, there's a report that I did with Emily Parody and a large group of women who had participated themselves in community-based participatory action research projects. And it's available on the Homeless Hub website. It's a fantastic source of all kinds of literature on homelessness, including links between incarceration and homelessness. This project we did it's called Take the Story, Take the Needs, and Do Something. And it was women with lived experience who developed guides to communities and to researchers of how to do this research well. So if you're thinking about any kind of partnership with university and you want some tools, there's some tools there. There are other kind of tools that really try to shift the control and power into the hands of communities.
One more minute. One thing I want to say in addition to that is that the project that Jen and I did also collaborated with criminologists at U of T, and this is kind of a call out to you, which is that they were very pleased to hear what kinds of research were identified by either community organizations or people with lived experience, and we're happy to involve the grad students in that. And then I just need to out myself because I'm actually an imposter on this panel. I am not an associate professor at Osgoode Law School, just so you know. I'm a practitioner. I am adjunct faculty, and I'm also working with the Schleifer Clinic.
And a fabulous advocate. Thank you all. Oh, thank you. But thank you all for the amazing work you do. It is so important. And I'm going to steal one of these mics, this one, and ask you to share that one. And I'm going to do Kim again and run up and down. We have 15 minutes for questions, and I'll bring you the mic. I'm going to try to bring you the mic. Or I'm going to send it back. Can I get you to pass it back?
Hi, thank you all for your presentation. My name is Amanda Carling, and I'm a staff lawyer at the organization formerly known as AIDWIC, now known as Innocence Canada. And we worked on, we've exonerated 3 women who were wrongly convicted, and all 3 of them were victims of Charles Smith at Sick Kids Hospital. For the young people in the room, you'll have to look that up. But most recently, Maria Shepherd was exonerated on February 29th. But of those 3 women, 2 of them pled guilty and served less than a year. Tammy Markhart refused to plead guilty, and she served 14 and a half years for a non-crime. So my responsibilities at the organization are prevention of wrongful convictions through legal education. I've done a lot of public legal education in First Nations communities, working with lawyers, working with police, trying to teach them about wrongful convictions, where it's a very rational decision to plead guilty for that reason, and very interesting to hear about these women with domestic violence. It's something that, as a really small organization, we don't have the capacity to deal with that. And in fact, I have tried to encourage someone to start a different kind of innocence project to deal with those kinds of women's issues. But the Minister of Justice is undertaking a systemic review of the criminal justice system. And my understanding is that they are looking for some quick fixes, and then they also acknowledge that some of these things are going to take longer than the next 3 years that they have in power, for sure. Beyond the bail review, which is really, really important, and something that we're working with the CCLA on, what kinds of short-term solutions can the panel suggest that we, as advocates who want to stop people from innocent people, factually innocent, legally innocent, from pleading guilty, how can we do that when, on the other hand, if we were in their situation, we might plead guilty as well? And what I've come up with is education and teaching people about the implications of a criminal record and what that could change down the road. But, how do we fix that?
Well, I mean, this is one small suggestion. This is more designed for the kind of offenses like women charged with domestic violence offenses when it's a first offense. We've been advocating with Legal Aid Ontario, and they have somewhat expanded their eligibility criteria as part of their purported or their commitment to a domestic violence strategy, in which they are taking into account not just the severity of the sentence that the Crown is seeking, but the intersecting impacts primarily that women experience, like child welfare consequences, homelessness, custody and access consequences. That said, we anticipated that the expansion of the eligibility criteria was really intended to give women access who had previously didn't get access on these first offenses. And what we've heard recently from Legal Aid is that of those who have applied under these expanded eligibility criteria, half have been men who have received the certificates. Now, that's not to say, well, men shouldn't be receiving certificates, because as we know, the lack of representation for everyone in the criminal justice system is a huge problem. But one of the goals of the Schleifer Clinic Osgood project was to think about, well, how could we better fill that representation gap? And anecdotally, we've been able to serve very few women. But yesterday I was in court and I got the charges withdrawn. Someone else in my office got a peace bond, which is not, you don't want women signing peace bonds, but it's better than a criminal conviction. So representation does matter, and there ought to be better ways to get it.
There's so many things. I guess my focus is mostly on the students that I teach, and I'm most concerned about how they go out and do their work, because I think that is something I have at least some control over, like at least giving them that information, and I think it's a part of what I'm interested in. I mean, I really want lots of legislative changes. I mean, we need to, it's big what we need to do with the criminal code, and we need to abolish all mandatory sentences. We need to change. There's so much we need to do, and I could. Quick fix. But I do think, I'm most focused on the legal culture, and I actually think that is a huge place where we can make a big difference, and also how those. The lawyers that I'm training and going out into the world see their role and see themselves as part of a solution rather than part of the problem. And when you have to understand how big the problem is, and so I guess that's where I focus most of my work. But I'd have to really, I've been part of a number of bunch of criminal lawyers are working on advocacy around what are the key areas around change. My sense is they're not actually as keen on sentencing as on some of the other areas, but that's what I've been told. But I think that's where we need to be focused. Quick fix.
You certainly may.
I've had the benefit of hearing from a lot of Indigenous women, children, and men. Yes, there is a problem with a lot of our people pleading guilty, and I'm actually appalled at the fact that we have so many shelter workers and lawyers and advocates pushing for our people to plead guilty. And we keep talking about what are some of the remedies. I'm saying that one of the remedies is addressing the pathology of Columbus syndrome. I'm saying that those that are in positions of authority have a problem. And it's a spiritual disconnection. It's a lack of understanding in terms of Indigenous knowledge, our ways of being, our waskapamatason, our circle ways of being, thinking, and living. And so we need to put the onus back on those individuals who are actually violating our Indigenous holistic rights. This colonial mindset culture of hierarchical, the triangle, the box, the linear thinking, and that you're imposing colonial concepts on our Indigenous people. And so therefore, you're violating our holistic Indigenous rights, and I'm sure you can understand that we have a right to be who we are as Indigenous people. You can't just give out apologies in 2008 and not have, congruent behavior that comes with that. That if I'm saying that your policies are impacting my state of whole health and well-being, the lawyers need to listen. The professors need to listen. The ways in which you conduct your stats, the questions that you present, You have a lot of people who will not speak to you. It's been my understanding and my own experience that when I go in one-on-one, the information that I'm able to extract is going to be very different from what you colonial ladies are going to be able to extract because of the real evidence of distrust, the power over dynamic, the misinterpretation of information and behaviors. All of these are factors in terms of how legitimate is your information. Because I will tell you, I've read Gladue reports, and if you have an individual who's been raised in the 60s scoop, never having afforded an opportunity to know their language or their culture, the interpretation of that Gladue report will still be erroneous. And this, this needs to stop. There are better things that we can do. You need our Indigenous people that are Indigenous knowledge keepers, authentic Indigenous knowledge keepers. And again, I'll reiterate, you need the language keepers, you need the cultural keepers, the ceremonial bundle holders. Miigwech.
I'm actually, if I can, I'd like to respond to that. And I certainly understand your position. What we've seen in terms of criminology is there has been in the last 10 years more recognition of precisely what you're saying. And Indigenous people as a subgroup within broader problems has started to become more of a focus. I'll give you 2 examples. You would mention...
There's 2 questions too, so can you be fast?
Okay. In terms of remand and bail issues, all right, Indigenous people are becoming a focus in terms of intervention. What we're seeing is not only are we studying them as a different unit and looking at their lived experience, and it was from them that we heard that there was a particular problem, and which led us to go and look at remand rates for Indigenous. And while, for example, remand rates overall in certain jurisdictions in Canada right now have stabilized or have started to go down, the percent of remand admissions that are Aboriginal are going up. And that's been a new focus for us.
Hi. A lot has been said about mandatory minimums here at this conference. I'm wondering if anyone could give their perspective on when or if they see in the foreseeable future if it'll be repealed. Section 85, I believe, in the courts.
Section 9, like specifically the mandatory minimums on firearms?
Yes.
Which, well, there's many mandatory minimum sentences, right? So they're for firearms, they're for drug offenses, they're for a number of offenses now, and there's machinations in the court, and the courts have found some mandatory sentences to be unconstitutional, violating the right against cruel and unusual treatment or punishment, but for the most part, they've been actually given a lot of latitude to the government to have mandatory sentences. So while I have tried to push on that and worked on some of those cases, and I think that's an important avenue for advocacy, I don't think the courts are going to declare all mandatory sentences invalid, although I would like them to. Although the Lloyd case is the most recent case on drug offenses, and it's the best one we have yet. So for the lawyers in the room to read it, it's stronger. I want to make the argument now that, for example, some of the language in that case means that I actually think murder sentencing is our most problematic mandatory sentence. And it's the one we don't talk about as much, and it's a mandatory life sentence for every single person. And that means, we talk about Gail Horry or people, for the rest of their lives, they're on parole, even if they get out. And the mandatory life sentences in the Canadian and parole ineligibility periods are some of the harshest in the world. Like, we compare ourselves to the US, but leave aside the US for a minute, extremely harsh sanction, totally not necessary and doesn't address the individual experiences. So I think that's one area we need to be advocating around, but people mostly don't want to talk about that as an area to go to, but I think it's actually one of the most problematic.
I have two last questions and then we'll wrap up the session.
I hope this is a short question. Through the bill that brought about mandatory minimums, there were some other things done through the back door. I work with youth. And one of them was around when a young person is transferred to the adult system, in one class of young people, their eligibility for things under the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and the Prisons and Reformatories Act are very different. If they have over 2 years and they go to a penitentiary, they will get benefit from the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and the Prison and Reformatories Act. If they go into a provincial facility having less than 2 years, they don't get the benefit of things like earned remission and that sort of thing. That was something that was done through the back door by the ministry, and it's unconstitutional as far as I'm concerned, and it causes hardship in the most chaotic situations, because as you know, our prisons, our provincial facilities are overcrowded, and it causes undue hardship for young people who are Aboriginal or Black or any sort of disadvantaged group, girls. It's a terrible thing that they did. So I don't know whether that's considered in your research or activities around research, but it's something that we need to collectively advocate against, because there's no way that there should be two classes of individuals with varying eligibility for things like earned remission and that sort of thing, conditional releases.
I would just say, yeah, thank you. And there's many things like that, and it's really important that you're raising that, and that needs to be challenged. Like it, this is the kind of thing that, again, I look at my role. What is my role? I try to work with my students to train them to understand and to be prepared to make charter challenges, to make those arguments. But yeah, that absolutely needs to be challenged. They also, I got to say, the whole raising children to adult court has got to stop. That's the other one. It's got to be a focus for us. It's outrageous in Manitoba. We have so many young people serving adult sentences. I think this is an area we need more research, but my sense is that we have the highest rate of transferring young people to adult.
I got clinically depressed when my fantasy about the correction system being easier on women, that was completely blown sometimes in the 1990s. It's horrible.
I do just want to state the obvious as a litigator that for those of you who are doing research or academics and writing, we can't litigate without the work that you do. So thank you, Deborah and Cheryl, and thank you for what you're collecting.
Hi, my name is William Hébert. I'm very fortunate to work on a community-based participative CBPAR, this whole acronym, and to be able to involve community in the design and implementation of research so that it actually matters to them in their own words and in what it means. However, I'm also a PhD student where things are quite different and where there's quite a bit of resistance from various disciplines to this kind of research. I'm in anthropology. Even though we work with community, we don't follow those guidelines of CBPAR research. Do you have any advice for us who are in academia to try to make our thesis more than something that amasses dust in our libraries and that instead has some influence in a moment where maybe policy is more interested in evidence? Thank you.
It's a really difficult situation, I think. Universities are at different places in terms of to what degree they actually value community-based research of any sort. I think lots of universities now talk the talk of community engagement. Some of them walk the talk much better than others do. And there are some really interesting projects, including one here at the University of Ottawa. For PhD students, it's really difficult, given the amount of time involved in doing a community-based project. Sometimes there are discrete pieces or ways in which one can contribute to a longer-term project. I don't know if yours has that character at all, where there is something that you can do in the confines of doctoral research that contributes to a larger project. But I think there's, and again, I don't know what fits in your discipline. I know there have been a few doctoral projects of late in the Canadian context, which are really interesting in terms of their research into community-based methodologies and contribute on the methodological front, or how do we think this through? And lots of really interesting ethical issues, of course, that go back to some of the themes around issues related to power and voice. But I know for many PhD students and even junior faculty, they find it really difficult to get meaningfully or deeply involved in that kind of research. But it's not really helpful, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I've been the ruthless chair that's getting us finished on time, and then I realized I didn't talk to my other chairs, and maybe they're going way over time. But I guess we'll be first on coffee, if that's the case. But I want to thank you again, not just for your presentations, but for the amazing work that you do.
I'll read it on the plane on the way home. Oh, really? Okay, no? I didn't, you can, yeah. I didn't print off all the appendices. I meant only to print the appendices. The appendix. I get it, but otherwise I'll forget. There you go. Yeah, no, you can take that copy. Forget one.
My name's Anne. I'm doing a talk now on brain injuries. So we're working with battered women.
Oh, are you?
Screening, so we'd like to be in touch in terms of clinics, like maybe capture those. It would have in terms of a lot of implications in terms of reporting around memory and things like that.
Okay, and it's probably speaking Amanda.
Just what you want. I don't know what we've given you to take home on the plane. It's always bloody.
It's not very grateful or polite of me to laugh, and that's I'm sorry.
That's totally okay.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I need to talk to both of you, not today, but about the research and the project. We are doing some two things here.
I'm feminine.
Yes, so am I.
So unable. I just haven't had the capacity.
I haven't
like when she sent out the I've already forgotten her name, Deborah Connors. Oh, Deborah Connors, I didn't forget her name. But so, because her bibliography is so comprehensive, it became too hard to actually help with. But she has, Holly gave really good feedback. Like she needed somebody who knew it.
Holly, I'm technically her postdoc supervisor, because she's come from Carleton.
Right.
But Holly is doing all the work, and I see. But also my project, and when I sent Leanne came up, is doing a project too. So I should make sure that I'm not duplicating what you're doing.
You're not, because ours is so
But this is not Deb's, this is another one.
No, it's still because there's only so far we've progressed.
Okay, good, okay. And then we need to do...
Oh, yeah, I said University of Ottawa. I said Carleton, who's the partner on the CBPR.
Yes.
It's Carleton.
Yeah.
And I said Ottawa, it's Carleton. And
It's okay.
My apologies. I didn't know you were talking about Carleton on that. Yeah. You should really, I went through some of the materials on the website. Really
Great. Oh, I think, maybe we're talking about two different ones. Mine is that I have one that I talked to you about, and that Leanne came up on. Or I'm a part of it, and I'm doing the violence against women piece. But there might be something here.
That's what it, no, that's it. That's exactly it. And you was the violence, they had a separate, like 5 different
hubs,
nodes, and you're, the hubs, and you're, that's what it is.
Okay, got it. It is.
I need because I keep seeing Leanne, but I haven't actually spoken to her, because I was thinking that maybe it's a tough call now. Aboriginal women, or you and Liz, and you were there too, right? And What to attend during this next session?
Oh, Liz isn't here. So but it is going to be Leanne and Sunny, but Liz hasn't, couldn't come. She wasn't able to. Yeah, she's got too much on.
Yeah.
Liz. Oh, yeah, she's still on the program.
All right, well, I'll make sure we find her. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes,
But first, we should speak to Leanne. Make sure that we don't miss her.
it's okay, because she
here when
okay, but she won't know what's going on with the project.
Oh, so we should just talk to you.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's completely fine. She's the community partner, but I've just got ethics clearance for it. I didn't send it to them because.
Well, do you want to talk?
And I would love to talk about. I can't really.
Yeah. Okay, we'll make sure we talk.
Yeah. And I'd love to talk about, so on this partnership, I said, okay, community people, you don't have to do any of the admin, I'll do it all. But as a result, I write all the proposals, which means that they get back on. But also, they don't have, I mean, I send them to them, they don't have them. And then I go, no, hold on, you really made a mistake here? Like, in the interest of saving you all this work, I have so much control. So I say, Leanne doesn't actually know yet. We have a meeting in 2 weeks, then she'll know more. But, okay. That's not very good to be saying about my community.
And I think, it looks very different depending on who the community partners are, and then also whether you've got direct involvement with women with lived experience, which then that looks different again.
Right. Yes, and we're going to be interviewing women at EFRI halfway house. Who have been charged with domestic violence.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So,
And not because there were a couple of researchers at our workshop who were doing that, but really focused on cars, which was not what we
there's
were.
also, so we can't announce this yet. So Jennifer Caution is a PI grant that has a couple of others that I'm involved in, a few others, and it's trying to look at the intersections of multiple legal systems for women who've been charged. It's not focused on only women who've been charged, but on domestic violence. But we will take that back. The cult meetings we meet with Lois and she's got a project where their plan is to interview women who've been charged and follow their pathways through different legal systems.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know if yours is focused primarily on the criminal process.
Yeah. So really we're asking the question, how much was what was the dynamic about domestic abuse when you were charged? Like, what did they find out? And why were you charged? Was he charged? And what did it mean? Like, how much information did the police have? That's what we're trying to get at.
Oh, look who's there! But look what I talked about! Yeah. Terry was one of the people involved in helping us put that all together.
So I should just give you a call. I'm too scattered today.
Yeah, I don't.
No, it's completely fine. I get it.
Running a conference then. Yeah.
Good. Oh, really? Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, I'm going to be around. I'm going to head back on the train about 6:30. But I'm going to have to
coming in this huge time of year, and
guess I'm part of that.
all the way up.
Yeah. You're part of. No, it's great. Because otherwise,
you're cute to say. I'm not an associate.
Okay, so when we last saw you, last saw you was
Constance said to me, well, thank God I finally got an honorary doctor. She kept saying, everybody calls me Dr. Backhouse, and I don't have a PhD. And she said, do I tell them? No, I'm a fraud. I don't have that degree.
I'm just going around to talk to.
I guess we should clear up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it fun?
I'm really surprised that that's moving. It's
limited, you know,
okay,
but it's something.
I can't wait to run back to the department because we have people working in your area. They look into this in terms of yeah, but still. Getting that community methodology involved. Okay, hats off to you. Me too. Okay. Anywhere? Yeah. Knocked you over. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Long time no see.
Yes.
Because you were harassing me in my TRC days.
Sorry. I don't mean to harass.
What's that?
I don't mean to harass.
No, it's good harassment, though. It's good harassment.
Oh my goodness. I see you everywhere.
What? She take your picture and then she leaves. Who's on this with us? There's 5 of us, or?
We're trying to figure out how to get Connie on.
Oh, Connie's not here.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's can't get Skype.
I know that could have gone on all day. There were a whole bunch of women who afterwards came up and said that they were going to join in. If you sign up, then you win. Then we'll get it to you. Okay, so if I'm break the city, you'll start. Yeah. No, in fact, I'll announce that. Okay. Yeah. People were just asking if you sign up for the silent auction and you're not here, leave your phone number and we'll find you. Because of course we'll want your money for the bursary fund. So rest assured, I will find you.
broke.
I know, that's what happens. See, you take the chance and then
It's so hard. You must when you with all the traveling that you do and the conferences you get in. There's always gifts.
Yes.
Always.
I tell my girls that it's my contribution to Indigenous enterprise.
Yes.
I actually one day lined up all of my beaded hair barrettes. My daughter was like, "You have like 40 different barrettes."
But you know what? You're not wearing one today.
Actually, it's in my suitcase in the hotel because I was running late and I ran out. My hair was still wet. But normally I do. And actually, my favorite one I just got recently is a little hummingbird.
Oh.
But it's just as funny.
I love hummingbirds.
And I find I'm noticing them more and more lately.
You know, I
like
haven't
even
seen-
at the TRC, the elder had a beautiful hummingbird beaded on his jacket. You know,
Yeah.
and you didn't used to see them anymore.
Yeah.
I know, even at my house actually, they're pretty ferocious little things.
I used to. There's a time after Gary died, my husband, where hummingbirds were always around me, and they would come right in front of my face. But then they stopped. So I was kind of sad when they stopped. But it didn't matter where it was. Like I'd be on the island at Chichen Island, and I'd be sitting having a coffee, and then right in front of me. And I was like, what the teaching is around the hummingbird?
It is. Well, there's amazing teachings about the hummingbird.
Yeah. Love. Teachings of love.
Yes. Thibodeau Odette.
So are we down to 3 panelists instead of 5?
I guess there's one. So how long are we supposed to be each?
They told me 5. Yeah, yesterday I was like, what am I supposed to be doing? What am I talking about?
I know, I sent a note to Joyce, I'm like, okay, quick, remind me, what is this about? Because you don't have any idea how often I'm like, on the way to the conference, I'm like, oh yeah, what? And usually it's okay, but then I was at one where I was literally on the way and they said, oh, this is about reforming government. Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Why did they invite me? I know, I didn't even know, because I was at the Chief of Police Association meeting this week. I was on 2 separate panels. So I was just like, this is like the 3rd speaking engagement. Well, you must do this a lot. I don't.
Well, it's just funny. Actually, I was supposed to go to the Chiefs of Police thing, but
It was interesting. The elders took over. It was great.
yeah, I had to go because I heard people, the families are all upset with Kerry Belger, and I have no idea what he said that has upset them so much. But
I was there for a speech. The families of the
missing
missing.
murder,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, he basically just told the cops that, you're going to be
blamed for this.
You're going to be blamed. Yeah. What else did he say that might have pissed them off?
I think that's what it was. The families were like, what the heck is he? They sort of felt it was like giving them a heads up, like you better get ready, kind of.
Yeah. I just grabbed a bottle. What's that?
Maybe you'll
Yeah, out there where the copies were, there was some bottled waters and they let me grab one. Do you want, you don't want my spit. It's like a force though. I don't know you, but here, have some of my spit.
Well, the funny part was I was going to offer, and I said, this one's here, but then I realized...
Yes, you don't know whose that is.
I don't know if somebody has touched it before we got here, right? Like, that's exactly what I was thinking. Which is why I'm going to move it before I drink out of it, because that's what's going to... I'm going to forget it's not mine.
Right.
And then I'm going to end up drinking.
Did it work?
We're going to have to use a microphone and speakerphone.
Okay. Oh, so I was going to just finish saying, and actually I should have a chat with this guy about it, if there's any more about the school board trustee in our...
Hey, okay, we're going to try to put you on speakerphone, on cell phone, put you to a microphone, and then if you can't hear the questions, we'll just say it into the phone, and hopefully people can hear you.
Local
Cool?
drum Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, we're starting. So just, can you stay on the phone?
And so I get home and I'm like, there's nothing.
About an hour.
They give me a motion of censure, which is a basic bad boy, you shouldn't do that.
Where are you?
And so the students are outraged, the people are outraged, even the teachers are outraged, saying if the teacher had done that, there would be a score of the property and terminated.
Does he have Skype?
The union could hear it.
Okay.
The trustee can, and I didn't know because I had a meeting with the Minister of Education the next day.
Here, why don't I,
Yeah, exactly. So I said,
We'll see how
that
long
needs to change.
we'll see how long it can go.
They're elected though, right?
Right, I'm
They're
gonna-
elected. Yeah, but the thing is, once you're elected, there's no way of removing them. And they don't do they don't have a criminal reference check as a basic, but they're
Oh
now
my
giving access to
God.
our kids. I can't go on a school trip without a vulnerable person's reference check. Like I can't go to the zoo with them.
Yeah.
But this
Move
person.
the microphones, they're getting feedback, so I'll just take it. Oh, that's
We're
not
talking too
excellent. No, it's
This
feedback.
person is the school board trustee.
Okay. Oh, right. Sorry. We're just in the other one, and the microphone was not quite so big, loud. Okay, I'm losing my words. This is not a good sign. We were up till 3 a.m. getting people ferried from trains and planes and things. So, and some of you were coming from China. So, like, what am I? Suck it up, Kim. Yeah. So, okay, it is my great pleasure now to be here with all of you. And again, we're going to not go through the bios, not because these aren't important people, but because what they have to say is equally important. And so we trust that you are able to read those bios and know who's here. I'd like to suggest unless you guys have decided otherwise, go through the way you're listed here in the program. Is that okay in terms of, and what we've asked everybody to talk about, regardless of where they are in the program, is advocacy and the importance both of reclaiming advocacy and what that means from their particular perspective. You may have noticed that on the program it says that Connie Oakes is here. Connie Oakes isn't here, and with her authorization, and I don't know if you wanted... She's on the phone. Okay, great.
Say it again.
Hi.
Everybody says hi back to you, Connie.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. And Connie, are you still okay with me saying a bit why you're not here?
Yeah.
Okay, so for those of you who didn't see it in the media, thanks to the incredible investigative journalism of Jorge Barrera, who's on the panel, and APTN and others who then joined in, but really it was Jorge who really was the spearheading, the research, the exposure of what the injustice that happened for Connie and to Connie. Connie was wrongfully convicted of second-degree murder on the basis of one piece of evidence, and that was a confession by a woman who has an intellectual disability and who herself, unfortunately, is still in prison and is still awaiting trial, a new trial. In Connie's situation, though, when she wanted to come here, but when we started talking about it, it was very clear that she is still concerned, as are many others, including me, that even though she is out from under that conviction, there is still a cloud hanging over her in terms of all kinds of suspicion, surveillance, and she was fearful of leaving the reserve. And quite frankly, as much as I hate that and reject it and don't believe it should be, I don't blame her. And so Connie, though, agreed to join us by telephone, and we're very grateful to have you with us, Connie. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and helping me to at least get my voice heard.
Excellent. So, Connie, do you want to start by presenting? Because I know I don't know how long we have you with us, so. Do you want to say a few words about advocacy?
Yes, I would, as being released and seeing all of the inconsistencies and the racial injustice towards First Nations, I would that needs to be stopped, and it needs to be heard. Oh God, there's so much that I seen while I was incarcerated, and just having to leave the girls behind. I actually heard from the girls last night, and one of the girls, Crystal Crowchild, said that, "Sister, if you can do it, she can do it." She's fighting for a second appeal, and she asked that Jorge be able to step in, and I said, "Look, I'm on it. You're on top of my list to try advocate for you for your case to be heard and to help you get out. I'm there. I don't know. There's so many words that I would like to share, but I'm kind of put on the spot right now. We need to fix the reason behind. It's corrupt. It's corrupt inside the prison system. It's prejudice towards First Nations women. I've seen First Nations women be charged for minor incidents, not only just minor, but not get charged major charges, whereas a non-Aboriginal would get a major charge or the charge be dropped. I see nepotism. I've witnessed a lifer take a hostage, and in return she gets a TV. Just all the wrongs that I have seen. Like, I would like it to be known and be able to advocate for the women and also the brothers that I know struggle with the same things. I just don't know where to start, and I'm fearful. Like, my lawyers have told me I have to be aware of what I say, who I talk to about my case, but it's over and done with. Like, they can't come after me. Like, I'm innocent, but still they put that fear into me. Whereas I'm scared. Like, I'm scared to leave and be able to take that step to help the women that are suffering inside. Not only just inside, on the outside, that their voices can't be heard, especially the mentally that don't know where to go. I don't know. There's a lot more that can be said on being an advocate.
Great. Well, and you, some people may not know in the room is you were an advocate with us. You were actually our Healing Lodge rep for a number of years and an addictions counselor, and you've done incredible work, always advocating. And so I think what we'll do is move on, but can you stay on to listen for a bit, Connie?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
excellent.
I can.
You okay then, Kim? Sorry. Yes. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Kim Murray, and that way we can move through. And as you see, part of the reason we called it the crisis of inequality, I don't think I have to say any more after what you've just heard.
Thank you, Kim. Sego Kwekwe, Haudenosaunee Mohawk of Kanesatake. I want to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Algonquin people and say thank you to Kim for inviting me to be here today. I do need to introduce myself because I think in the agenda it says I'm a special advisor to the Attorney General, and I can tell you the Attorney General doesn't think I'm that special some days, and they often don't take my advice. I'm actually an ADM for Aboriginal Justice, which is a new division for the province of Ontario. So I guess I'm wearing that hat today when I come speak to you. So that means I have to be careful with what I say. No, that's okay. So I see that the title was of this panel is Aboriginal Women, Crisis of Inequality. And so when I was on the plane thinking about that term, crisis of inequality, obviously I just thought, you know, we have a crisis of inequality for Indigenous women in Canada as a result of past and present colonial racist policies and legislation that have told our Indigenous women and our community members that they're worthless, powerless, and have no voice. And I know I don't need to list the legislations and the policies, Indian Residential School, et cetera, because I know you're all aware of that. So I think that we have to be very attentive to who has authority to make decisions in our communities. And we've really lost our traditional ways. And I think it's really important when we think about advocacy that we think about our grandmothers and we think about our elders, that they've been silenced. And it's really important that we give them voice and that they help us to revitalize and regain Indigenous laws and Indigenous systems. So I think once we have our laws, our language, and our systems back in place, women will have their rightful role and their voices will be returned to them. So I just wanted to start off by saying that. So before I became this non-special person to the Attorney General, I worked at Aboriginal Legal Services for 15 years, and I think I did roughly about 14 coroner's inquests. And inevitably, every inquest that I did, we fought with the coroner about the scope of the inquest. Because, as you know, and I know you know this quite well with the inquest work that you've done, they never want to look to what happened before the person actually committed suicide or died in the jail. They want to start from that moment forward. And we were always fighting to say, why is this person even in this institution? We need to go back and look at why they're even here. And you mentioned that this morning, Kim. And you know, I want to talk a bit about Gladue because I think I've cross-examined, I don't know how many Crown Counsel, who are now my colleagues now, Crown Counsel and defense lawyers on why this woman who committed suicide in this jail was denied bail and why they were held on remand. And I recently was speaking at a judicial conference, and I put up a quote, and I was telling Amanda here, who's from Aboriginal Legal Services, I put up a quote from Justice Yacobuchi's report that came out in 2013 that said, our justice system is in a crisis in Ontario, particularly in the north. And all the northern judges were furious with me. Furious. They were all scattering around at the back of the room and having conversations among themselves. So all I need to do is show them the stats. In 1991, when the Gladue Supreme Court of Canada decision came out that said you're to look at alternatives to imprisonment, you put those stats up, 17% in 1999 was our over-incarceration rate. 26, 35% now today. Fast forward. Things have gotten worse. So what are we doing better? What has changed? Our crisis in Ontario, we have 8 Gladue courts, or Indigenous people courts in this province. 5 of them are in Toronto. None of them are in Northern Ontario. We don't have one here in Ottawa. We should. We're working on that. So that's a problem. I think that's a big problem. We have 9 restorative justice programs. Only 9. The same 9 programs that we've had for probably 20 years. And they have no funding. And they have no funding. Very limited funding. We have no Indigenous bail programs in the entire province. And we have very serious gaps in victim services. So when I think about advocacy and what has to change, I say to the Crown attorneys, I say to the defense counsel, and I say to the judges, what is the conversation you're having in your courtroom? That needs to change. Who are you having the conversation with? Because Gladue is about a conversation. Gladue is about doing things differently and talking about what alternatives we can find to support a person and to restore the person in the community. So what are those conversations we're having? Who are you having them with? Are they the right people? And if they're not the right people, what are you doing to get the right people in the room? And so I think we need a lot more advocacy at that part of our justice system. And, you know, and obviously there's a lot that needs to be done when we look at policing, but I won't go there. So when I think about the work I'm doing now, and I'll wrap up because I don't want to take my colleagues' time. I don't know if you saw the announcement of the Premier this week. Apologized to residential school survivors and committed $250 million to reconciliation activities. 45 million of that is going to justice. I fought really hard for that. So what are we going to do with that 45 million? We are expanding the Gladue program. We're going to have, we're doubling the number of writers.
We're putting aftercare workers wherever there's a Gladue writer in the province to work with the individual. We're creating Indigenous bail-in remand programs around the province. We're expanding and creating new and better Indigenous victim services. And most importantly, what I'm most excited about is we're putting money and investment into the reclamation of Indigenous legal systems. And we're doing that. We have money for the next 4 years. Put in your funding applications. We'll be putting out calls for proposals. But it really is, we need to revitalize and regain our systems and laws to fix the problem that we're in right now. So I'll leave with that. So miigwech now. Who's next? I don't know.
It's me? Okay. I'm just gonna put a timer on so I don't go over.
There's a clock back there too.
Oh, I can't see that. So I'm just gonna put a timer on so I don't go over. Okay. So I want to begin by acknowledging that we're on Algonquin territories and to thank Kim and Ephraim for putting us all together, and to thank all of you for coming here to be a part of this really important gathering. So I'm going to start with a kind of a hypothetical situation. So let's imagine a young Indigenous girl is born into an Indigenous family. Perhaps one of the parents, the father, is a residential school survivor. And from the time that she's born, she is exposed to hypersexualized advertising of young girls and women. And we can see that walking down the street. We see it in lineups at the grocery store. We see it on the internet. She's beginning to watch movies and see TV shows where she doesn't see herself reflected at all. So she's seeing non-Indigenous women, and she's seeing very sexualized images of women. And so the messaging that she gets from this is that she is a sexual object, that her sexuality and her appearance is what is most valuable about her. And because she's not seeing any images of herself reflected, she gets this idea that there's something intrinsically wrong with her, because she's not seeing herself reflected in any kind of positive ways. So her home life, there's a lot of poverty going on, and her father is beating up her mother all the time. And her mother has a broken jaw, her mother has broken arms, and nothing happens to him. So he continues to beat her mother until the mother decides to leave with the children. And the messaging that she gets from that is that it's okay for men to beat up women, that violence is a way to solve problems, and don't expect this is how you should be expected to be treated when you grow into a woman. So she starts school, and what she sees in her school is that her history and her reality as an Aboriginal girl is not reflected in the curriculum. So maybe there's a chapter, maybe there's a course, but in general, the dominant narrative is about European history and about non-Indigenous history. And so the messaging that she gets from that is that Aboriginal history, Aboriginal knowledge is worthless, and is what she carries and who she is not worth being learned about. And this, of course, is all happening as she continues to be hypersexualized. As a girl, she's probably exposed to pornography already, children younger and younger, and she continues to deal with male violence in her home. So what happens is she ends up getting kicked out of school. And what happens when she gets kicked out of school is that she learns that she is a criminal. She is wrong, she is bad. She meets an older white boyfriend who introduces her to drugs and alcohol, and eventually she ends up in prostitution. And when she ends up in prostitution, her mother lovingly wants to help her daughter, and so tells her daughter, well, I've been in prostitution too, I will help you learn how to manage this situation. And so the messaging that she gets from all of that is, this is what she's good for. She's a sexual object. This is all that she's good for. She can't expect any more. And that she's wrong, that she's bad, that she's a slut, she's a whore. So she ends up going into jail because she defends herself from her pimp, and she's the one who is criminalized in that circumstance. And again, the messaging she gets: she is a criminal, she is wrong, she is bad. This is all her fault. So, what I want to say, I guess, a bit about advocacy, but just in general, is that the messaging that we get as Aboriginal girls, as we grow into Aboriginal women, is so, so important. And it's really important, you know, the family, sometimes we do the best that we can in the circumstances that we find ourselves in, but we need to take a step back and look at this really on a kind of a foundational, institutional, and cultural level. So the messaging that Indigenous girls and women are receiving is overwhelmingly that we're wrong, that we're bad, that we're criminals, that we're squads. And these are long, long histories of these types of messages that are going on. And really, I think what we need to be asking ourselves in the work that we do and the advocacy that we do is our work reinforcing these messages? Is what we're doing reinforcing that this is all you're good for? And we also need to be looking at the messaging that we're sending to boys and men. So are we telling boys and men, what are the messages that we tell to boys and men today? We tell boys and men that violence is okay. We tell them that girls and women are sex objects. We tell boys and men that buying sex is okay, that pimping is okay, and that they are entitled to sex whenever and however they want. And so this is by and large the dominant narrative and the dominant teaching that boys and men are receiving today. So I have a lot more to say and not a lot of time to say it in. And I guess I really just want to focus on this idea of messages, and to make sure that in the work that we're doing on a one-on-one level, on a larger scale, you know, in terms of maybe advocating to institutions or advocating for legal change, is what are the messages that accompany the work that we're doing. And I just think that if we were to imagine this girl's life, so let's very quickly, I have a minute maybe, imagine this girl's life. So let's imagine that she was born into a family where there was no threat of male violence from the father. There was no violence happening in the home. There was no threat of violence in the home. And imagine that she grew up in this world where she didn't see all this sexualized advertising everywhere. And the message that she's getting from that is, wow, okay, I'm a fully human being. I'm seeing images of myself reflected in advertising and TV, items that are created that show women and Aboriginal women as smart, as funny, as compassionate, as so complicated, complex, amazing, wonderful human beings instead of as simple kind of shells of ourselves. And imagine if she went to school and then she started in her classroom and she was learning about herself and she was learning about Aboriginal history and the actualities of Aboriginal reality in ways that were very positive. And the messaging she would get from that is, wow, I matter. I'm worthwhile. The knowledge that I have, the life experiences that I have, these all are really important. I'm a good person. And, you know, imagine that, I mean, it's hard to imagine that, but the messaging that she would receive is that she deserves so much more, and we all deserve so much more as women, particularly as Indigenous women, than what we have now. And I just really would encourage us all to take a look at the work that we're doing and making sure that what we're doing is promoting the message that both that Aboriginal women and girls deserve more, that we deserve joyful, fulfilling, wonderful lives, but also that, you know, men and boys need to really look at their behavior, need to redefine masculinity into something that's caring and gentle and loving. How great would that be if the message that we send out there is to be a man is to be gentle? How awesome would that be, right? To be a man is to be respectful of women. So I just really want us to make sure that we are aware of how we're doing the work we're doing and what message that's sending to individuals and what message that's sending into our culture as a whole. Thank you.
That's such a great segue, because the work that Native Women's Association of Canada and CAEFS have done on hyper-responsibilization of women and those messages fits perfectly in, so thank you for that, Terry.
Thank you. You know what? Because I have a fear with live tweeting and video that it's going to be all over the internet, and all anybody's going to see is my eyebrows if I stand over there. So I hope you'll bear with me. I'm going to stand over here where people can see me. I actually attended a conference once, and my mother was giving a speech from the podium, and it was like the voice of God, because you couldn't see anybody. It was just this voice from nowhere. Actually, that is the voice in my head all the time, too. So, Ani, Bojo, Sego, Skanagoa. I want to start today by acknowledging that we are meeting in the unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. Don Laval, Wabmimi, Dijnakas, Wikwem Kong, Manitom, Nising, Dunjaba. I'm from Wikwemikong First Nation, Manitoulin Island, and I want to thank Elder Commanda for starting us off this morning in a good way, and I want to thank you all for the incredible honor of being able to join you. I have learned so much already just being here today. When I came, I wondered, what is it that they wanted me to speak about? And talking about advocacy. And I thought, well, that's actually something I know something about. So this is a rare day for me. So the Native Women's Association of Canada works to advance the well-being of Indigenous women and girls through activism and advocacy. But our role is not to speak on behalf of our women, it's to create opportunities, to create spaces for our women to speak for themselves, so that our women's voices can be heard, so that their concerns will be raised. This is why the Native Women's Associations were created, because as Kathleen Jamieson declared many, many years ago, that because of the broken treaties, because of oppression, because of poverty and abuse, to be born poor, an Indian, and a female is to be a member of the most disadvantaged minority in Canada today. To be an Indigenous woman is to be born at risk. Our women, our mothers, our aunties, our grandmothers have a long history of activism. Back in the day when they had homemakers clubs, they were supposed to be talking about laundry tips and recipes, but when they would get together and then behind closed doors where the Indian agent or the priest didn't know what they were doing, they were activists. They would get there and they would talk about education. And they would raise money, they would have bake sales, and then they would send the chief to Ottawa. Like one of those little toy soldiers, you wind them up and you point them in the right direction, and they'd tell him, this is what you need to go tell them. And he would. We had that history from the very beginning of our women being the activists, our women speaking out. I personally have been involved in activism. I've been involved with the Native Women's Association for over 40 years. It's a good trick, right? Without divulging my age. I was born with a cause. I was born into the cause. Back in the 1970s, when my mom went all the way to the Supreme Court to fight for her rights as an Indigenous woman because she lost her status when she married my father, I was there. I was the baby in her arms when my mother and Edith McLeod and Mary Truax Early they had bake sales to raise funds to go to Ottawa. They did raffles so they could pay for a hotel so they had somewhere to sleep. And this was at a time when our chiefs, the National Indian Brotherhood, had full government funding to speak out against our women, to speak out against our own people about their right to exclude members of our communities from our community. I grew up in the middle of this political battle. And interestingly, I have never known anything different. I thought everybody's mother did bake sales to go, every family
went to protest on the weekends. It wasn't until I hit high school that I realized that, no, that's not how most families, they go on hikes and they go skating and stuff. And I suppose we were sort of hiking, but it was just up Parliament. Arts and crafts at my house was protest signs and placards and, And it was a long time before I realized that not everybody's family did that. And I now am inflicting the same thing on my daughters, in fact. Last time we were marching on Parliament Hill, my youngest one was complaining about how tired she was and her feet hurt. And my mother, who is still marching, bless her heart, in her 70s, she looks at the little ones and she says, you need to learn to be more positive. You have to frame things in a positive way. So she looks at him and she says, Grandma, I'm positive my feet hurt. But they know, and they continue. And when my mom was going to court, she would get threats. We would get calls at our house, and they told her, you need to stop this. If you don't stop, you're going to start having accidents. And she said, I don't care. I'm going to carry this on because this is injustice. This is the right thing to do. So then they would start calling back more, and they would say, well, maybe you don't care about your own life, but you have family. What about your children? They're going to start having accidents. And she said, it's for my children that I'm doing this, and I will not back down. And she didn't. Those women endured threats to their lives. I heard earlier today when we talk about, putting yourself at risk, we're not just talking about emotional risk because I'm going to be embarrassed on Twitter. We're talking about very real risk to life and limb when women choose to stand up and speak out against injustice. And that's why it's so important that everybody is here today, because we can make a difference. Even though our women lost at the Supreme Court of Canada, and one of the Supreme Court justices actually said, we know what it's like in a First Nation community. You should be happy a white man would marry you. You're better off. It's on court record that was the belief. That was the racism that was underlying our justice system. And they eventually went all the way to the United Nations, and it was changed, and our women were reinstated to our communities. But at that time, the Crown used a technicality to exclude our women and children from our own communities, to deny us of our basic human rights. So you can see how we had to organize. When our voices were silenced and our men were accepting government money to speak out against us, we had to organize as women. And because of the racism and the sexism and the dehumanization of Indigenous peoples and the degradation of women, our women suffer the most. They're the most at risk. And because of the prejudice that comes from this, the stereotyping that Indian women are sluts and drunks and lazy and criminals, means our women are over-policed but underprotected. When we call the cops, we don't get the same justice. We don't get the same response. But God forbid you step out of line one step, and they're on you. And our women are presumed guilty, even when they're the victim, even when our women have finally had enough of the abuse. If somebody has their hands around my neck, I'm pretty sure I'm going to fight back too. And our women end up in jail, but they blame the victim. The studies, they talk about the high-risk lifestyles of Indigenous women being the cause. That our women are high risk because they're living high-risk lifestyles. And I agree, our women are high risk, but not because they choose high-risk lifestyles. Our women are high risk because they're born into First Nations communities that are struggling to survive in third world conditions. Communities without clean water, communities without housing, communities without roads, without education. Of course our women are high risk because they're struggling to survive in third world conditions in the middle of one of the richest countries in the world. Nobody dreams of a life in the streets. Our little girls are dreaming of becoming princesses and prime ministers. They're not dreaming of living in the streets because this is about a lack of choice. And we've seen our children, because of the poverty, being taken by child welfare and put in hotels. And then when we complain and we say that's not right, you can't put them unsupervised in hotels, then they're leaving them in youth detention. The judges and the lawyers are saying, well, we can't put them in hotels. They have nobody to take care of them. They're going to youth detention. And now our young people are being exposed to greater criminal activity, but they're being jailed for no reason other than they have no one who is willing or able to take care of them. And then we wonder why we have a problem with youth suicide. Because of course, our young people start to believe that they don't matter. But it's all about the high rates of violence. And we have studies that show 8 out of 10 Indigenous women are victims of violence, and when they finally get enough, when they finally stand up for themselves and they fight back and they end up in jail, we have heard today how many of our women are in the prisons, and then they end up with indeterminate sentences because they chose to live, because they chose to stand up and fight back. The amount of justice you get in this society is directly connected to the amount of justice you can buy. I was in Vancouver, strangely enough, during the Stanley Cup riots, and I made the mistake of walking out the wrong side of the hotel, and they're literally setting the streets on fire. Middle-class white kids coming in from the suburbs. And it was all over the paper the next day, this young white boy who tried to light a police car on fire. And his lawyers and his rich parents were saying that, you know, we need to have special consideration. This boy had a scholarship to a top Ivy League American university. He had a bright future. And because of a moment of stupidity, it was all going to be tossed away, and that he shouldn't be charged. He shouldn't be given a sentence. And at the same time, we had in our office back in Ottawa phone calls because a woman who had stolen food. She stole food because her kids were starving. She got 30 days in jail. Her baby ends up in child welfare, and the cycle starts all over again. So you can see how our women do time for what should be misdemeanors, do time because of poverty, because they have nothing to eat. And those who are privileged, it's seen as an exception. It was a moment of folly. And because they have lawyers who can pay for justice, they get off with nothing but a slap on the wrist. And so we've seen this. That's why we need advocates. That's why we need activism. And that's why our women stand up and speak out, because this is about race, this is about gender, but most importantly, this is about poverty. This is about poverty and oppression. And in Canada, we've been fighting this fight for a long time. And there's days where I don't want to do this anymore, because it is hard to talk about missing and murdered women every day of every week. I want to go hide under a rock somewhere where missing and murdered women is not on the radar. I'd probably have to elbow Stephen Harper out of the way, though, to get a space. So it's probably not the best option. That's why we keep doing it. Because if we don't speak out for our sisters, who will? There's no one to speak for the victims. There's no one to speak for our sisters. And that's why I carry on, and that's why we all carry on. And I remind myself, several of me apparently, that there is actually days I believe that as well, that change is slow, and we get frustrated because it's not happening fast enough. But I have seen, whether it be the women like my mom who went all the way to the United Nations, and our children and those women are back in our communities. They did make the change. It was slow. It took a generation, but it did happen. And if one woman who's not even 5 feet tall can make a change for tens of thousands of Indigenous women and children, then imagine the change we can make if all of the women, all of the people in this room stand up against injustice and do that one little thing to make a difference. We could truly change the world if we stand up together. And I thank you all so very much for being here today.
I'll grab this podium too because it's closer to me. But I'm going to follow up with what was just said about access to justice proportional to the amount of justice you can buy. And, you know, I'll talk about this through the stories of two Indigenous women, Connie Oakes, who's on the phone, and a woman whose name is Cindy Gladue, who was found dead in a hotel room rented by a guy named Bradley Barton. Now, Connie could only access legal aid, and her case, you know, didn't take us very long to see how many holes there was in the case against her. The police had no DNA. They had no murder weapon. They had no fingerprints. All they had was the testimony of a woman with an IQ of 50 who had accused 3 other people of the same crime. And what she went through, this woman named Wendy Scott, what she went through the interrogations is becoming apparent that the Medicine Hat Police, this happened to Medicine Hat Police really used strong-arm coercive tactics on a person who was easy to manipulate, and as friends say, all she wanted to do was just please people all the time. And it's almost like they gave her a story that she just recited. They showed her crime scene photos of the bloody bathroom where the victim was found. They pointed out the red car that they said was used in a murder. And that's all they had against Connie, and it worked. And And did it work because she could only afford legal aid and legal aid, a lawyer paid by legal aid? Once you start scratching the surface of this case, I mean, we managed to obtain a prosecutor's summary that actually identified the name of the person who supposedly owned the red car that they said was used in the murder. I tracked down that person, found out that she had actually sold that car before the murder to a woman named Ginger for drugs and cash, and Ginger was a known drug dealer in Medicine Hat. That red car was under surveillance during a drug operation that culminated a few months after the murder of Casey Armstrong. And the police had the car under surveillance, and Ginger was taken down. But none of this stuff ever came out in trial because, Connie couldn't afford to pay her lawyer to hire a private investigator to dig up this sort of information. Now, when you look at Cindy Gladeu's case, Cindy Gladue, was found dead and likely murdered by, I can't say because I'll get sued, because Bradley Barton was found not guilty. And the whole case against Bradley Barton, the Crown presented a case where they said that during their sexual activity, Barton used a sharp object to cut the inside tissue of Cindy. And they actually, I don't know if you guys know this case, they actually brought out her pelvis in court to show this. Now, Barton apparently had money, and his lawyer was able to get an expert forensic, and I use quotation of expert forensic pathologist, to counter the Crown's claim. And this expert said, no, that was done by blunt trauma. Okay, now I looked into who this hired gun forensic pathologist was, and she came from the States, and her expertise, and like 90% of the cases she had testified in were about shaken baby syndrome. And what she used to, testify on behalf of parents who were charged with shaken baby syndrome. And she relied on studies that were totally discredited. About this, some doctor, did this test with a doll and shook the doll's head and all this stuff. Anyways, but this expert had no real expertise when it came to trauma of human tissue. All they knew was about shaken baby syndrome, and they relied on discredited studies. But that was enough to create a reasonable doubt in the jury, and Bradley Barton was found not guilty in the death of Cindy Gladue. And these two cases happened about the same time. When I was looking at Connie Oak's case, the Cindy Gladue case happened. So how is this possible? Bradley Barton, the person was found in his bathtub dead, but yet he was found not guilty. Connie Oakes was nowhere near Casey Armstrong's trailer, but yet she was found guilty in the same province. So, as a journalist, the question is obvious. Why? Why is it that, your access to justice is connected to how much justice you can actually buy? And how is that allowed to continue? Why are legal aid systems so underfunded? That question, I don't understand. Most of our attorney generals are former lawyers. How they don't see that, to begin with, and when they get an opportunity to make that change, why it never happens. I don't know, and I guess it's just something I'll keep on asking, but, it's also up to everybody else to continue to raise these issues, how Connie could be found guilty and Bradley Barton not guilty by a jury when the facts on the case are so, where the facts in his case are so, in your face, where in this case, in Connie's case, it was all, threadbare. So that's all I have to say. Just, through those two stories, it's real, and it's happening to real people. So, anyways.
Connie, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear.
Do you want to add anything?
Let me think. Well, I do know without the advocacy and Mr. Barrera's help, I don't think I would have gotten as far as I would have. And I do want to say that throughout the institutions and provincial, whether it be provincial or federal, the residents, they need help. They have nowhere to go. For us that can advocate for them, we got to give it our better than our best shot to do better things for them on the inside. I don't see anytime soon that there will not be any jails, which it would be nice, but I don't foresee that anytime in the future. All we can do is work with the women and hear their voices. That's about it, I guess.
Okay, well, thank you, Connie, and thank you for joining us by telephone. And I really do think that what's been happening to you, not just from this, but before the wrongful conviction, really demonstrates why we're having this discussion today and why, on this panel in particular, we named it a bit differently and talked about the crisis of inequality in particular for Indigenous women, because as you well know, if you're afraid to come when you actually have legally nothing hanging over your head, that says volumes about the level of inequality that all of your other co-panelists who are here in the room have raised and that others have raised today too. So I want to thank you for joining us by telephone. I look forward to when you can come back to these forums and not be afraid of the repercussions, because that is, yeah, you will be back. I know you will. So are you guys comfortable with people asking some questions? So anybody have a question from the audience or a comment? No? Yep.
I remember you and I were driving, and you said once, and I think this sort of applies a lot to what Sherry was saying, but you said we're driving along in a neighborhood, and it would be the kind of neighborhood where somebody would say, you better watch your daughters, keep them in at night. I think I just looked at you and sort of said, that's a funny thing to say. And you said, yeah, they should be saying, should lock up the men. The men are the problem. Women shouldn't walk the streets afraid. We should be locking up the men.
Well, I don't think I would have said lock up the men, but yeah.
There's people that need to be dealt with, it's not the women.
Right.
In that community. But what I was wondering is when the messaging and the idea that wouldn't it be amazing if being a man meant being gentle, being a man meant being what you said, Sherry, does that that idea that you're talking to the men, and this is a question for both Sherry, Dawn, Kim, anybody, in Aboriginal communities, because I've traveled to many of them doing projects, it seems, are there programs happening to address, to talk to the men of the community, in order to help this situation, to create different attitudes towards women? Is there any programs that are going on? I know there were some when I did a project 20 years ago, but I'm wondering if there are still now.
So actually, it's a very good question, and there's a couple of ways to respond. There is within Ontario a number of programs, the Kije Anishinaabe Ninin, which is literally in Ojibwe means I am a kind man. But there is a little bit of, I don't want to say controversy, but it's starting to have a little bit of pushback around even this notion that, to be a man, to be kind, it's almost sort of pushing it more towards a feminine, or saying, but just simply saying, let's just be honest and call a spade and say, to be a man, you don't have to be kind. You have to stop beating up people who are vulnerable. You have to stop using violence
to get your way. And the reason I say there's controversy right now is because we're actually going through a process working up to the annual meeting of the Aboriginal Affairs Ministers, which is the pre-meeting before we go to the meeting of all of the premiers. And coming out of the round table, the province of Ontario had developed or promised that they wanted to take the lead on a public service campaign to work on ending violence against Indigenous women and girls. And the campaign that was developed was very bluntly out there that, it's not about educating girls how to protect themselves. It's not about crisis shelters. It's about very in-your-face talking to men saying the violence needs to stop. And we're getting a lot of pushback on that right now. There's a lot of, communities saying that, this needs to be, there's some provinces actually that are quite upset with Ontario overall for doing this. And we've had to take, and I know I have taken a hard stand and said, I know that it might be unpalatable to some, and this isn't about targeting men. This is about being honest and saying that whether we want to quibble about 2% or 3%, whether it's 95% or 98% of the violence against women and children is perpetrated by men, period. So we need to be honest in this campaign to start addressing the problem rather than spending generation after generation in the next 200 years continually addressing, cleaning up after the fact, mopping up the blood, moving people into shelters. So, but it's not a real popular position right now, and the further west we go, the less popular it gets. So I don't know what that says, but that maybe we need to start working a little more on confronting some very ugly truths and having to do that.
So Don covered mostly what I was going to say in relation to programs, but I can only talk about the province of Ontario. Under the Walking Together strategy to end violence against Indigenous women and girls, we did commit some funding to do a community consultation in the Indigenous community to put in some programs for men. So that actual consultation is starting this summer, and so we're hoping that we'll have new programs like the I'm a Kind Man program around the province launching next fiscal year.
So part of the issue as I see it is that it's definitely, yes, there is a very, there's an issue with Indigenous men being violent towards Indigenous women. This is a huge problem, and there's no way around that. That's the reality of the situation. But the other half of that puzzle is that it's also non-Indigenous men who are being very violent towards Indigenous women. So what I want to see is larger than this just happening in Indigenous communities, but these, what I would say are Indigenous ideologies of respecting women, of equality, of collectivity, of respect, to branch out into the kind of dominant pop culture that we live in. So I do think that, there is, and I see that, I see the trajectory that we're on terrifies me in terms of sexualization. And I know that there are, men activists out there who would say, we have to end violence against Aboriginal women and girls and then go home and watch pornography. So we need to be talking about things like pornography and prostitution because these are so normalized in our everyday culture that they're not even considered to be violence anymore. So I think that this idea of masculinity, and I do think that we can say we should be saying to be a man is to be kind, to be a woman is to be kind, to be anybody. This is a human quality. This isn't a male quality or a female quality. This is to be human is to be respectful, to be kind, to be gentle, to be caring. And so I would really hope to see more men, non-Indigenous and Indigenous men, to be, and it's hard, right? It's hard, of course. It's, as women, we know it's scary to stand up and to challenge the status quo, but that's really what needs to be happening. And so I do hope that more men are going to be standing up and challenging the status quo.
Great. Well, great. Well, thank you very much, and that's a great spot. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We will be having a bit of a wrap-up session. Thank you very much, Connie, for joining us, and I want to thank each of you as well. And there's a gift, but it's very inconveniently by me stuck under the table. So I will get it for you. And if you want to just stay put, the other groups will be coming back to join us, and we will be reconvening.
Yeah, do you want to?
On? Oh, now it is. Okay. We're getting sorted out. We're not sure if Sharon is wandering the campus trying to find us or if there's a message on my phone that's been turned off all day. But Dawn has kindly agreed to stay and pinch hit for the next little bit with us. So. Okay. Oh, yes, and the question was being asked, when's a silent auction? This is like the end result of, this is how we try and coerce you. Not that we believe in coercion at EFRI, but you have a choice to come to our annual general meeting tomorrow where the silent auction will close. If you've bid the highest on this, you'll still get your prize. I always think it's funny to call a silent auction a prize because the prize is you get to pay and contribute to the bursary fund, which is a prize for all of us. But that's for those of you who are interested, of course, our annual general meeting is a public event. It is being held at 90 University in the lounge at the bottom if anybody wants to come, because of course everybody wants to come to an EFRI annual general meeting on a Saturday. Yay! So, but we'll be there and we'll be having fun. So. And this is the time of day where everybody's thinking, there's all these new ideas and new people I've met, and so we want to do a bit of a wrap up, and we've got some high energy end of the day events that are creative things that we'd like to do. But before we do that, I wanted to pick up on something that came up in the panel, the last panel we had here, which is about the crisis of inequality for Indigenous women. And one of the questions asked is, what about the men? And it made me think, I didn't intervene because I didn't think it was appropriate at that panel, but the privilege of having this mic in my hand is now I can say what I think. One of the reasons that I left working with men in the prison system and the criminal justice system is at the same time as I was working with men in a non-governmental organization, I was also working in the women's community on anti-violence work and substantive equality work. And so when I started doing the work with the men, a number of people challenged me and said, why don't you work with the most violent men, those who are in for misogynist violence? And that was a huge challenge. I used to wear a pin, I don't think anybody's left here who knew me at law school, it said disarm rapists. It wasn't the most progressive position, but I'll let that sink in for a minute. And so, that was not the most progressive position. So when I started working with male sex offenders, it was a real challenge. But guess where the biggest challenge came from? Wives, guards, anybody else? The biggest challenge came not just from the correctional employees, but all of us who are working in that sphere with men. And I'll just give you a brief little glimpse of that. Some of you know I started out with the programming side. I trained as a teacher before I went off to try and pretend to be training to be a lawyer. But when I trained as a teacher, one of the things that struck me is I did special ed. And just like in jails, the remedial classes were full of the poor, racialized kids. And the gifted classes, amazingly, had all these wealthy white kids. And, it wasn't lost on me that, okay, we start that little, I didn't know much about residential schools at that time because, I am of a certain age and there was none of that education happening in our schools at the time. But when I started working in the men's prisons, one of the things they wanted me to do was set up some literacy programs. So I went across the country with John Howard Canada looking at literacy programs. And at one jail in particular, they were just starting desegregating all of the male sex offenders. So I walked into a gymnasium with a whole bunch of men there, and a couple of the men said, I ain't meeting with no diddlers and skinners. Those of you who work in the system know we're talking about those who have offended against children and raped women. And my response was, and you got to remember, those of you who know me know, like I think of myself as a little classier now, maybe not. Okay, not, all right. But at the time, I said, oh, for fuck's sake. And I was in my mid-20s, And if any one of you guys can say you've never had non-consensual sex with a woman, I'd be shocked. And if any woman my age or older could say she's never had sex with someone she didn't want to, I'd be shocked. So really, just because you plea bargained it away, so that all went. And what did the guys do? What do you think the guys did? And so we got bound to business. The next day I get a call from my boss. Some of you remember Jim McClatchy was head of John Howard Canada. And he calls me, and Jim was a very kind, gentle giant of a man. And he said, "Hey, Kim, how did it go in," I won't say the prison, "how did it go in the prison yesterday?" "Oh, it was good. Why?" And he said, "Well, did anything happen?" And I say, "No, nothing really happened. Why?" And he said, "Well, did you happen to call all the men rapists?" And I said, "Well, no." And he said, "Well, there's been a complaint by the guards union to the commissioner of corrections, and they don't want you back in." So I stopped and I said, "Hang on a minute." The men settled down and we had a discussion about literacy. Sorry, I've got advocacy on my brain. The staff took exception to it. And so then, fast forward a few years, I think, okay, we've got to work on some of these issues. Our own organization had started a program working with men who are violent. And I went in to the program one day, and they were doing something that was all focused on who was the woman in your life that caused the problem that caused you to want to be violent to women. So, and this were people who were doing what they thought was progressive work. But it became clear to me that without changing fundamentally how, as Cherry talked about, as Dawn talked about, as Jorge talked about, as Connie did, as everybody on the previous panel, and probably in the panel that I didn't get to on violence against women that I'll get to watch on a podcast in the future, as every one of us has done that work, and every one of you, if you think about it for 2 minutes, knows that the fundamental inequality that feeds violence against women gets perpetuated by many of the systems even that are set up to try and address it, particularly our criminal justice response, whether it's policing, corrections, not because individual people want to promote it, but that's what systemic discrimination is about. Systems can and do discriminate. Systems can and do perpetuate discriminatory attitudes. And so when that question came up in the last panel, my response was, one of the things I wanted to say is that part of the reason that it's inappropriate from my perspective to ask a panel on Indigenous women's issues to address it is we're talking fundamentally about attitudes that are much broader than just what happens to Indigenous women. If you look at the experience of misogyny for Indigenous women, it is so concentrated that it is so clear that they are disproportionately victimized and criminalized, but it's a much broader issue that spans not just Indigenous women and Indigenous men, and that when we ask that question, we should really be asking of all of us, why aren't we addressing fundamentally those systemic inequality issues? And so I just think it's important to say that, and to say it with a larger group and not just in the group that was on the inequalities. And with that, I will pass. Oh, there were a few things that I think we could be doing, but right now it doesn't seem like I need to, but I can say it, but I can send out to you. If any of you want to do what Mary Campbell suggested this morning, I have a few little things that you can tweet, you can email. It's like, tell the Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister to put in place the Irwin Cotler Clause. What that means is now we have over 80 mandatory minimum sentences. We only had, I think, 7 or 8 when I started doing this work, just to give you some idea. And I know, yes, I'm old, but I'm not really that old that we should have that many. And so what it is that judges would be able to use their discretion and not impose a mandatory minimum. Very easy change. Another one is tell them to put back in place least restrictive measures for corrections. So those are just a few easy ones that you can do. And Dawn will tell you about more things that we could be doing.
Absolutely. Actually, I'm really glad that you brought up the conversation, because as Indigenous women, as disempowered women, the whole race thing always complicates stuff.
And we have seen in our communities how even when we started having the conversation about violence in our communities, violence against our women, I mean, I initially, back in '96, there was a chief who said, you know, why are you always trying to open shelters? You're trying to force these shelters down our throats. We don't need shelters in my community because, you know, when I was growing up, as kids, if we stepped out of line, my dad would slap us around. If my mom didn't listen, you know, he'd put her in her place. That was just discipline. And I was shocked. I was literally, for the one time in my life, speechless because I didn't know how to respond because violence had become so normalized that he didn't see the problem with domestic violence. He didn't see a need for shelters because he didn't see it as anything out of the ordinary. And that kind of attitude was rampant in many of our communities because we also know how it's like when things go bad at work and you can't talk back to your boss, so you come home and you take it out on the wife or the kids or, you know, and then they go and you kick the dog or that's how life works. And unfortunately, when Indigenous people or Indigenous men are disempowered by society, they're feeling beaten, you cannot fight back against the man. So unfortunately, a very common psychological response is to regain your power by exerting your power over those who are more vulnerable. And in our communities, that's the women and children. That's part of the reason why the violence is so high. And it's a tough conversation to have. It doesn't make me popular in a lot of rooms. It doesn't make me popular in my own kitchen table when I'm back home for Christmas because nobody wants to admit their role in it. And interestingly, I had a conversation with a white reporter who called me up because he had heard about the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and he wanted to know how he as a white man could help by teaching the Indian men, the Native men, not to beat their wives. And I thought, again, the second moment in my life where I was briefly speechless, because it's not about you going in and teaching those men how to behave. It's about cleaning up your own backyard and dealing with your own crap. You know, how about you stop beating your own women? How about you stop when you're in the change room talking about the woman you would like to, whatever, stop supporting the attitudes that are objectifying and violent towards women. It happens every day walking down the street. But it's a well-accepted attitude. And those men who speak out, and we have seen it again and again, are criticized. They're, you know, what are you, some kind of homo because you're not? Because someone has stood up and said, that's not right, you can't talk about women that way. I have seen it again and again. And so because speaking out against violence against women is potentially putting men into the category where their sexuality is threatened, that's part of the problem. That's how they're policed into maintaining the misogyny because they don't want to be seen to be less masculine, so they allow it to carry on rather than standing up. So we've been trying to, you know, have a campaign about be a man. Be a man means stand up and speak out. If your friend is talking that way, call him on it. If it's in the change room, you call him on it. So we said, like, this is about cleaning up your own attitudes, your own backyards, not pointing at anybody else, and addressing the misogyny, addressing the attitudes. And I'll tell you a little social experiment I did, which don't anybody live tweet this because I'll never be able to show my face again, that my father is of that generation that is, you know, very construction worker, very manly man. I grew up in a world where, you know, he constantly made comments about women going by, look at the ass on that one, and so as I became more aware, I started to object, and he said, no, I'm just admiring. I can admire beauty. So one day I decided I was going to turn it around, and we're sitting at a patio, and the next guy that walks by, I said, oh my God, look at the package on that guy. What? He was horrified, absolutely horrified. I don't want to hear that kind of talk from my daughter. I don't want to be like, so I said, okay, so how about you stop talking about women that way to me? And he was, well, there's nothing wrong with that. And I said, okay, so there's nothing wrong. So I did it all the way down the street on Yonge Street in Toronto. By the time we hit the red light, he agreed that if I would just please stop right now, he would never say anything like that again. He's had to have a few little reminders, but he was able to see how, if I behaved the same way, how offensive it was. And again, so sometimes being blunt, sometimes turning the tables around and having people see what it feels like to be somebody who is subjected to unwanted sexual advances. That's something hard for men to understand sometimes, because there is this attitude among many men that any sex is wanted sex. And so we have to have them see what it's like to have unwanted advances. I don't necessarily recommend you do that with your fathers, grandfathers, but you know, it was interesting.
Oh, come on, I'm sending them all.
Actually, that was the other thing. We always thought that, imagine the difference it would be if we took those shelters, they have bars, they have fences, and put the men in the shelters instead. That's a letter I want to see written to the Prime Minister, where the men have to leave the homes, mandatory retraining so that they're not sitting in jail somewhere and then stewing for 6 months, and then the first thing he does is get a shotgun when he's released. But you know, we put them in there and we have training. I have some real strong Métis women who would go in there and teach these men how to respect, teach them what it feels like, and that, you know, start turning it around. We need to stop, as we've said, constantly cleaning up the mess, having the Band-Aid solutions, and start addressing the core causes, those root causes. And that's why advocacy, that's why having these very uncomfortable conversations sometimes doesn't make us popular, but that's what's going to make the change. And that's why I am so very honored to be part of this conversation today. And I think, actually, one thing I wanted to point out while I have the chance, the scarves by Maxine Noel for the, she has donated all of her royalties, and the company is matching. So anytime somebody buys one of those scarves, mugs, pictures, anything with that image, the money is being donated to the Native Women's Association to work on ending violence against Indigenous women and girls. So there's a way we can make a difference.
So you can give 3 times to the bursary, to Native Women's Association, and your own prize.
Exactly, just by signing up for that one.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
So it's been an amazing full day. Thank you to all of you, speakers and participants, for making it so. And I'm going to make a point at some greater length than Kim did, and it's the same point that she made earlier, but it's troubling me greatly, so I'm going to go ahead and make it. Lucy de Courtier, Linda Christina Redgrave, Catherine Burrell, and one woman who has remained anonymous, but whose story we know, plus countless women whose names we do not know, but whose stories we can imagine. I think it is so appropriate that one of the women who went through the ordeal of the Ghomeshi trial remains anonymous. She represents the fact that it is still so difficult, so stigmatizing, so shameful to allow oneself to be named a victim of sexual assault or sexualized abuse. I think these women, these 4 women together, represent our future, an indication of where we are and what lies ahead. And it is a hard road ahead. Those women in the state's trial against Jian Ghomeshi encountered the intractable criminal justice system that is the brick wall that Elizabeth Fry societies and women with lived experience bash up against day after day after day. It is a system that does not understand women. It is a system that does not understand violence against women, or race, or gender, or disability, or sexuality. It is a system that does not understand itself, the process, the meaning of criminalization. As in the Ghomeshi trial, it is a system that labels women who do not conform to a narrow mold, women who may not be sweet, or innocent, or consistent, labels them as liars, unreliable, as odd, as bad girls, as not worthy of sympathy or respect or support. It is a system that explicitly or implicitly labels women criminals. That is the system we know only too well. And while it has changed and may be improved, the Ghomeshi trial demonstrated so clearly that at its core, the criminal justice system has not changed.
it has not improved. This is because the root of the problem at the core is systemic inequality. I know this is trite. Of course it's systemic. We know that. But I think we need to think about this and what it means more deeply, because it is so key, and it is, despite its apparent simplicity, deceptively complex. Systemic inequality is complex. It involves deeply ingrained systemic issues, and the system, the criminal justice system, the legal system, seems incapable of self-reflection. It cannot see. It cannot understand its own fundamental inequality, which means that mostly we can't see it either. Glimpses, yes, but not full understanding, which means that we have serious trouble explaining it, pointing it out, getting other people to see ourselves. By systemic, I mean, or I think I mean, that the system or systems are biased in favor of, in support of, a masculinist view, biased toward supporting and perpetuating white privilege and white dominance. Systems are heterosexist, genderist, and ableist. The difficulty, however, of going beyond this, of actually explaining or describing systemic inequality, came home to me in a CBC interview I heard a few weeks ago. Michael Enright was interviewing Howard Sapers, the correctional investigator officer of Canada, whom we heard speak earlier today. They were talking about systemic racism in the prisons and criminal justice system, and they'd been talking about it as systemic for some time, when Michael Enright said, "But institutions aren't racist. People are." I found this statement both shocking and deeply disturbing. Institutions aren't racist. People are. Now, it was shocking because I think Michael Enright is a pretty smart man. And apparently, he didn't have a clue that when we talk systemic racism, we are saying that systems, institutions are racist. That is precisely what we are saying. We are not talking about bad apples or unconscious racism or inadvertent racism or cultural insensitivity. We are talking about the fact that our institutions are founded on racist understandings and then naturalized into bastions of neutrality and assumed fairness. And I found it deeply disturbing because they had been talking about systemic racism in the criminal justice system for some time, or I thought they had been. But with that comment, I suddenly had no idea what they had been talking about, or if they knew what each other was talking about, or if I knew what either of them was talking about. And of course, now I'm worried that you have no idea what I'm talking about. And this problem of communication of or about the incomprehensible, the barely comprehensible, the partially comprehensible depth of systemic inequality is, I think, at the root of the difficulty in bringing about fundamental social change. Until we agree that there is systemic inequality, and basically, generally, what that means, by definition, we can only do piecemeal change. This is the huge challenge that is our present and our future. How to get to that understanding, real understanding of systemic inequality. But in thinking about the future, I don't want to focus on the bleak reality of our criminal justice system only. I want to focus as well on what the three named one anonymous women represent. Because for all of the hell that they have been through, to me, they represent a strong, affirming, positive vision of our future. And I think perhaps it is a vision that does challenge or offer tools with which to challenge and to communicate about systemic issues in all of their complexity. So first of all, the women were courageous in coming forward and going forward. So very courageous. Courage is hugely important in laying bare systemic inequality. And the women had faith. They wanted to help. They simply told their stories in all of their complexity and trusted that the system would do right by them. And while this was clearly misguided, it is also affirming. It is what we would want people to do and think and feel. It is this optimism we need in order to keep moving forward in laying bare systemic inequality. And the women supported each other and seemed to continue to support each other. What the defense lawyer and trial judge characterized as collusion, damning, dishonest, vengeful collusion, I might call good old-fashioned consciousness raising. And there were, of course, vengeful emotions and articulations that accompanied the revelations elicited through that good old-fashioned consciousness raising. That was part of the process. It took the four women hearing each other's stories and more, and bonding over those stories to understand their experiences as sexual violence, not as his right and not as their lot. The sharing of shared experiences, of lived experience, lead to collective action. If we are to lay bare the systemic issues, we need collective action and collective understanding. And the women are not shutting up. They are resilient and they are persistent. They seem to be a sort of tag team keeping the issue alive. Linda Christina Redgrave has had the publication ban lifted and has come forward again to speak out, to try to make things better for women, to lay bare the systemic issues. And we have the statement of Catherine Borrell, a go-around of the acquittal in the trial, which hopefully has been experienced as a vindication for all of the women. In her words, Jian Ghomeshi is guilty of having done the things that I've outlined today. So when it was presented to me that the defense would be offering us an apology, I was prepared to forgo the trial. It seemed like the clearest path to the truth. A trial would have maintained his lie, the lie that he was not guilty, and it would have further subjected me to the very same pattern of abuse that I'm currently trying to stop. It's a strong statement. It's a gratifying statement. It is an unequivocal, unchallenged statement of his guilt. The trial route was not possible, and so she tried another way, and she managed to make it work. I think, or hope, to some extent for all of the women, for all women. Creativity, alternative strategies, these are necessary if we are to lay bare systemic inequality. So there's a lot to be learned and modeled from the 3+1 woman: courage, collective action, supporting each other, resilience, creativity, persistence, trying another route and another route and another route. That is our future, our road ahead. But really, this is just a reminder, because of course it's also our past, and it's still our present. We need all of these qualities and all of these actions if we are to get at the core, to reach and expose the systemic inequalities that underpin our criminal justice system. To me, the Ghomeshi trial did expose deeply ingrained anti-woman biases, systemic sexism. And the four women who brought their experiences into the public light offered multiple different ways to get us as a society to talk about systemic sexism and systemic racism and systemic ableism, about systemic inequality. That is the challenge, that is the hope that we face. And these are the difficult, complex, important discussions we have been having together today. Thank you.
Woohoo! Aren't we lucky to have Diana Majuri as our president? Thank you, Diana. And it's appropriate that we end with the two presidents that we've worked partnership for many years, and thank you very much, Dawn, for joining us as well. We were asked to show the video that is being produced by Nance, Teresa, and Ariella before we have the final performances of Georgina, of Sav, and the Raging Grannies. So I think I know how to set this up. This is a film that is about decarceration. What a surprise. and it's one that is engaging in the work that our organization is doing, Elizabeth Fry, but also giving voice to women. And again, in the way that we insist on giving voice, not just to hear and not have a critical engagement, but to have a critical engagement and an iterative process so that women can express their views. So without any further ado, I don't know actually how to set it up. You've got it? Okay.
Jen, Tasha, Mary.
I started because I was abused when I was a kid, and so you need to get rid of your pain. And I cut with anything that's sharp and pointy, and it helps me cope.
I disowned my mom at the age of 12 when I lost my virginity to her stepbrother. I have 2 twins.
I mean, when you're in a group home with a bunch of other girls and you don't feel like that's home, it's not home. I ran away from my group homes, turned to the streets and drugs.
You know, just imagine if someone said to you, okay, instead of coming to jail, let's say even a most conservative estimate, 50,000 bucks, what could you create for your life and those you love and care about that would look very different from what exists now?
The key on top, like it was opening the other one. Awesome.
I think someone to just listen to me.
She's only 25. Back up. No
Person handcuffed, and then we'll walk towards Nance, but everyone behind.
Prison epitomizes the worst, the microcosm of the worst of what is not fair, equal, and just in our society. I think the next half of my career will have to be about everything I can possibly do to dismantle these kinds of systems. So stay tuned for the full version. It's going to be ready next month, right? Yeah. Yeah. Going to get him to queue up here. So as I mentioned, we try to do multimedia. Those of you who have known me a long time know, you know, sing a song, do a poem. What are you talking about? Let's just get this stuff done. But what I've come to realize as I get older is other people are way more wiser than me. And one of the ways that many people have taken on, not just through film, but through song and poetry and reading stories, is to hear and be able to embrace the messages that we're trying to get across. And when I first met Georgina, and I didn't realize Georgina was going to be here, or else she would have been on the program, so you'd all see that she was on the program. I first met Georgina, I had the privilege when I was living in Treaty 6 territory, otherwise known to many of you as Saskatoon. And when I was there, Georgina was doing, and as many other women were doing, incredible work going back and assisting and supporting women who had been in all kinds of, had the lived experience of all kinds of oppression. But when I heard her sing, it makes, well, I'll let you decide, but for me, it makes my heart sing. And she is amazing, and so I asked her if she would consider singing, and others had already suggested it as well. So I want to thank you very much. And is that all cute? It's all good? Okay, so I'll shut up and over to the fabulous Georgina.
Thanks very much, Kim. So before we start, the song I'm going to sing for you today is a song that we released on social media in March. We had a video release, so the video is online. I thought it'd be better to do a live performance today, and just would like to acknowledge every single one of you for giving up your time and all the work that you do to assist the women in our community today, so thank you. That you won't succeed? Did you feel like you weren't enough? That's what you believed. But you have the strength to be who you are. And if you choose to be fearless, you'll find your path to freedom. Way high, way high, way high, way high, way high, way high. Have you felt like you don't belong here? That you don't feel needed? But you're wrong if you think it's your fault. This is how you were treated. 'Cause you have the strength to be who you are. And if you choose to be fearless, you'll find your path to freedom. It takes a courage to be yourself.
Now you see why we took the opportunity to get her to sing. Isn't that amazing? Thank you so much. So I have a confession to make. I've been teaching at law schools for 10 years, and one of the biases that I got really challenged, they don't even know it. So the students who are the young men and women who have been in my class, I have a confession. Some of you may have known it, but I used to think, when I first started teaching in the law schools, oh my God, all these privileged little shits. And, I go into the jail, and these guys have no idea. And then we started having some of the women who we'd worked with get into law school and start to challenge. And I have had the privilege of getting to know some incredible, not little shits. Some little shits do, but they're not here. But I've had and those of you who are little shits, you know who you are. So I've had the privilege of getting to know and walk with some amazing young men and women, and some of a certain age as well, who have come back to school. And one of the things that they have taught me is how diverse law school is becoming. The sad part from my perspective is that's partly because all the really privileged shits are going to business school now. And it's because we have done a good job, I think, of starting to diversify legal education, that those who have the lived experience of marginalization, of oppression, of racism, of misogyny, often are also struggling now to find jobs in the legal profession. And I think that is a tremendous shame, and should be our shame. But one of the things that I get to do every now and then, even though I'm like way older than most of their mothers, is occasionally I get invited along to things. And this year I got invited to an outlaw fundraiser, which is and if I miss a letter, because I'm old, someone will add it in, probably Savannah, but LBGTQ, whatever. Anyway, I got invited to that outlaw fundraiser. And what I saw was this young woman who I knew in my class and had been in 2 classes as, very bright student, but suddenly she's organizing this fundraiser, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, she should be like running some fundraisers for us, because you all know how much I hate doing fundraisers. But she not only did the fundraiser and organized it, and co-organized it, she won't take credit for that, but she co-organized it, but then she performed. And so I said, oh my God, and I think she thought I'd probably had a few drinks, but I'd had one, but, and I said, you have to do that for our AGM. And she hadn't won the fellowship yet to come and work with CAEFS, but she did end up getting that as well. And that's the law school, gives her that. And so she ended up working with us as well. But even before that, I said, you have to do one of these for whatever they're called. And my daughter says, oh my God, you are so lame. It's spoken word and slam poetry. And I'm going, okay, whatever, she's going to do it. And so I said, I would love it, Sav, if you would do that. And of course, I'm sure she experienced it as more as, you better fucking do this or else, But it wasn't meant to be coercive, and just so you know. It was a choice. And I also got to see Jeff, who's laughing his head off over there, in a play that he did. Now, he was trying to coerce me into being in the play, but that didn't work. So without any further ado, I'm going to ask Sav to come up. And I have no idea what she's going to do, but I know it'll be fabulous. So.
I'm going to put this in a stand if I can figure it out, because I'm a hand talker. So I'm going to do a spoken word piece. They're meant to be interactive, so please feel free if something resonates with you. You can shout out whatever you feel. Please don't boo me. I can't figure this out. This is fine. I'll be loud. It's cool. Okay, or you could run. Thank you. Okay, Okay, so there's one more thing I want to note before I start. And that's just that I changed some names. I refer to a few women in the beginning, so out of respect, I changed their names. 4 years ago, I volunteered. Stumbled nervously into the Grand Valley Prison for Women, not because I was scared, but because I was shy. One of my first days, a young woman asked me if I was a dyke, and I just looked at her like, what gave it away? And smiles exchanged. Needless to say, I made my first friend at Grand Valley that day, but she wouldn't be the last. No, there was TJ, who was a bit of a smartass. But man, was she tough. The same way skin is when scar tissue builds up, and she could make a whole room erupt in laughter like she knew it was the best medicine she had to offer. Alexis was a grandmother of 2, so on Christmas, Valentine's, and Mother's Day, I knew exactly what it was we would be doing. See, Alexis loved to make cards for her grandkids, for her daughter too, and she wanted them to be perfect. Said they loved the bubble letters I drew. Where do I begin with Sujin? Sujin was driven, not well educated, but so fucking smart, and she talked about her son like he was Van Gogh's most brilliant work of art. Her entire reason for existing, listing all of the amazing things he could become, undone sometimes by the guilt that she couldn't be there for him. And I'll never forget Kamisha, who one day asked me, somewhat defiantly, why I came to hang out with criminals like us every week, and I watched as her eyes hit the floor heavy with shame, bracing for some disdain, or if not, then the same apathy she came to know too well. I'm writing to say I'm sorry if she ever felt like the shame was hers and hers alone. I'm sorry that most of us will never know what it means to grow up poor, but we'll be the ones to write laws, implement policy, to slash Social Security, put her in solitary. I'm sorry that even when we're on your side, most of us will never know what it looks like to be inside of the cage in which you live, and that sometimes that will show through in the inadequacy of our rage. I'm sorry that we flatten your stories into tragedy. I'm sorry, Ashley. I'm sorry, Canoe. Sorry that our country evolves at a pace too slow to have been there for you. That CAEFS keeps going onto reserves, tearing kids away from their families, their homes in herds. That we misconstrue the trauma that stretches across generations, and so you continue to be criminalized and killed just because you're First Nation. That instead of offering affordable housing or therapy, we throw you in a hole and expect you to gain clarity. And when you slash your wrists, we say it's for attention, you're bored, when all night you've had to listen to screams as mental illness is born. So when they label you a criminal, when they call you a debasing name, please, since we insist that we own everything, let us also own this shame.
We're in good hands. This next generation is getting it. So we have to get. So while we have a lull, those of you who know me know what a control freak I am. And one of the things I tried to do with this planning for this AGM and conference, once we had the ideas of what we were going to do and who we wanted to speak, I actually passed it over to the students. They would probably say with much intervention, and that's true because I am a control freak at heart, but I don't apologize for that because that's who I am. And but I want to, at this moment, while we're waiting for the Raging Grannies material to be put together, and my first experience with the Raging Grannies was the very first women's conference I went to, and I was shocked, amazed, and totally entertained, and thought, oh my God, like what's wrong? Are we getting back down to business here, people? And then I realized that they were part of the business and that they were in fact doing that work. So while we're waiting for that, I want to publicly thank Haley, Sav, and Kate for the incredible work you've done, as well as all of the Elizabeth Fry. We're doing something for Elizabeth Fry Ottawa tomorrow at our AGM. All of the Elizabeth Fry Ottawa team, the staff, the volunteers, Bryony at the board for all the incredible work you've done. But just right now, because so often the people who are doing the running around that makes it look seamless from here, it looks seamless, right? Yeah. Okay. Are the ones that we don't always thank and acknowledge. So Haley, Kate, and Sav, thank you very much. Where are the Raging Grannies? Oh, you're getting them? Okay. Anybody else want to sing while we're waiting for the Raging Grannies? No? Okay. They're here? Okay. If I get fired, then I just shut. I'll be so restrained now. They don't want this to be shown at the moment. Oh, no, that didn't work. Never mind. Sorry, he's like, do not, Kim Pate, get away from that machine. Sorry. And thank you very much. Actually, thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank our team for taping and doing. Thank you very much. And for being such a good sport as I'm swearing and cursing at machines and they're thinking, don't touch that. So. Okay, who's going to win the auction? Oh, here they go.
Okay, we have two songs. These are the roads to the second song, so hold on for the first.
And we're going to have you sing along with it.
Okay.
1, 2.
We are the Raging Grannies. We look in all the crannies and we sing about the things we found. We detest injustice and those guys who say just trust us, 'cause we make the truth resound. Oh yes, we get together no matter what the weather with our songs that tell it like it is. We'll attend any function without the least compunction, be it hot or cold or frizz. The Raging Grannies, yes we are the Raging Grannies, so beware if you've done dirty tricks. It won't take us long to spot you. Once the Raging Grands have caught you, you'll be in an awful fix. We're the raging Grands, we know it. We've got the hats to show it. We've got songs and smarts and we've got guts. Our agenda is steady. We're raging and we're ready. No ifs and ands or buts. We're butting in.
Hello. Hello, Elizabeth Fry. Thank you for inviting us to your unconvention. We're delighted to be here. We have a song for you. As soon as I find the words. Okay. This is to the, if you'd like to join us, the tune is When the Saints Come Marching In. Okay, or Go Marching In. Thank you. 1, 2. We must reclaim
advocacy, so there's a chance for you and me to be treated by a system that is fair and just and free. We advocate for women's rights, for women prisoners in our sights, because every soul is worthy to aspire to the heights. All women's rights are human rights, with no best, last, or lesser rights. And our women and our children should never face the hardest fights. Elizabeth Fry, she seemed to know the light with which all humans grow. And she saw us all deserving of an equal road to hoe. When every prisoner at last is free, when she joins Earth's family, she needs all of our assistance to return to community. We must reclaim advocacy, so there's a chance for you and me to be treated by a system that is fair and just and free.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's hard to leave, I know, but that's a wrap, folks. And for the first time ever, we've finished on time, one of our conferences. So thank you to all of you. Go forth and advocate. And thank you very, very much for joining us. It was our privilege to meet with all of you. Silent auction. We've got 5 minutes before we're packing it up and taking it across the road.